Hello, I've gotten sidelined trying to get larger video projects started, so I decided to cut this compilation of my best finds from the thrift stores and primarily from the Goodwill by the pound. Something for background noise when you're painting or just relaxing at the end of the day. Enjoy! This weekend, I decided to go visit the Goodwill by the Pound. Now, this is a store I heard about from the Lazy Game Review channel, LGR, and he went through there looking for video game stuff, so I decided to go through there and check for miniatures. What this place is basically just bins of stuff that Goodwill either couldn't sell or they couldn't really categorize for sale in their Goodwill stores. Basically, there's just all these open bins, and you go through there with a shopping cart and you kind of go through the bins and see what you can find. It's a disgusting process. Frankly, a lot of the people there are just very rude. One old lady actually went to my cart and started stealing stuff that I had picked out, and I had to tell her to stop. Another dude stole my cart by taking all the stuff that I had carefully gone through and just dumping it. It was a bit of an adventure, but I thought I'd do a quick video and show you what I found. The first thing I came across was this little boat. It was kind of right in scale to be a small boat for D&D figures. I'm not sure what this thing originally was, but I figure with a couple modifications and maybe some green stuff, this thing could actually look pretty good on my table. Found this little bridge. Again, this is probably play school or something like that. I found this alligator thing and this goldfish thing. I don't know what either of those are. The alligator thing is really weird. It's got tiny wings. I found this buffalo. That was pretty good. Definitely in scale with D&D and looks pretty nice. This deceptively simple spider, it's actually got a lot of interesting texture on it. And I found this big hand. Just the hand, nothing else. I figure it could make a interesting sculpture, or a monument or something like that. Definitely interesting. I also found this giant toy chest. I figure with a little bit of paint and some modifications, this could look good as a giant's chest. As you can see here next to a fire giant, the chest is pretty much in scale. And, it might make something interesting to put on the table. Not great texture, but maybe a little green stuff would help that out. I found this old army tent thing, and I figured that maybe I could build on it with green stuff and make it into a little tent. And it seems to be just the perfect size for goblins or some other small D&D monster. But the real prize of the day was this giant white dragon by Pop-Out. Now, normally, obviously, I wouldn't buy these because, I would rather spend the money on a Bones figure or something like that. But obviously, since I was paying by the pound, this thing cost me less than $1, and it's a pretty interesting mini. I might try to touch it up a little bit. But, as you can see, it's a gargantuan white dragon. And it's not as garish as most of these miniatures are, and it seemed to be pretty new. It wasn't beat up at all. So a simple sculpt, but a pretty effective one. And I'm just going to showcase that next to a Reaper Bones dragon. So clearly this would be a gargantuan white dragon. All in all, a decent trip, and I don't feel like I wasted my time.
Have a great day, and as always, thank you for watching the video.
This video is going to be about the bag of stuff that I just got at Goodwill by the pound. So I'm not sure what was going on. They charged me 20 cents per pound. I'm not sure what happened here. I'm not sure if the person doing this made some sort of mistake or something. So I ended up paying 41 cents for this bag. If this was normal Goodwill by the pound prices, I probably would have been somewhere around $2 to $4 for this, but for whatever reason, this is what they charged me, so a bit of a lucky thing with this bag. First off, I got this little plastic bin here. This is going to be for molds. This is the perfect size for making base molds or one-part terrain molds where it's something somewhat flat. you'll end up with something that kind of looks like that. And it's always convenient to have nice and shallow ones like this, because if you're doing something that's relatively flat, you don't need like a super deep mold. So this was very convenient to find. And it's nice and perfectly rectangular, and it has a little bit of a give, so you can easily get the mold out of there. I found this bit of plastic, a roof terrain pattern on it. I was thinking maybe doing just a quick Oyumaru mold on this or something like that, or just using this in a craft project. I saw it. It's a little bit too uniform, so I don't know. Anyways, I got a copy of Riven. This is a near complete copy. The discs are mint, so I just got it. That has nothing to do with miniatures, as does Wii Sports, which I also got a copy of. Nothing to do with miniatures. Just I got a Wii recently, so I wanted a Wii Sports. Another thing that has nothing to do with D&D miniatures is half a Hulk. I got half a Lego Hulk. It's got some video game wires. Oh man, he's got tangled. He's got real tangled. GameCube wire and a PlayStation wire. I got another little Lego guy here, and I got Star Wars GameCube game. So this is actually heavy. I thought it would make some good terrain, because it's kind of like a little foo dog guy. Focus on here for a second. It's a pretty nice looking foo dog guy, but it's actually like a little stamp. It feels like it's made out of some sort of stone. So again, interesting. Like this was obviously at one point in time like a wax stamp thing. So I thought it was a nice little bit of terrain, perhaps. There was this little bit of propellers. I didn't see what the heck this came from, but I figure I could maybe try to paint these as like just blades for a trap. And I got a little horse guy. That seems somewhat in scale to D&D. A big giant hedgehog. Obviously not in scale to D&D, but still. I got this nice little bit of fire. I don't know where this is from. Obviously it's meant to attach to something. But I figure I can like incorporate this somewhere in one of my craft builds. Just a little Lego guy helmet, I believe. Nice little skull here. I'm not exactly sure what this is from. Some sort of Lego type thing, but nice little demon skull I could use there. I found these little poker things for Marvel Knights. I'm not sure, they just kind of looked cool. So I grabbed those. Electro's on one of them. And finally, I got this big Mr. Incredible thing. Basically, this is going to be a substructure for a sculpting project. I'm just going to basically add green stuff onto this guy and make him into like a giant mushroom man guy. His base has got a little bit of texture on it. I might try to keep that. This is pretty fair to middling, frankly, when it comes to the D&D stuff. But, you know, I think this is okay for 41 cents, certainly.
Have a great day, and as always, thank you for watching the video.
Yahoo!
Alright, hello everybody. Today we're going to be taking a look at some of the interesting finds from the Goodwill by the pound. But first, let's take a look at some of the stuff that I found at just the regular Goodwill, next to the Goodwill by the pound, including this lovely Fiend folio. Now, obviously, this is an older D&D book, and there's some damage and wear and tear to the cover. And for $9, I mean, this is not like a super amazing steal, but the actual pages are in very good condition. And, you know, I love old books like this. This always gives you a lot of, like, really interesting choices for monsters, and the Fiend folio is interesting just because there's a lot of stuff that just is not in the normal that's not in the current D&D genre. There's a lot of interesting stuff here, like a lot. So very much a good deal, even at $9. If it was any more, I would probably not bought it just because it's not in the greatest condition. But you know what? Even with these beat-up things, I'm not buying this as a collector's edition. I'm buying this to read it and get ideas. Dungeon Dad actually does a lot of cool videos talking about older D&D monsters and using those in 5e. So yeah, Fiendfolio, a lot of cool stuff in there. For stuff that I also bought, I got this copy of Dragon magazine just randomly there. This was all by itself. I had bought a lot of Dragon magazines from a thrift store a while back. This was $2. This had a lot of stuff about Spelljammer. It had a lot of stuff about pirates and stuff. So it's interesting. These magazines are very well made. There's a lot of like very interesting artwork and all sorts of cool stuff in here. So I think this was definitely an interesting buy. It's in good condition. Again, I love reading stuff like this to get ideas for future projects. All right. So I have my box of stuff that I got here. The person only charged me 20 cents a pound for this stuff. So I got this at a really good rate. Speaking about books, I found this Spelljammer book. This was a lovely little find. And I've never read any of the Spelljammer stuff, but heck, maybe I'll try to find the first book in this before I read it. But, you know, it's just interesting to find stuff like that. Okay. And so finally, and this was from the Goodwill by the Pound proper. We found this lovely artifact. And as you can see, the previous owner had attempted to put notes in here to try to figure out what was going on, because they're trying to decipher this. Because they were probably thinking to themselves, I must not be understanding this, because if I run the game as written, this is going to be an incredibly boring and frustrating game where combat's just going to take hours and hours, and there's literally no point to it. And yeah, so I will note too that this book was actually in the Goodwill by the Pound section where people just grab a bunch of stuff and then they go through it and they like toss the stuff that they don't want. So somebody could have gotten this for 20 cents a pound. They grabbed it and then decided, you know what? This book is just garbage. I'm going to leave it there. And so this was thrown back. Somebody did not want to pay 20 cents a pound. I did pay 20 cents a pound for this, and you know what? I think I know just the place for this book. Alright, now to the non-book stuff, and I got a lot of interesting stuff. I got this battle tank from the company that I can never remember how this is pronounced, Tamiya? Anyways, this is a unsealed thing, so obviously when stuff like this happens, sometimes you'll find stuff like this at Goodwill by the Pound, and it's unsealed, so people won't want to grab it, because it is unsealed, so you don't know what you're going to get. Now, the reason I grabbed it is because I took a quick look in there, and it seems like a lot of the stuff is in there, so it's definitely, it might be partial. But it just seems like a lot of the stuff actually is in there. And this is fascinating because this would have made a really nice bit of terrain if I was doing like terrain for like 40K. This would be amazing. So I grabbed this, and I will probably give this to a friend who likes doing 40K stuff. Some ice cube trays that have skulls on them. So I thought these were cool. These were like big enough to the point where if you make kind of like half casts of them in some material, you could probably use these for like wall texture or something like that. So that was an interesting find. You know, you find random stuff like this, like a sealed speaker headphone splitter. I don't know if I even need a splitter, but I picked that up. We got some random patches. This has nothing to do with D&D. This is just patches that I thought were interesting. We have some Westinghouse super bright bulbs. So these bulbs here are very interesting, and I'm going to see if I can use these for a setup. I know that Wylock just did a whole video about using LED bulbs like this. Actually, I don't even know if these are LED bulbs. I know nothing about electronics or anything like this, but yeah, these were interesting. So I'm going to see if I can use these in some sort of project. Just a bunch of random bits of stuff here. This is obviously the setup for some sort of toy, but I thought it'd be cool. This would be an easy way if I needed like some rocky terrain. It's an easy way to bulk it up without using more expensive materials. Obviously. Good thing here. Let's what else we got here? Just some random bric-a-brac. I got this lovely Duracell flashlight, which actually is still going. It's got a zoom focus, so it seems like a pretty decent flashlight. So we have going all these little tiny little Swiss Army pocket knives here, which you know, you never know. I think this is like kind of like a knockoff one. I don't think this is an actual Swiss Army pocket knife, but I'll see. And we got this clear plastic thing here, which I think would make a nice little spell effect, or a spell effect, or maybe just even a plastic dome, like it's a glass dome to put on something. So that was a nice little bit of bric-a-brac. And I got an ant. As always, these little ants are very nice looking for giant ants. I found a couple scattered dollar store skeletons, which I probably shouldn't have bought because these are like $1 for a packet, but they're really light, so I probably didn't overpay too much. Oh, we got some random board game stuff here. I think this is actually might be Game of Thrones stuff. I'm not quite sure. Actually, I have no idea what board game this is from, frankly. But they looked really cool. Like you had some... sword in the stone type thing. You got a crown. You've got a giant, gauntlet. And you have a massive book. And you have this, which is just, a lovely... So these obviously would make really nice little bits and pieces for D&D, for, either a dungeon crawl thing or something like that. Actually, you know what? I'll save that for last. Also, I got this, which is a clear acrylic case thing. And this would be really nice for displaying large miniatures. It really looked bad. Ooh, sorry about that. It really looked bad, but I cleaned it up, so it doesn't look as bad as it did. It still needs to be cleaned up a little bit, but this looked like it was busted in several places, and it's really not. So this would be a great little... It's interesting because like both sides come out. So this would make a nice little display case for D&D miniatures. So I picked that up. Again, 20 cents a pound. You can't go wrong. And finally, the absolute biggest and best find from this whole thing. I found a bunch of Mage Knight stuff, which is really cool because Mage Knight does have some nice robot guys that you can easily convert for D&D. I found some Mage Knight skeletons. I haven't really ever found many of these guys. They're all hunched over, wonky WizKid stuff, but you can get that situated again. But they're nice enough sculpts. And look at that. It's the classic skeleton. A bunch of these treasure chests, which I already had. These little counter things, which are nice. Got some that have been knocked off the base, including this little orc guy here who's dressed up as a eagle. Never seen that one before. Was there any other good ones? So I got like a couple, I don't know how many miniatures, maybe like a dozen miniatures, including this lovely minotaur here. The big thing was all of this terrain stuff. Now these are the Mage Knight tiles, and I really like how these look. And you can set these up much like most dungeon tiles, and they just kind of fit together in kind of a wonky fashion. Look at that texture. That's actually very nice looking. So I was thinking I would actually keep these and maybe use them for some sort of addition to my normal little things. Originally, what I saw first were the doors. And these are big, chunky doors. Some of them, the ones with the skulls on them, actually don't look all that great. I know there was a... Yeah, here we go. There was a very nice looking door. I like the metal door here with the undead face on it. This was pretty cool looking. Again, pretty big and chunky. So basically, what I got are... I was really hoping that I might find... It looks like this is just the door set, basically. I was really hoping I might find some of the... what do you call them? The dungeon dressing sets they had with the cages and stuff, because there was a lot of cool stuff in that. But it looks like it was just walls, floors, and doors. Which, again, for 20 cents, I mean, yeah. This will make a nice little, like... I could make it just a big room with these, and then kind of hook it on to one of my other rooms there. So, I might do a... So, yeah. So, again, I can understand why these didn't become, like, hugely popular. Because, for dungeon tiles, you kind of have to, like... It looks like these are really made for a specific type of setup. And it would be a little bit... You would have to kind of, like, plan out a little bit more. Other dungeon sets, like, you could just kind of snap together easily enough. Or, you know, I use stuff that's basically like... I love the, let me show you here. I love the Reaper dungeon tiles, which are just... They're just tiles. You just put them down on the thing. And then the Dwarven Forge stuff. Same thing. They're just tiles. You just slam them on the game mat. And you're ready to go. With these, you kind of have to fit them together. And then keep on fitting them together. And if you don't get it in the first time, it does that. So, yeah, and then they have the little holes. This is a little bit similar, and I would say it's a little bit inferior to the Dungeons and Lasers style setup. That setup is much more interesting when it comes to the walls and everything. Now, with this setup, you can set up walls in the middle like this just by shoving the walls in the middle there. So that's okay looking, but you still have these, man, I don't know how, these are very tough, but yeah. And then you have the, so yeah, I don't know how much I really like or dislike these, but yeah, see, it's impossible to build out. You have to, like I said, you have to kind of like plan ahead and then slowly kind of shove them together if they fit. There we go. Boy, WizKids had problems with trying to set up dungeon tiles even before they did their whole the new sets, which were a little bit difficult to put together as well. But here's the thing, I really do like the way these look. And they do have a nice amount of texture. So I will set these up as a room, and then I'll be able to attach them to the rest of my dungeon tiles. So, yeah, it's very interesting. Did I get any other cool doors? There was the cool undead door there. There's the kind of orc skull door, which might look better after it's painted. And I think that's about it. So yeah, it's just pieces of doors and floors. Oh, and I found this one wing, which was sad because I really wish I knew which miniature this came from. But it looks pretty cool. I might try to use that with something. But yeah, a nice amount of miniatures that I can use to make some D&D miniatures if I want to. a bunch of these big old chunky chests. Some of them still in the package, because you used to get these when you bought like a pack of Mage Knight stuff. You'd get one of the chests in the Mage Knight package. And a nice selection of doors, walls, and floors, which will be enough to make a nice little room. Yeah. Believe it or not, that was only... I paid 20 cents a pound for all of this stuff. And again, I don't know if the person was cutting me a deal or what, but I was very happy with that price. I got quite a bit of interesting little things at the Goodwill by the pound. And certainly in this case, it'll be much easier to do crafting stuff with this because it's already fantasy themed. So I'll be showing you more D&D stuff, and I will be showing you more of the Goodwill finds coming up. And I will see you all later. All right. So let's see what we got here. A lot of random stuff. I found these, which is weird, because like this is like a Halloween decoration set that's like... I don't know, it's weird that like somebody would put this in there before Halloween ended. But we got the classic miniature dinosaur skeletons, which may or may not be useful for something. I could actually... These ones have some nice skulls, actually. So you could rip off their skulls and do something with that, or you could tear them apart. So that's actually pretty cool. I like that. Little educational style toys. A lovely shark, an eel, and then this guy, which is a ancient dinosaur fish of some sort. Does it say what it is? No, it does not. I thought this one would look pretty nice for like a D&D project. Oh, speaking of other things that might look nice for D&D, I found some of these things which are apparently Dragonology miniatures. So these are actually miniature dragons. I found these at the Goodwill by the pound in the pits. I might actually sell these though, because even though the packaging is really beat up, like I think I'd be able to actually sell these and get some money. Especially the Asian lung one, like I can tell what they're going for with the, little paint job on here, but the paint job doesn't look that great. And I have other dragons of this style, so I think I'd rather just sell this and get some money for D&D stuff. I don't know about the Frost Dragon. Looks pretty cool. I like the sculpt on the Frost Dragon. The wings are a little bit weirdly shrimpy for some reason, but yeah. And just randomly, I found this as well. This was actually in the Goodwill by the pound. Yoda. This is from the 1995 Kenner line. So yeah, it's very beat up, but I just thought that was funny to find like a semi-vintage Star Wars figure. Though I guess it's 1995 vintage now. I don't know. It may be, maybe not. Some more educational toy stuff, like all little bits and pieces from educational toys. Yeah, I think this is going to be... this looked like a regular bag of Lego stuff, but actually, if you look closely, you can see that this is actually Minecraft Lego stuff. So I think this is, again, is something I'm going to sell. We got a very old sculpt here for an elephant. Yeah, this is a Schleich, I don't know. You'll have to look up the video of that girl on how to pronounce the name of this company, but the lovely Schleich elephant. It's a very nice sculpt, very durable material. I don't think they make stuff in this, because this is like very tough plastic. So yeah, I think this is a cool miniature that could be a nice base for a crafting project. Put a little tent or something on top of there. Yeah, that would be nice. Very good detail on that. Let's see what else we got here. I bought this little thing of like, I don't even know what these are, but they're actually pretty good size for bases. So I bought this little stuff. Again, Goodwill by the pound. I think that was like 20 cents a pound or something, so not that bad. Speaking of little bits and bobs, I got some craftwood circles. These are actually beads. So some craftwood beads, which are always nice, and some interesting colors of the little craft gems that you see everywhere. Randomly, I found this guy, who was the Red Cross blood cell. I don't know, something just called out. It's a little stuffed red blood cell. I don't know what you call this, like a pill bug almost, with a saddle, which kind of looks interesting, but it's a little bit too big and cartoony, obviously. I would have to do some fairly significant modifications to make this into something for D&D. It looked good enough to the point where, like, I could definitely, like, you know, just even if I just use it for, like, some terrain of an empty shell, I could easily do that. Oh, what else we got? Oh, we got another slice. We got another crocodile / alligator. This is, I don't know which one this is. There's a way to tell them apart. But, yeah. Lovely sculpt as always. Oh yeah, I got some of these little wood stamp things. Now, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with these, but these are pretty good textures, so maybe I could try using these as like a green stuff stamp, just to get some texture for like building walls or something. I don't know, I felt like that was something I could attempt to do. We got some dinosaurs. I thought this is like a very actually, I have no idea what material this is, but it's busted. But I grabbed this anyways, and this guy is just standard, more of a cheapo toy, but I really like the paint job on this Triceratops. It's very interesting. So I grabbed that. I found a very derpy looking dragon. I'm not sure if maybe I could do a repaint. I don't know. I just saw a dragon, I grabbed it. I probably should have just left this in the Goodwill pot for some child or something. I got a dice with a bunch of letters on it, which is, I don't know what this originally was for, but it has a bunch of letters on it. So, I don't know. I think I might try to use this in some sort of puzzle. I don't know. That's a very weird dice. And then I found a bunch of these things, which I have no idea what they are, but they're like the kind of like armored elephant with like skeleton bone type husks. I felt these would be like cool just to like kind of put on a piece of terrain. Something similar here. This is kind of more like a skull with a skull hand grabbing it. All I found was the heads, and that was very weird, but I figured like that would be good for like a little, I don't know, a little like project where I put those for decorative or terrain purposes. This is like a little weasel guy, kind of just in an alert position. Oh, weasel guy. I don't know. I found a lot of like little minifigs for various toy sets. Just a lovely bit of tree there. That would be nice for something. Oh yeah, I found a couple minifigs here. I don't know what the heck these are from, but they seem to be like miniature versions of like larger sculpts maybe. I know like some of the companies do that. So these are like very almost in scale with D&D sculpts. And I don't know what company did this. Like, there's little holes for their accoutrements, and you can actually, yeah, you can actually switch around, like, weapons and stuff. So, I don't know what company this is from. They don't have any marking. I haven't seen these before, but they're almost the scale of D&D. And they're pretty well detailed, so I might touch these up. Those definitely have potential. I only found 2 of them. I found a D8. More crafting beads. I found like these nice little metal crafting beads. So I'm definitely going to be able to do something with these. These are going in my bits box for sure. These are all very useful for crafting eyes and stuff. Bits and pieces here. Yeah, so maybe useful in the future. So there was some random dollhouse stuff, which I thought would be interesting to make into like a giant terrain. Obviously, a table like this would be the proper size for like a hill giant or a stone giant or something like that. Just massive buckets. Then a chair to go with the table. And then this little bit of doll furniture, which is like a little cinch bag, which would be nice as a bit of scatter terrain in a cave to let players know that there's giant things about. And more little minifigs. Plastic dogs and other animals here. And the dogs were like okay. You could probably paint those up. But the little eagle was actually not, if I thought still focused, the little eagle that I found was not a bad sculpt at all. It's got a nice little bit of detail. It's on a rocky. It's got like the correct size base for D&D miniature, so I like that. So I'll definitely be using that for something. Found a little manatee guy there. Little manatee miniature, which is, I don't know if I'll ever use that, but yeah. A decent big old rhino, which I could definitely use. And then some more random dice. Which is weird. You don't generally see like D8s. There must have been some board game that used D8s. But yeah. So that's my haul for mid-October. I also found some sealed craft paint. Always a nice bonus when I'm looking for stuff. And, all sorts of little bits and bobs that I hope to use in crafting projects somewhere down the line. I'm going to be working on the Dread Gazebo build next, and look forward to a bunch of new crafting projects coming out in mid-November. Goodwill finds. So this is just a bunch of stuff, again, that I found in October during my visits to Goodwill. This is just something random. I found this little Activision controller thing. These flashback things from Games were always like in the big box stores, and I always wanted to get one on clearance because they charge even $6 seemed like a little bit much for this. So I'll have to see if this works. But yeah, it'd be fun to just see how good the emulation for something like Pitfall would be. Because these are all our Atari games. So I know Games, I know some of the stuff that they emulate in terms of, the 16-bit systems wasn't that great. Yeah, I just got some locks. Master Lock Magnum. I got a set of massive locks here. We got this massive McDonald's toy, I think. Raya, the Last Dragon. Now, I was assuming that maybe I could redo that, maybe add some stuff on there, make it something interesting. There was this bag of stuff which seemed to be leftovers, and at first I didn't know what it was. So look at this. We got Hawkeye's bow. We got Star-Lord's gun. We got Spider-Man's. We have a lot of Spider-Man's arms here. So we got all these nice little bits of pew-pew, which I'm assuming are supposed to be used from the stuff. We got Thor's face. We have, I don't even know. Whoa. That is actually pretty creepy. What is that expression? Like, why would you sculpt something for a premium figure and then just have, just a dead staring... Oh my god, that's very creepy. Captain America's arm. A sigh? Huh. Maybe from Deadpool, or maybe from Elektra, maybe? I don't know. But the one thing that this is why I noticed this, because I saw this loose, is I saw this, and we all know what this gauntlet is. What a sweet gauntlet. I think I might actually keep this just for something to leave on the table. Lovely. Lovely gauntlet. Let's see here. Yeah, there's a bunch of other little bits and pieces. I think this is like electricity. We have some hands that are sprouting this like kind of webbing. I don't know if that's a Spider-Man variant. I don't know. But that was all. I thought that was very interesting. We of course have Captain America's shield. More bits and stuff. We have some spider webs from Spider-Man, I assume. These actually look really nice. Like, this would be cool just as like a terrain bit of spider web that you can just drop on a miniature. 'Cause this is nice and translucent. So, I like that. It's nice little stuff like that. Let's see here. Oh, and of course we have Meow Meow from Thor. So that's pretty cool. That looks pretty neat. I will probably end up selling a lot of this stuff. But yeah, I'll have to see. I don't know what that is. And we have something from Skylanders, of course. I thought that was a nice little translucent bit of material, which could be used for something cool. Now, I don't remember if this is from She-Ra or He-Man. I don't remember what. But this is a classic figure. 100% legit, not like a reprint. This is from, it has the actual date on here, 1983, Mattel. Wow. So, I looked up, I knew this guy's name for a second there, but, yeah, so I don't know, I'll probably end up selling him, because, what do we got here? We got, some sort of, like, this is some Toys to Life video game thing. It's definitely Venom eating a Spider-Man symbol, but I thought this would look nice maybe if I could do a repaint. That could be a bit of D&D terrain. I've got this guy here, which I have no idea what this miniature is from. This is like a Funko thing, apparently. So, I thought the sculpt on this was actually pretty good. And maybe with some slight changes, could be made into a nice D&D miniature. Obviously, it's supposed to have a wobbly head and whatnot. But, yeah, I like that. And the sculpt on the face is not bad either. Very, very interesting. Shell from some sort of dollhouse type thing. I thought that might be cool as to repaint that as a flail snail shell. What else we got in here? Little bits of jewelry and stuff. This could be used for nice flocking material. Very bits of, like, not all beads. This is just some sort of bits of colored glass and stuff. We got just a weird toy skull thing from some sort of large creature. I figure I can just kind of break this apart and put this in some terrain one day. We got more beads, small beads. Always good to have beads and stuff like that for little eyes of sculpting materials. We have like an entire like battleship thing, which was a very poorly made model. I'm not sure what model this was originally, but you know, some bits and pieces of electronics and pieces of tat to be used for future things. I kind of grabbed that just because there was quite a bit of like little details on there. You know. We have the lovely Warhammer cards. Now, I saw these, and I looked for a while, and I found no miniatures. So these were just in the Goodwill by the pound things loose. And draw your own conclusions from that. It seems weird. It seems like if somebody donated some Warhammer stuff, they would, like, put the Warhammer stuff in a lot and sell it. I'm sure they do that because, you know, Goodwill is one of those places where if they find something really good and they recognize it, they don't sell it in the store. They sell it on their online site, which is a bit frustrating. But yeah, draw your own conclusions from that. I am not sure what the heck that is all about. What do we have in the final bag? Oh yeah, we got something nice here. We have a lovely Safari Hydra, which I always like the looks of that. If you'll notice, I already have this Hydra, but my Hydra is missing the flame here. So yeah, I really like the looks of this. So I would, you know, this is a nice little miniature, and certainly I would rather pay $1 a pound for it than, you know, pay the full asking price, because who can afford that? Oh yeah, I grabbed some gesso, the Quex gesso, and I grabbed this because it was completely unused. I don't know what the working time with gesso is or how long it stays fresh, but this is a lot of people love using stuff like this for priming hard to prime miniatures, and I've used varieties of that before, but I'll have to see how this does. I got a bunch of these astronaut toys. I figured these would make good armatures for like ogres or something like that. Or if I ever do a sci-fi scene, I could use these for something. Nice, interesting little selection of astronaut-style guys. Selection of turtles. I got a turtle hiding in their shell. And I got a little baby turtle hatching from an egg, which would make a nice little giant turtle hatching from their egg for D&D scale. Alright, my rhino collection grows. Some bones, which would look nice in a base. A sign. But this looked really nice. Look how detailed that is. It's a little bit of detailed stuff. So I like that. That seemed like it would be a nice little bit of scatter stuff. There's some broken stuff here. I can cut off the little bits of what's supposed to be sheet metal and just have these lying down for ruins, maybe. I got a barrel. We got this little bit of random machinery, which would look good, all beat up and old to represent stuff. I got another Brachiosaurus, so I should. I think I have a couple of these guys now. This one actually has a pretty decent paint job. So Brachiosaur. Yeah, so I like this guy. So this is definitely getting added to my dinosaur collection. Yeah, nothing else exciting. Oh, there we go. There's that dead tree that I saw before. This would actually look really nice. There's a bit of scatter terrain. So from that same set, I might be able to dress it up. And a tiny cannon. Not much detail. But certainly I could repaint it as a derelict cannon or something like that. Yeah, well, it looks okay. So yeah, certainly not the greatest haul. Oh yeah, I found a bowler hat too. This is a toy bowler hat. And what I wanted to do is use this to put on like a giant's head. So I'd have a giant wearing a bowler hat. It's very important. I'll have to keep that safe. Alright, and that is about it. Like I said, this was from October, and just incredibly disappointed that I found, like, there was like a dozen of these, and I just grabbed a few. But, yeah, what a disappointment. To see the cards, but not the miniatures. Ah, well. You win some, you lose some. I think the Marvel stuff, most of that I'm going to sell. Because I'm sure there's somebody who's missing parts and would like to get their parts back. But I'm going to keep this spiderweb. The more I look at it, the rest I think can definitely get sold on eBay. Well, I am tempted to keep Thor's hammer. And I'm very tempted to keep Thanos' glove. Just for a little bit of scenery there. It does look nice on the table, just sitting there like that. I don't know. And, of course, the lovely bit of Safari Hydra situation here, which is certainly a nicely a nicely sculpted little bit of Hydrishness, so that'll be on a spot on my table. So yeah. Though I'm not going to complain about some of this stuff is going to be pretty dang neat for D&D, but we would rather get stuff that would be more easily used for... Oh my god, I didn't see this before. I have Baby Groot. Look at that. Look at that, it's Baby Groot. Yeah, it's Baby Groot. I didn't notice that. Look at that. What an accessory. It's hilarious. Okay. So yeah, this is what I found at Goodwill, and obviously you'll see what I do with all this stuff in future crafting builds. But as for now, I think this is probably the dead face of Scarlett Johansson stares at you unblinkingly. Oh my god. If this isn't Black Widow, like... what the heck? This must be the Black Widow, but they couldn't have created a different facial expression. I mean, what the heck? Alright, the disembodied head of Chris Hemsworth says, reminds you to please subscribe and make sure that you ring the dumb bell if you want notifications for future videos like this. Alright. See ya! Alright, so... I went to the Goodwill by the pound again. Let's just take a look at some of the random stuff that I found first. I got a couple of Mr. Potato Heads, and I'm definitely going to do something a little bit more in depth with these. So yeah, Mr. Potato Head, the Mr. Potato Dread or Mr. Potato Dead that I made last time was interesting, but yeah. No, I think I definitely do something much more interesting with these two guys. The Warhammer Potato Stomper thing, and I really kind of want to do something like that. Here's a interesting oddity. I got a old boxed copy of Myst, and this is for the Macintosh. So, yeah. It's the Macintosh version of Myst, which... as far as I know, has everything in it that comes with Myst. And it's like, wow, they don't make video games like this anymore. And look at this. This is some... they give you a little 3-hint thing? Oh, that's pretty cool. And this nice little journal to help you through it. I was really young. I was very young when I first tried to play Myst, so it was probably a little bit too much of a... probably a little bit too obscure puzzle game for me, but this was interesting. Again, I don't know. I just I like old old PC games. We got some little bits here from some sort of educational game. Yeah, I was thinking maybe these would look good as like maybe mechanical refuse or something like that. We got this, which I believe is from Fortnite, maybe? I don't know. But it's a nice enough massive treasure chest. So I thought that might be good for a D&D prop. Yes, we have some... we have a light up kit that spells out love. And you have these little... you got these very small little bits of LED stuff. So I thought that might be nice for lighting up some D&D product. We have this thing, which I don't know if this is an official thing or not, but it kinda, to me, this definitely was the, kinda looked like the Dark Souls bonfire thing. I don't know. It's kinda cheap looking and stuff, but I don't know. I might do something with that. That's... we got a board game part with a flying ship and some stuff, which is really too small. I probably should have left that there, but that was just loose. So yeah, educational toys, random bits and bobs. Again, this is I've gone in there. I've seen like 3 different sets like this. So I don't know if there's like some sort of weird thing where these were donated and none of the stores wanted them. So it's a little weird. Got a some sort of magical staff. I got a blue horse, which is a pretty interesting sculpt. I don't know where this is from, but I think this would look nice as a D&D horse. Perhaps slightly repainted. I felt that this could be like, kind of cut this off and maybe use this as a piece of broken statue or something like that. So yeah, just a interesting bit of, well, I don't know, but a little bit better plastic than you normally see. I think this might be one of those kits where you dig out the skeleton and then this tiny little miniature. I think this is supposed to be a dinosaur skeleton. Maybe I've seen stuff like this before. Maybe this is similar to the Jurassic Park one that I found before. I don't know. Boba Fett Mandalorian mask thing, which looks pretty cool. But like, I think you're supposed to. Yeah, it's supposed to get hung up on a wall because you can't just put this on a shelf. Which is weird that they would like. They would design a product like this that would almost sit on a shelf, but then it doesn't. Now, I got this because I was thinking, like, well, maybe I can kind of repaint it and make it look cool. It's got a switch and it does light up, but it just lights up the little light on his sensor there. That's all. So, I don't know. I was thinking, though, I could actually, like, paint it and make it look like real metal and, like, battle damaged and stiff. But, yeah, it's weird that this... I'll have to look this up and see maybe if this is, like... I don't know, I might... If it's worth any money, I might sell it, because, again, it would look... If it just sat down, maybe I'll glue a base on it, so you can actually just sit it down, but it's not even made to do that, because, like, the switch is right there, so it's, like... It's impossible to, like, have it just sit on a shelf. You have to put it on the wall, which is weird. But, yeah, I thought that looked really nice. I mean, you don't really find stuff like that at the Goodwill by the pound all the time. Oh, we got some more apple barrel paint, which is nice as paint. But, if you know, as a reminder why I get these little apple barrel paints is because I love using them as painting handles. So you can see here, and yeah. So the apple bow, I like these as painting handles. So if you're wondering why I'm always grabbing those. We have this sad case. I don't know that much about Godzilla, but I know this is Mecha King Ghidorah. And it's a real shame, because this obviously was a very nice like action figure. But he's all broken up, and the pieces were, the pieces are just completely gone. So it's a real shame. But there's some parts on here, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do this. Maybe I'll try to make a refurbish of this, or just use it for parts for a miniature build. I don't know. The LEDs and everything were pretty good. And like I said, I definitely want to do something. Again, I keep on looking at that Potato Stomper and thinking I can do something interesting. So we'll have to see. But yeah. Was there anything else? What is this? Oh yeah, it's a little sundial thing. This was from that board game. So yeah, a little sundial from the board game thing. This does have some neat texture and parts on it. So maybe I'll use this for something else. I just felt like the sundial on its own would make like a nice D&D sundial part of a bit. I don't know what else I'll do. Like this little back part here could make some nice like machinery, I guess. I don't know. We will have to see. Okay. And that is all. Goodwill by the pound. I found a copy of Game of Thrones Conquest and Rebellion. This is just an animated history of Game of Thrones. So I don't know how interesting this will be. I read all the books. I'm eagerly awaiting the next book. But yeah, don't know. I found a nearly complete Mr. Potato Head. So this is obviously one of the newer versions of Mr. Potato Head. As soon as I figure out what the best use for those potato heads are, they are going to get turned into something interesting. I got a Centipede game, which I don't know if that's actually going to work or not. Just junk toy train stuff. Some nice little substructure there would make a nice little part of a rock wall. Small toy boat. A bit of a thing that used to be some sort of like, obviously, a carriage or something. That could be. We got some assorted trees. I mean, there really isn't that much of a difference. I kind of like the molding on some of these trees, and these could definitely be used for something interesting. But, yeah. So, and then we have this, which is the top of some sort of hut. And I thought that actually looked pretty nice. Some very simple adjustments that could be converted into something for a toy. I think I got this just because I got a kick out of it. Like, it's just dollar store toys that are in the dollar store. So, I definitely paid way less than $1 for this. So, yeah, the arm actually just kind of pops in there. It doesn't really... But that still works. Yeah, so it's an okay dollar toy. Definitely could use this for something. The feet are pretty neat, so maybe we'll use that for another toy conversion later down the line. We got a block, just a toy block here. That could be used for a stone block. Oh, yeah, I had some... Oh, well, this was just a door. We have a block which is made out of wood. Card game covers. It's books that I have seen. And I just grabbed it because, again, that's only 20 cents a pound. Which is not bad at all. A fireplace, which would be roughly in scale with 28mm. That could be redone as just a bit of furniture. I don't think I have any fireplaces. Some Lego stuff, but I got this just because I want to sell it. With my other Lego crap that I found. Oh, yeah, one of the little tube dragons. So just a little classic tube dragon there. Maybe spare parts. I actually was interested in this. It's the goose. It's a goose miniature. This is roughly in scale for a dire goose. A very large goose, but I kind of want to do a miniature of a goose. And this would save me the trouble of getting like a 3D printed one or a goose that is small enough to be in scale with D&D. So yeah, this will be a dire goose. I might have to adjust that a little bit or something. Another toy treasure chest. Rather large, so perhaps a giant's treasure chest. Schleisch, maybe Schleisch? I don't know how you pronounce this. Yet another rhino to go in my rhino collection. This might be the nicest one so far. I definitely want to do a rhino with like a platform on its back. I got another one of these toys, which I believe this is another Jurassic Park toy, which is invisible. So that actually kind of seems like it'd be cool for D&D to have an invisible dinosaur attack. Some more random toy bits here. Well, I think I grabbed this because I thought this would be a nice part for like a trap. There, I got a nice D6 from some board game, which is a nice, big, loud D6, which I like. I like random D6s like that. Maybe a dinosaur claw. I don't know. Some bits of wood, which I thought were actually pretty nicely textured. So, and a... Well, look at that. Oh, it's a goblet in 2 pieces. So, that might be cool for a little bit of D&D train. Interesting visual on the table. Also, this excellent part of a dinosaur skull. This is the only part of that skull that I found. But obviously, what a nice sculpt. Schleich, maybe? I don't know. Probably Schleich. But, yeah, this would be great for terrain bits or, just basically having out on the... Oh, this would actually be really good if you had a large miniature and you wanted something on the base. This would be good for basing, too. So, yeah, a nice eclectic bunch of stuff. Yeah, so I'm happy enough. I definitely think that... Oh, wait, I completely missed out on the two things. I was beyond really disappointed because I found one single Mage Knight thing. And even more disappointing, I found one, and I believe this is... I want to say this is Heroescape. I found one miniature from Heroescape. And I thought this was a pretty sweet find, and it would have been awesome if I would have been able to find more of these guys. But no, just the one, which happens sometimes at the Goodwill by the pound. And then you never find anything like that. That happened to me with the one singular goblin from the Hero Quest set. But again, I think these are from Heroescape. Somebody had a really nice, complete set of these. And it was actually pretty fun to play the board game, because that's like a weird skirmish thing. So, yeah, a lot of really cool stuff. But, yeah, we'll have to see what I make from this. And I think I'm going to start off with the Dastardly Goose first. Even more stuff from the Goodwill by the pound. I made it out pretty well with a certain item, which I'll save for last because it's the best thing. But yeah, randomly I found the super fancy DVD version, the Vista series of Unbreakable, which I kind of wanted to re-watch because I kind of wanted to watch the Glass movie there. I grabbed this because it had Fallout on it, but it's just like... It's just a floppy lanyard. I don't know what this is or where this is from. It's not very good. It's pretty cheap. So I don't know what that's from. I like Fallout, the original Fallouts. 76 was a rather big misstep, but I grabbed that because it said Fallout. Maybe I shouldn't have, because it doesn't seem that interesting or good. I got another piece of rock here, which again is nice for some basing stuff. Found a super cheap dinosaur. I've never seen this sculpt before. This is like a very shrimpy Stegosaurus. I don't know where the sculpt comes. This is definitely a newer one. I've been finding out that the sculpts of dinosaurs have been getting worse and worse throughout the years. Speaking of dinosaurs, here is something which I don't know what the company is, but it's, again, one of these ones. I think this might be an official Mega Bloks ones, because there are cheaper ones, but they never seem to fit together as well. This one seems to fit together pretty well. Oh, and its mouth opens up, too. I didn't notice that before. Look at that. Wah! So, yeah, I got this because it has the wings that you can pop on and off. So I figured I could use it for spare parts. But this actually doesn't look that bad. But, no, actually it does. It's definitely action-y figuring, so it's not... You can't really get into a good pose. So I think this will be definitely for parts. I want to say the head as a trophy on the wall of an inn or something like that. Thought this would look nice as like some basing material or something. I have no clue what it is, but it's got some interesting texture on there. So if you could chop it off and then just paint it as a bit of ancient ruins. I regret buying this. This is a little bit of a candelabra, but it really doesn't look that great. But maybe I can actually paint it and make it all crappy. Or maybe I could paint it and make it all fancy and just have it like smashed on the ground, maybe. I don't know. I do see some minor potential for that. I got this lovely BB-8 style dome, which I figure I can just repaint and then paint all crappy and corroded and have the texture kind of show up a little bit. So, yeah, I don't know what this was originally, obviously. But, yeah, that's all on its lonesome BB-8 thing. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll figure out what to do with that. Oh, and this I didn't take a close look at, but I thought this was actually something different, but it actually had some bits that I was excited about. This is obviously a cheapo, maybe this is a set for a train set, I want to say, because some of the stuff seems a little bit better than other things. Oh yeah, look at that. So some railroad crossing there. So obviously I think this is train set stuff. Scale, little stuff like that, little white picket fences, little feed troughs, little signs. Well, this is actually just a pile of wood, but what I really liked was all the teeny tiny little pig guys. Look at how nice in scale these would be for D&D pigs. These would be perfectly in scale for D&D pigs. The cows, ironically, well, I think they're supposed to be hogs, because the cows would be actually a little bit shrimpy for D&D, but the pigs were perfectly in scale for D&D, so I'll have to... I'm definitely going to use the pigs for something. You can definitely see that there's a bunch of railroad crossing stuff, so clearly this is for model train stuff. I got the little Schnauzer dog from Monopoly. And I don't think this is going to be good for D&D, but still, it's the little Schnauzer dog from Monopoly, which I thought was just a fun little miniature. My big find, my absolute best find, was some of these. And if you take a look, this is a complete human skeleton from RPM Skillcraft. So you can see that this is not exactly like... This is pretty complex. Now, it's not like amazing, but it's pretty dang impressive. And you can just see like the little details. Like, obviously, I don't think this is the best molded or casted piece, but it does have pretty dang good detail. And I figure that little bits and pieces like this would be absolutely perfect for D&D. Like this would just be really fun. Just think of the ideas of just finding a giant's burial ground, and you have all the bones for scatter pieces or pieces of terrain. Oh, I really like it. And the best part is that I got a second pack of these for, and again, these were like $1.49 a pound, which is, considering how light these are, that's pretty good. And I got a third pack of these. So 3 complete skeletons. And I got a 4th pack of these. So yeah, I don't know if these are complete. Because the first one had a little box of see-through things. Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do... Well, I think this is actually how you hook the bones together with these little bracket things here. So, yeah, this box has a thing. I'm going to see if these skeleton sets are worth any money, because I have a bunch of them. So I don't think I need all of them, because I got another one, too. So, yeah. So I just grabbed these as quick as I could. I actually assumed that maybe some of these were different, but these are all human skeleton stuff. So even though, I mean, this is actually pretty damn cool. See, they do have that nice texture. Yeah, and I do like the fact that, like, they're in different pieces.
Ah, everybody. What is a skeleton's favorite snack? Why must you fail me?
Yes. Is this the head? I'm trying to piece this together. I think this is incomplete. Because I'm looking here and I do not see... In this little piece anyways, I don't see the I don't see the other part of the skull. So I won't feel bad about using this. But yeah, look at that. Like a big, massive skeleton hand. The dang old possibilities are dang old endless, man. There's supposed to be another part of the skull which is not in this bag. So this is incomplete. So I 100% am not going to feel bad about messing around with this and using this for terrain purposes. Because this is definitely incomplete because it's missing part of the skull. And this one is not missing part of the skull. Oh, this is way too interesting for me to look this around. No, this one seems to be complete. And then you have the big old cap here. Yeah, let's look at that. Yeah, okay, so this one's missing the jaw. So this one's incomplete as well. And, you know, frankly, I'll have to look online to see if these are worth anything. They're probably not. Ribs! Spare ribs! Ribs! Spare ribs! Hello, everybody. Once again, I have some stuff from the Goodwill by the pound. Yeah, I've been kind of saving these up. All this footage was from earlier months. Now conditions are not the greatest to go to the Goodwill by the pound anymore. So this might be the last Goodwill by the pound video for a while until things change. I did find a lot of interesting stuff. Let's start off with something from the regular Goodwill, not the Goodwill by the pound. I found this excellent Core Rulebook 2. Ooh, yes, this Core Rulebook 2 for Dungeons & Dragons 3.5. $6, which is not a really bad price at all. And certainly, I know exactly where to put this book. Alright, so let's get into it. First thing first, just some DVDs. You know, it's weird how sometimes, you know, obviously they're getting rid of old stock and stuff, but it's odd the kind of stuff that you find. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Haven't watched this movie in a while. Again, it seems like a pretty good price of $1.50 a pound to see it. The American Godzilla. Man, what an absolute disappointment for a lot of people. Not the greatest, certainly not. Batman, The Batman, second season. This is different than the original animated show. So I thought I would check it out, and because I don't really remember watching this. I don't remember watching this at all, but this is the full second season, so again, thought I'd get it. Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. Interesting movie. And then Superman Doomsday with the holographic setup here. This is the this is just the DVD version. This is not the Blu-ray version, I don't think. Yeah, it's just the DVD version, but it's the fancy one with the disc. So once again, considering how light DVDs are, then you know, I'd check this out. Some of the DC movies are pretty good. Superman and Batman: Public Enemies. This is another one that I've just never watched before, and it would be kind of interesting to check it out. So, I did. Oh, actually, I got my receipt here. So, yeah, there was some stuff I got for 20 cents a pound. If you could look at it. Yeah, in total, this was only $7.06 in total for all this stuff. Not including the $6 that I paid for the book. So... yeah, some more Playmobil stuff. The Playmobil, you know, I don't know what you would call it, but I call it cheap crafting stuff. I think that's the only thing I got here. I got this really interesting looking siege weapon here, and this is one of those little toy things that actually kind of work a little bit. It's got a bit of elastic there, so I liked the sculpt of this, so I could definitely maybe give this a repaint and see if this might be nice for some sort of siege weapon. I mean, it does have a nice bit of detail, so I'll have to see. Again, you don't really see that many. I think this would just be a battering ram. I don't know if there's a better word for it or not. What else we got here? Wow, I don't even know what that was. Something just started making noise. I found yet another Mr. Potato Head. It seems like when you're looking for Mr. Potato Heads, you can't find them. But when you're not looking for them, you find a lot of them. More, again, I guess this is all Playmobil, but this is a very nice little stump here. You could definitely use this to build off of something, which is I like doing. You'll see that in a bunch of the other crafting projects that I'm doing. Yeah, another toys, video game toy, Skylander. I don't know if I can actually do anything with this. I mean, it's it's certainly a nice sculpt, but yeah, I don't know. It seems, I don't know. It was there, so I grabbed it, but possibly, I don't know. That might have been a misstep. Ooh, I do like this one, though. This is a How to Tame Your Dragon 2 toy. And this has pretty good detail. Now, of course, it's cartoony and whatnot, but it is this, the correct size for a large dragon. And like I said, I really like the two-wing design. So I might have to do something with this. Yeah. Not a bad sculpt at all. Obviously, repaint would fix the cartoony eyes. But yeah, I like that. Let's see here. Oh, we got some adhesive pearls. I've seen people on other channels use these sort of things as rivets. So if I need some super big rivets, I can use those to put on there. Some more Skylander stuff. This one was ripped from the base, which is hilarious. I liked the head on this one. I could see this one like being part of like a piece of terrain or maybe some sort of like trap or something like that. So I'm gonna behead this guy and use this guy's head as something. Let's see here. What else we get? Oh, for non-crafting stuff, I actually found these figures here, and these really reminded me, if my camera will focus today, which it doesn't want to, these figures I didn't get for crafting, but rather because these reminded me of the Sandman graphic novel. And I mean, this guy literally has what appears to be like a gas gun. I have no clue. And when I talk about the Sandman, I talk about like the original, well, in the comic universe, like apparently the Sandman took up the mantle of the Sandman when the quote-unquote real Sandman dream went away for a while. But I don't know, these just seemed really interesting. They have like these little pegs. So I'm going to do some investigation, figure out what these are, because these actually seemed like really interesting, like, I want to say these are comic book toys, but honestly, I don't know exactly what these could be, but they're very cool looking, so I'm glad I grabbed those. Neon translucent sunglasses wearing horned thing. I think this is supposed to be a dragon, but my god, how gaudy and horrible. I really want to like touch this up and use this for something. But yeah, I think this is part of something else. There was more bits from that same thing. Yeah, here we go. I got the body, I think, of that. My god, look at this thing. So yeah, I don't know what the heck that is, but it had some cool looking parts on it. Incomplete, but yeah, cool looking parts. A cowl and a bit of armor, which I don't know. I might try to do something with that as like a ghost, maybe. Cheap medieval warrior toys. We have this one. I have no what this is from. This is from Mattel, so this is a little bit different. This horse right here is from Mattel. It's a little bit shrimpy for D&D, but like the sculpt is pretty nice. So I got that, and I got a bunch of the El Cheapo Knights toys. So you've seen these before. I don't know why I grabbed so many of them. I do like these for statues, and, you know, I was coming up with an idea for a puzzle that required a lot of statues. A seahorse, which I could put on a small base and just have a little bit of the seahorse there. I have no clue what this is. This is a small snake and a bit of... I have no clue. Maybe like armor or something. I don't know. Just a McDonald's toy. I should have left this one there because I don't know what I'm going to do with something like this. I think I got this just for the shield, so I could cut the shield off and use that for something like maybe like an oversized archer's shield or something like that. Oh, likewise, I probably should have let it go, and not taken this big old massive moose reindeer thing from Frozen. Though I could use the antlers for something, because it's way too big to use for D&D stuff. The scale's just completely off. But yeah, a transformer that turns into a speedboat and obviously is part of a larger transformer. And I found this this pretty interesting treasure chest slash box thing, which with the right paint job could look pretty nice. I might just trim off this little large bit here and just glue the top on, and then paint it up like a cursed chest or something. I like little bits of stuff like that where you can work on it, and something interesting could come about from it. This was what's making the noise. It's a big old thing. I think this is like, I forget which brand of thing this is from, but yeah. It's a big old lion head. If I can kind of unscrew this part here, this could be like a carved stone obelisk. Man, this is a big... I'm going to turn that off for now. And then, yeah, fill in this... Well, I don't even know if I would have to do that. But this would look nice as like a stone carving that might ask a riddle or something like that. So, yeah. Interesting enough. And I found another How to Train Your Dragon. This one, I believe... I don't know what movie this one. Probably from the first one. But, yeah, it actually looks pretty interesting. Now, again, the cartoony eyes are not as bad on this one, so... Yeah, I felt I could, like, glue this down on a base, and this could be something. I mean, it's a very nice sculpt. Yeah. So, another How to Train Your Dragon guy. Nice enough textures. Maybe a repaint. Whoosh. Very nice wings, too. And finally, I found some bits from an escape room board game, which I thought would make some really cool terrain. Like, this little piece here has all these little bits that pop up and down. But it has all these little things here that with the board game. But I figure I can just kind of... I can just basically do just a paint job on this and just have a static vault that the players are trying to get into or something. That'd be kind of cool. I have found enough... I forget what the name of this stuff is. It's something to help with crocheting or quilting or something. I don't know about that because I just use it for easy windows. So this is actually pretty good quality. If you do sideways and you cut out windows, you can make little window panes that look pretty good in 28mm. And so yeah, grab these, and this will definitely be a nice bit of stuff I can use for crafting window panes. The final bit from that, I guess you could just call it the escape room game. I don't know what the heck it is, but yeah. This is in here so hard that I don't know how I'm gonna do this, because it'd be nice to have something inside of this, but yeah, I guess I could just get rid of the tabs on the thing, because the base clearly is not supposed to be easily taken out. But I think if I kind of get rid of some of the tabs, you'll be able to put the top of it on and off pretty well. And I don't know about the arrow. I think maybe I'll just leave the arrow out. But I really enjoy the patterns, maze-like patterns of all this stuff. And the bottom can just be... I'll keep the bottom on there. And then just get rid of some of the tabs so you can easily put stuff in and out of this. Lots of nice little texture. This will look very nice painted in a metallic color, and then give nice and muted metallic stuff going on there. So there you go. This is all the stuff from the Goodwill by the Pound that I found. And yeah, I like that. A lot of cool stuff. And I actually went to the Savers thrift store, and I found something very interesting that will require minimal painting, and that's this lovely dinosaur. And I did find out what series this is from, but I paid, what was it? Yeah, I paid $3 for this. And this is a just absolutely, the only, you can kind of fit a miniature in there. Actually, let me grab a miniature and see if I can actually. So that actually works out pretty well. So absolutely minimal changes will need to be made for this. There's actually some bits broken off, so I'll have to maybe just do some painting and get rid of that. This is probably some sort of missile launcher, and there's something on the other side there that's broken off. But yeah, this is always fun when you can find stuff where you literally don't really have to do anything to make it into a fun D&D miniature. And this just looks like a fun D&D miniature. Can you imagine using this in a Chult game?
So there you have it, kids. That's the last Goodwill by the Pound video that I'm gonna be doing, perhaps forever.
But yeah, no, I'm probably not going to be doing a Goodwill by the Pound video anytime soon. But you know what? I have my hopes that I'll be able to be back in the giant building, sifting through garbage soon. In the meantime, I clearly have enough random stuff to do a million crafting projects and whatnot, so I will continue to do that. As well, I'm going to show you guys some of my online finds and showcase some of my painting projects. So stay tuned. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone out there. Alright, today we're going to take a look at some Goodwill by the Pound finds. Just get the DVDs out of the way. It's a Superman movie that I've never seen before. This is this weird movie. I don't remember if this was an indie movie, but basically the concept is the Beatles have disappeared from everybody's memory except for this one dude. So this one guy, he's the only one who remembers the Beatles, and nobody else does. Command & Conquer! Now, this is one of the things where I think there's a chance that some of these codes work. I'm gonna try. It was neat to find the old box. Again, this was not that much per pound, so... yeah, I'm hoping that at least one of the codes will work. For your Emmy consideration DVD of Monk. I don't know how common these are. This one's all beat up. But it's just weird that, like, an Emmy consideration DVD was just randomly at the Goodwill by the pound. I think this might be one of the last games where, like, the DRM is actually set disc. So if you have the disc, I should be able to install and play this. I'm going to try that out and see what happens. Oh, random sprues. It's always fun to see these random sprues. This was it, obviously, for some sort of old-fashioned car, because you can see the radiator there. But, some little hubcaps, some lights, some little chrome parts. This was the single bit of sprue I found for that, so I have no idea what that's from. Oh, we got some McDonald's toys. The Megamind armor sets, which I used. You know, that was funny, because I made 2 of these, right? So I made 2 little mech suits for D&D. Basically, what I did is I put a little platform with some plastic card, and then I just gave them a simple paint job, put them on a base, and thus you have mech suits that actually look pretty nice in D&D. The only drawback of this is that they have the weird, you know, cheapo savings. But, frankly, I filled these in last time, and I don't even know if I'm going to do these with this, because you know what? I don't know if it's even worth it. So you could tell that when I was running a game with these, everyone wanted a mech suit. So it's good that I found more of these. So now when I run this in-person game again, I'll have enough mech suits for all of the PCs, so they can all have their own little mech suit. Also, I believe, from another Disney movie, this is from the Atlantis. Scotty TM did a video where the little tiny toys here for baby showers, he made these into carts. So I am going to do the same thing, and now I have them. These weren't at my dollar store, so I don't know how they found these. I actually found a bottle of this before at the clearance at my local hobby store. If this would... This is, I believe, is brand new. Yeah, this is brand new. I remember using this on some of my first models, and I actually had a pretty good use of this. I used this for some of the little bits of cloth, so I'm going to experiment a little bit more with this, because it's interesting to try different paints that were really not made for miniatures, but, you know, you can use craft paints, and then maybe you can use these fancy paints, too. Also, I found some other acrylic paints. Reeves and some Winsor Newton acrylic paint. And I gotta do some research to find out. I think these are gonna be, like, way, way too thick, for the most part, to use on miniatures. But I think these will still adhere if a miniature is properly primed. Very interested to do some experimentation. Here's that third. Now I definitely will have enough mech suits for any future D&D game. Playmobil, once again. I grabbed this because I really wasn't finding that much stuff during this trip. The texture on this isn't that great, but it is interesting with the circle and whatnot. I might actually cut out the rock texture and just have, like, the circle texture there, because that actually looks pretty good. The only problem is it's got this... It's bulked up on the bottom there, so I'd have to cut this out. So I don't know, this might be more of a pain than it's worth. I might actually just use this as the giant skeleton area, and then just fill in all of this stuff with Sculpt-A-Mold. Keep the texture on the bricks, and then maybe keep some of the texture. Yeah, you know what? If I could heavily alter this might actually make a very good, like, little resting place for my skeleton. Speaking of skeletons, we have some wonky dinosaur skeletons. I think they're similar to the ones that you find in dollar stores. And almost as always, we always find at the store some really cool looking dinosaur toys. This one, Argentinosaurus. I don't know what company makes this. I don't know. It's not familiar to me. But it's actually got a pretty decent paint job. I love the little pattern there. That's almost in scale with D&D. We got another one very similar. I think from the same set. Again, nice paint job. Actually a very nice sculpt. No, like, weird No weird molding lines, no weird part gaps. Yeah, I really like that. So that's from the same set. Spinosaurus dinosaur. Very good detail. Paint job's a little bit either bad or just knocked loose. Not the greatest, but obviously this plastic is tough enough that you could probably redo it, maybe. It's a little robot. Generally speaking, if you see a little toy like this, it's in plastic that's very loose and rubbery. And boy, oh boy, this plastic is super tough. So, yeah. Interested maybe making that all rusty up for D&D as part of a set. Oh, yeah! I found some El Cheapo cobblestone corners, Christmas trees. These are, of course, dollar store stuff. But at the Goodwill by the pound, I paid much less than $1 for something like that. And one of my favorite finds at the Goodwill by the pound, and this one's not even that dirty, a lovely Crown Royal bag. These bags are of varying qualities, but even the more cheaply made newer ones are still a nice dice bag. I really like these ones. And yeah, they make excellent dice bags, or if you have some other little... if you have other little bits and bobs for D&D, they make nice bags for that as well. A very cheap dinosaur toy from obviously a fast food meal. This actually looks like it would be like the cheap version of the super expensive toy that I found recently. Yeah, I have no idea what this is from. I really liked the general sculpt of it though, so I figured maybe if I wanted to build up on this with some modeling, sculpting material, I could kind of get rid of the extra bits and then just make this like a little dinosaur. That would be easy enough to do. Some split robin eggs. Excellent for some sort of diorama where there's some eggs in the ground. Oh, this is a Power Rangers thing. I didn't even know what this was. This was just a little bit of something that I thought would look cool as like a fountain or something like that. But apparently it has something to do with Power Rangers Samurai. What is this from? I don't even know. I didn't even realize this worked. Oh, this is just a Playmobil. But look at this. This little Playmobil thing. I didn't even realize this, but you press the button. See? And the little light turns on. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's not obviously a little bit too big for D&D scale, but a working LED light like that, that's pretty neat. We got a bunch of these super hard plastic chess pieces. Definitely statues, rather, for D&D, because they're just a little bit too big. But, yeah, these are super hard plastic, so obviously you would be able to prime and paint these. And yeah, they have a very cool look, especially like the little knight guys here with the sword and stuff. This just kind of looks like a statue. Yeah, so obviously it would need to be cleaned up a little bit, but this would actually make some really nice sculptures. And I got a bunch of these. Baby toy that's lost its head. The head is gone. That's a little ball joint, rather. That its head's supposed to be there. That's creepy. I don't even remember adding that to my bag. Wow. That is bizarre. I'm gonna stop touching that. Cursed item, certainly. This is like a little top thing. It's obviously a fast food toy. I think I grabbed this because I just wanted the hands or the feet for texture. Oh, speaking of texture, it's a part of, I believe, some sort of toy. Maybe Transformers adjacent, I'm not sure. Anyways, the two parts here of this head would make a lovely bit of ruined statuary. So I have like the little... Again, the cheap toys nowadays, the screw holes are just very obvious. Though that could actually work. I could actually unscrew this and then have two parts that I could use for something. And then the top part has some little texture on there too. But the lion's face there could be part of some ruins. Burgundy, light body metallic acrylic. You can find some interesting metallic stuff. I mean, obviously, some people aren't like a huge fan of metallic paints, but yeah, they're pretty cool. We got some more dinosaur toys here. An Allosaurus. Very nice sculpt. Oh yeah, this is a little bit of weird video game lore. The Alan Wake Files. This was the little book that was included in the collector's edition of Alan Wake. So that was just a weird bit of randomness that I found. God, why did I grab this? X-Men Dark Tide Mini Mates DVD movie. This looks like some absolutely garbage tier Roblox style stuff. Maybe I grabbed that just in case it was somewhat of a weird oddity that like a collector would want because it's still in the plastic. Yeah, a lovely bit of plasticky stuff here, very tough plastic. And yeah, this obviously had a magnet installed. This was probably something hung from here, but I thought this would make some really nice weird like cave, kind of like a bent stalagmite. Jazzwares. I have no idea what this is. This says Department of the Army. So this is obviously some sort of base for some sort of board game. It's made out of very tough plastic. Very tough plastic. 2007. Jazzwares and Company. Clearly some sort of board game thing. I'm getting Settler of Catan vibes. I'm getting Army vibes. But, yeah, some very nice texture on there. Obviously, it's part of some board game. I don't know. I guess I thought I'd maybe use that as a base. Okay, yeah, this was this Hasbro football game. I forget the name of it. But the old Hasbro football game thing. I guess the answer to the Warhammer football game. I don't know. But, yeah, a little guy on a base. The Mutant League style football. Bebop and Rocksteady, a line of toys I've never seen before. I got these just because I generally don't like chibi stuff, but these actually seem pretty weird and interesting looking, so I grabbed these. Maybe they are something that a collector would want. A little translucent glass, or acrylic plastic, rather. Yeah, it's acrylic plastic. So that would look nice and something. And some random wings. Random dragon-like wings that you never know when you're going to need a set of wings. It doesn't have any texture or anything, but I was thinking maybe I could make this into a bronze crow statue, perhaps. Always fun to use these. I used a couple of those in my video where I did the junk walls. Curtain rod end? Something like that. Obviously, that would look really nice as a little piece of stuff of some sort of magical doohickey on some magical terrain. The miniatures from the Lord of the Rings Trivial Pursuit game. Some of the last metal pewter miniatures made by Hasbro. I think I did a video where I showed some of these that were released in plastic as well. I've actually cut some of these off these bases, and I'm going to paint them. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, the DVD trivia game. Some other, like, more recent trivia game actually they reused the molds, and they made plastic version. I'm painting the other metal one that I have, and there's this dumb rock behind his foot. So I'm assuming that the plastic one, which again, I'm so glad I found these. These are from a trivia DVD style game. The plastic pre-painted ones, which I think sadly might be some of the last pre-painted plastic. No, probably not. But this is technically Hasbro pre-painted plastic. So I love these miniatures like this. Again, this is something that I found previously in a board game, but just show these off. I love these so much because these are the Hasbro plastic where they're annealed, so it's like impossible. You could scratch at this all day with your thumbnail. It's indestructible, and yeah, that's what I like in a D&D miniature right there. So we got Mr. Frodo. Look at this lovely Strider figure. Old stick-at-naught Strider. Or Aragon, if you want to get one. This Gandalf is really nice. This pewter has not corroded. And some of these pewter miniatures that are more closely related to the giftware, sometimes you'll get corrosion. Yeah, in any case, these are some lovely pewter miniatures. Lovely details, excellent keepsakes. Obviously, the Trivial Pursuit game for Lord of the Rings was mass-produced. I have found multiple copies in the store, so I don't feel so bad about taking the miniatures and not the board game. It's a matter of heft and space by then. And this, of course, is the Black Rider, which is part of the Lord of the Rings Trivial Pursuit board game. This is in hard plastic, and is it's almost a little bit small for D&D. But you know what? It's such a nicely made miniature, such hard plastic material that I'm definitely going to paint this up and use it, because it is almost in scale for D&D, almost. And then finally, last but not least, we got Marvel HeroClix Vision. Here he is T-posing to assert his dominance. And I'll be very interested, because I have not actually opened this up. This is the finale. Let's see if we're going to get something good. Ooh, that doesn't look bad at all. Look at that. Look at that. Minimal paint. That could definitely be... I mean, I'd have to see if this is actually worth any money. It probably is not. But you don't actually have to take this off the base to use it in D&D if you want. Yeah, you could easily do that. I've done that before. But if this is worth money, then, I'll have no choice but to eBay this to fund more excursions to the old Goodwill by the pound. An excellent miniature regardless. You certainly don't find stuff like this at the Goodwill by the pound. But every once in a while you do. That's actually a pretty nice haul from Goodwill, so happy about that. Very, very, very happy about that. Alright, another Saturday, another Goodwill by the pound video, where I talk about Goodwill by the pound stuff. And my first find, and possibly the most interesting thing that I've gotten at Goodwill by the pound, SodaStream CO2 cylinder. As you can see, this lovely cylinder is not only still in date, it's completely sealed. Now, I took a real risk on this one. Goodwill by the pound is very disgusting, very non-hygienic. I originally thought I wasn't going to use this. I was just going to trade it in so I could get like a discount on a... You basically trade these into the store and you can get a discount on a filled one. But this one, it's sealed. It still has the cap on. I cleaned it off like twice, and I'm going to clean it off again. I might use it. It's come to this, folks. I mean, obviously, they gave me a special price for this because this thing is so heavy. It was technically a metal item, so I got it for $1, which is a lot cheaper. Will I be able to have my lovely drinks from my SodaStream? Will I be able to enjoy them knowing that this came out of a filthy, filthy, filthy bin from Goodwill by the pound? I don't know. Update on the video games. Command & Conquer did not work, sadly. Assassin's Creed did work, so that's fun. David King book, King Pinch. Darkwell with the lovely Forgotten Realms artwork. Absolutely lovely. Crown of Fire. And I read the first book when I was a very young teenager. And so, yeah, it's about time I finally read that second book, so... Batman 0 Point, so I think this is like a Fortnite crossover, which is kind of weird. I don't know. The Walmart DVD version, still sealed, never cracked open. We used to have the VHS tape with the movie recorded off TV that I watched so many times growing up. Green Lantern animated movie. Yet another Crown Royal bag. Always good. Another book. I found this in the pile. Aliens vs. Predator. Prey. Well, yeah, speaking of Alien, we have the Alien DVD. So yeah, I've been meaning to watch this. This is the widescreen edition. So yeah, you gotta watch out some of the older DVDs. They have the full screen ones. I got this little textured piece of plastic here. It's got some little skulls and stuff around the base. I thought this would look pretty cool as like maybe if I needed like a bit of terrain where there's a small pool of water or something. So I got that as kind of a ready-made bit of terrain. Oh, I actually really like this. Just a big old monstrous hand. It's big, and it's sturdy, and this would look really great as just like maybe a spell effect or a summoned hand reaching out of the ground. So yeah, I'm gonna do this up as a little bit of scenery terrain and put it on a base. Put it on a base so this will just be like a little massive hand sticking out of the ground. Never seen a tent like this before, but it was actually decently textured, right in scale with D&D. So yeah, obviously this is, I don't know, but this tent is going to be clipped down and a bit of scattered terrain, so yeah, it looks really nice. Actually, very similar to the Dollar Tree wagons, except for this one, somebody decided to jack up the back wheels of this wagon. So it's a little bit more of a performance race wagon, apparently. But yeah, this is actually a nice looking wagon. I will probably do something with this. It's interesting to have like the weird mismatched wheels a little bit, so I'll set this up as like a racing wagon or something like that. Small crystals. You always find these. These are for aquarium, decoration, crafty things. Small bits of crystals. A ladder, probably. Maybe like a play school ladder. Anyways, quasi in scale with 28mm. A tiny little case for little bits of stuff. And a Star Wars R2-D2 toy. I'm not sure why exactly I got this. It's actually a sizable R2-D2, which I thought maybe I could like just give it a quick repaint. I don't know, I think I was just like, it was something that looked nice, and I hadn't really found that much at Goodwill this time, so. Small little robot guy. I don't know, I just thought he looked neat. He's got a little thing there. Yeah. So I found this toy gun, which I thought the texture on it would look cool in some ruins. I guess you could, it doesn't really look that. It's a little bit too busy to be a gun, but it would look pretty good as some steampunky, it would look good as some random technology debris, I think. More Mr. Potato Head parts for my Mr. Potato Head project. Pink translucent trellis door thing, which I thought actually had some decent texture on there. Another Playmobil basket, which I thought would look good as like a bit of scenery or perhaps strapped on a giant's back. Some random animals, including this big pig, which I really liked. And this one tiny little, it looks to be about 20mm or maybe even smaller than that. Just a random miniature that I found seated, obviously part of a model that I did not find. Translucent pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl.
I get it. I don't pronounce dinosaur names correctly. I get it. Just stop hounding me about it. I can't help it. I've never been able to pronounce.
And a tea light candle and some wooden discs. Oh yeah, this must be part of some, I don't know, I keep on finding these. This is like the fourth one of these like little textured balls that I've found. So I'm going to do something with that. More educational toy bits. I have so many of these. Somebody must have like donated these and nobody wanted the educational toy stuff apparently. Yeah. Oh, and speaking of craft stuff, just a big old wooden ball. It's just, I think these are actually kind of expensive if you buy like just this, you know, you buy that in a craft store. I don't know how much that would be, but I don't know. I just grabbed it. It's kind of something nice to put in the bits box. And that is that. So yeah, just some little fun bits of stuff. I'm going to be putting out little videos for my Goodwill finds on Saturdays. So be prepared for a bunch more of these videos every single Saturday. Preview for my next craft. I'm going to be using the skeletons that I found before. And we're going to make a dang old skeletal burial ground with a twist. Be looking forward to that video. Alright, we are here for another Goodwill by the Pounds thing. And I found the cat keyboard at the Goodwill by the Pound. So, because it was technically electronics and only paid like 60 cents for it, I believe. I lost my receipt. I know it was well under $1, though. So, yeah, it was probably 30 cents a pound, so it was roughly about 2 pounds. It was pretty lightweight. I replaced the batteries. It works. It's... I'm going to use it in a video somehow. I already did a short about it on my other channel there, so I've already used it once. I'll use it again. And then, I don't know, probably re-donate it, because it does work. So, I don't know. I'll see what happens. So, yeah, random video game stuff. I got the complete BioShock collection on PlayStation 3. BioShock 1, BioShock 2, and BioShock Infinite. For the PlayStation 3, paid 99 cents each. And these are all complete and in very good condition. So, that's a fun little bonus, the BioShock games. Also, I found in the stacks a copy of Wii Sports Resort, so that doesn't look all that great, but this is the one that comes with Wii Sports. So, if you don't know, Wii Sports is one of those weird games that's retained its value throughout the years for some reason. Don't know exactly why.
Have you guys seen the film Chef?
The Pink Panther official movie collection with Peter Sellers. So yeah, never seen these movies, only saw clips from them. I don't know, I'll give it a shot. Bejeweled Twist, I think this is a random match game. I think, because this is a PopCap game, I think this will work without a code. And this, I took a risk on this. I'll have to see. I forget why I took a chance on this. But yeah, SimCity 4, probably not going to work. Some high gloss photo paper, which I've always wanted to try to print out high-quality pictures. But yeah, so I got some of this for super cheap. That was also 30 cents a pound. And now on to the random stuff. I got some texture bits here. And these will actually look really nice for a piece that I'm working on. So these are obviously cheap, so the insides are hollow, but laid flat on the table. These actually have some nice, halfway decent, good wood grain texture, so it's just a skip of a step to make texture. Hard plastic, hard plastic, ship wheels. So these will look good as scatter terrain. Found a random wagon wheel as well. These always look great in scatter terrain and stuff. Some more lovely bones. This is a Triceratops puzzle. I finally found that robot kit, and apparently this is where all those robot kits were coming from. This is a 14-in-1 educational solar robot. Complete. Though actually, no, it's not. This is missing the solar components, I think. Oops! So this might be helpful just for putting together some of those pieces. And last... Oh, actually, just another random bit of toy stuff that I thought looked good texture-wise. That would be interesting. And finally, I found a few Battle Masters things. Battle Masters is a board game by Milton Bradley made in collaboration with Games Workshop in 1992. It's a game that simulates the sort of battle seen in a Warhammer Fantasy Battle. This game, much like Other partnership games between Milton Bradley and Games Workshop, such as Hero Quest and Space Crusade, was designed by Stephen Baker, who later went on to design Heroescape. In Germany, it's referred to as Die Claymore Saga, which is a much better name. And I'm upset I didn't find the canon. I really doubt, considering this was mass-produced, I doubt anybody's looking for these two specific bases, but yeah. Found some of the dice that came with the game. These are the custom dice that came with the game. Little skulls or shields. And I only found a couple of the miniatures. Which actually doesn't really look all that great. And these were wolves that are supposed to have goblin riders on them, as you can see. I can definitely do something with these, though, because they are... So obviously not a massive haul, but certainly one that has quite a few very nice little items in it. What I'm going to do with these Goodwill videos is that I'm going to front load all of the miniatures stuff that I found, because I think that's what people are most interested in. And then afterwards, I'll talk about the random stuff that I found. And boy, oh boy, we got some miniatures today. Just a whole big mixed lot of mostly miniatures from the 70s and 80s, if you can believe that. This was at the normal Goodwill. Honestly, if these lots were like actually split up between like play sets or stuff, I might have just like left them there so maybe some kid could play with these cool 80s toys. But that's not how it was. They were all kind of split up randomly. Like they had, I don't know, like there's some of these weird ones that are like made in England and Germany and stuff. And they were all mixed in there too. And they're all different sizes. So I thought, well, you know what? I'm going to be able to do a video on these and appreciate these. And I do appreciate these. These are mostly from a company called... What a creepy name if you actually consider it. That was a company in the 80s that took advantage of the D&D craze by releasing just a whole bunch of dang old stuff for kids. Mostly play sets that were, a lot of them unfortunately were just completely ripping off D&D, taking their art directly from the advanced D&D monster manuals. Yeah, more on that later when I show some close-ups of these miniatures, but yeah, these are definitely... Now, the company that made these actually went through a transition in the early 80s, and then they went to mainland China, and they started to make different versions of the miniatures. And it's fascinating to me. It might not be to you, but it's really funny to me because I actually found a bunch of these old miniatures that were the revised versions, and I painted some of them up. And these are like more rubbery. I've been told that these are actually made out of like rubber, but I don't know. These are some of the first miniatures that I ever painted, and these are actually called gargoyles, even though they really look like demons or devils. But I painted them to look like devils or demons, but apparently these were known as gargoyles. And so, yeah, you can see, even though these have been painted for years and thrown in boxes and stuff, they've just been sitting around and kicking around. They took the paint really well. So whatever weird, this would have been in the mid-80s. Whatever weird material these were made out of that's like super rubbery, it's not PVC, because it's actually way more rubbery than PVC, but it takes paint way better than PVC does. So who knows what sort of 80s mix of material this is, but it's very high quality. These revised versions are like indestructible. Let me see and if you look, you can see. Now, I'm pretty sure they retooled these. So obviously, these are from the same mold, but it's been retooled. And I'm not sure if that was because of simplicity's sake, or perhaps the new, more rubbery material, because these original ones from the 81, I want to say, they're early 80s. The original ones are hard plastic, just like this, the hot, the sort of 80s plastic that we all know and love. And then the newer ones are this rubbery material. So maybe the material couldn't be used in these molds that had like very specific small parts. Like you can see he has a Morning Star flail type whip here. And they just kind of turned that into a less detailed version. And they're a little, I think they're a little bit chunkier too. They might be a little bit chunkier too. But you can see that this is actually the case for several of these miniatures. Here's the original plastic one. And the remake actually was in a very similar... It's so weird because this was in the same pack. So this is actually very similar to the hard plastic. It's obviously slightly different, but it's not as different as the rubbery ones. So these were in the same pack as those gargoyle demons. So yeah, you can see that the original one had like a magical wand, which was the classic 80s magical wand topped with a star. And then the recast one just has a big old ball on top of it. And I can't help but think that this might have just been for ease of manufacturing. It might not even had like a purpose. They might have just retooled the molds because like we got to get like so many more of these out the door. So clearly exact same mold. I doubt they would have went through the trouble of making an expensive mold. I think they just retooled it. There's more flash and injection points on the yeah, you can see the injection points more clearly on the one that was made later on. Yeah, you can see this says Hong Kong. Yeah, I didn't even notice this before. You can actually see that this is marked with Hong Kong. I got to do my thing. But definitely the one from mainland China. That is 100% marked with PRC for People's Republic of China. So obviously all this stuff is used. Yeah. We'll talk about this more later, but the original run of these basically had like designs that were completely ripped directly from the D&D monster manual. And I have... So they had to do some drastic changes in the molds for some of the miniatures because TSR back then was much, much more protective of their copyright. So the Nagas in particular looked really close to like what the Nagas were in the D&D Advanced Dungeons and Dragons book. So this was their solution when they redid the molds. That's where you get these faceless Naga from. And so, yeah, this is the one of the ones that I already had. And yeah, you can see this is the retooling of the mold where no more issues with copyright infringement because you can't say this looks anything like a Naga because they just took off the face. And even funnier is like the orcs because they just sliced the faces off those. So, yeah. So these look really neat. I really like the fact that I got some of these. Now, these are the ones that are known as demons. Yeah, see, these are the ones that are known as actual demons. The other ones are all gargoyles, but this is hard plastic. I'm pretty sure I could actually get a good adhesion on here and paint these guys up. And that would be kind of cool to paint up some old school toys from the 80s. Toys that are actually older than I am. I'm shocked, I know. But yeah, that's really cool. And you get all the different variations. I only had like the 2 variations. I had the one with the scimitar, quote-unquote gargoyle guys with some nice looking pole arms. So yeah. And then we have some soldiers, of course, by the same company. I believe... I would actually have to look these up because I don't know anything about the Knights set. So these were definitely made by the same company. Ooh, and we got some Viking barbarians / giants. So if the... I guess this was just standard size. So they looked a lot like the old school giants. But yeah, the wizard here. So these guys actually just would be probably barbarians or something like that. Really neat details. Some of the parts have been broken off, But I'm really surprised, considering how old these are, and obviously these were not part of a collection. These were obviously stuff that was played. Though actually, I don't know. Maybe these were part of a collection, because I have the the sets that were inspired by D&D, but obviously there's other miniatures that are from different sets. This is 1989 Hong Kong. These are like 1989 Hong Kong, kind of like gladiator looking guys. That's all the gold ones. I don't think these are from the same set. They look very familiar. They might be, actually. But I have no idea. I don't recognize these. I know the knights. The blue knights are definitely from the same sets as the D&D stuff. Plenty of the gargoyles. I'm definitely painting up some of these plastic gargoyles. Maybe I'll paint them up as actual gargoyles, or maybe I'll paint them up as demons. I don't know. They really do look like devils. We'll see the progression of my paint jobs as I paint these up and then compare them to the old ones that I painted. Though, you know what? This is an effective paint job. Just a little bit of very weak dry brushing on the wings. And, yeah. That's pretty cool. And, of course, the Dragon Riders, who are eagle-eyed. I found one of these previously at the Goodwill by the pound. So, yeah. I think these sets are selling for pretty high. So, yeah. And look at this. This looks intentional to me. This definitely makes me suspicious that this was just a set that kids were playing with, because this looks very intentional. This is hard plastic, so I don't see how anyone could accidentally cut off the head perfectly of one of these Dragon Riders. So I think it was this was a set that kids probably used to mess around with back in the day. We got some Davy Crockett-esque stuff too, which I have no idea. See, these were all kind of mixed up, so I wouldn't have bought anything like this, because this is not in the genre that I like. But I grabbed them because all these lots were kind of all together. So that's all stuff that I'm really not sure. And this guy was randomly in one of the lots. Look at this guy. My God. This guy looks so weird. I just assumed that this guy was like a newer toy because of the design and colors and stuff. But no, if you can see that, that's 1982. 1982 Arco. Independent Ltd. Hong Kong. 1982. Crazy. That's why I thought this was maybe just kind of a random collection of random toys from some person who had them from when they were a kid in the 80s. Because, like, if this was a collection, there's no rhyme or reason. And then we have these, which I really like. These are almost in perfect scale for D&D, and I have no clue what these are. These obviously, these are like barbarians, right? Barbarians. I mean, this... Maybe Vikings? You know, these are very similar to the crossbow and catapults, which, spoiler alert, I found some of the newer crossbow and catapult stuff at another store. So maybe that's what these came from. I don't know. And then more, these looked really cool. I'm 100% painting these up as either town guards or thugs. I love like the weird expression and the square shields. That's really nice. These definitely look like classic thugs. So these might be crossbow and catapults too. I don't know. I'm just basing that on like the size of the bases. So who knows? I don't know. You know what? Talking about the crossbow and catapults thing, let's go and move on to the Goodwill by the pound finds, where I found a bunch of the 2007 version of crossbow and catapults. And I honestly assumed that maybe these had something to do with Games Workshop, but No, I don't think so. They just look very much like the big old chonky style that was very much in fashion. This is the latest version, 2007, so this is like orcs versus humans. The big orc. And he's holding up a severed head. And he's got a very... We'll show you some stills after this, but he's definitely got a Games Workshop style design. Yeah, so that looks cool. They're a little bit small for D&D, but these would make like nice little like alternative thrall miniatures for if you had just an orc army with a bunch of small little orcs that were the vanguard or something. Some really lantern-jawed yeah, they don't look like the best specimens of, like... They definitely look a little bit Space Marine-y. What with their shoulder pauldrons and massive... massive gloves and whatnot. So these are really fun. I'm happy I found these. I'm definitely gonna do something with these. It's good to like get a small collection of old toys like this. And then to top it off, I found at the Goodwill by the pound a bunch of Magic the Gathering miniatures from, I believe it was 2015, I want to say, somewhere in there. Yeah, so these are all from the main game. These were at the Goodwill by the pound, and nobody wanted them, apparently, because they were sitting there after everybody had gone through everything already. So I'm really happy about this. Is this? No, it's not a dupe, but... Yeah, I mean, this would make... I love the translucent ones. I have these miniatures already, but it's nice to have extras because now I have the opportunity to really mess around with these and not really worry about, oh, maybe I want to sell the game later on if it's worth money. So now I got a bunch of miniatures that I don't have to really care about, and I can just do whatever I want with them. Especially these like little phoenix birds. These phoenixes do actually remind me a little bit of the original Bloodbird design in D&D. So I might keep some of the translucent stuff and maybe paint up some of the body so it's less of a phoenix and more of a flaming bird. And we got some hellhounds. I might do something weird like paint like half of the body non-translucent, or maybe just paint like I maybe just start like cut it off the base, paint the body parts as regular, and then just have the... I can't actually tell if this is a cat or a doggo. Well, anyways, I'll paint the body regular and then just leave the flames there. So yeah, look at these. Always fun to mess around with these. I painted up some of these and they look great. Hold on. So these Magic the Gathering miniatures actually have a really nice detail. This is after like I ruined the guy, and I kind of gave him too many. Kind of slopped the paint on this guy a little bit too much, but still, you can tell what's going on there. He's a crazy guy. That's from, I think, the Innistrad set, I think. And then a little hunter guy that I gave a quick paint job to. And I rebased these guys, too. This is also from one of the Magic the Gathering expanses. And then these cult guys, which I really like. Again, the detail on these Magic the Gathering miniatures are actually really nice. But you kind of have to paint them to see them because they're made out of that... they're just made out of a plastic where it's actually very difficult to see the details. Okay, so that was the miniatures. So here's the random stuff. I found this little... I think, yeah, this is definitely a Star Wars guy. He's all beat up, though. I don't know why I don't think there's much I can really do with him. Like, maybe take the head off and use that as, like, a mounted weird, like, alien head or something. Yeah, I don't know. I saw that. This really old... I thought this would look good, like, in a goblin village if I just painted this like a statue. I think it would actually look kind of nice, especially if I weathered it up and stuff. This is like a 1995 toy, like, very hard plastics. I was just talking about the hard plastic before. You don't really see that hard plasticky stuff nowadays, so... Yeah, I think spray painted and then just weathered up. I think this would make a really nice, goofy, like, goblin statue. Or maybe even it's almost a little bit too rough to be a kobold statue, so... And then this thing, which is a toy from Jurassic Park. I don't know, it looked really cool, but I'm not exactly sure what I might or might not do with it. It's obviously the little... It's obviously the little touring bubble thing that they were stuck in, and yeah, so it kind of pops open there. I don't know, this is a little bit too sci-fi. I don't know, I might try to do something with this, but I thought it was kind of cool that was like this was like in scale with D&D stuff, so I don't know. So it's just like, it's got little wheels on it and stuff, but so yeah, you could fit a miniature in there if you really wanted to. I don't know. We'll have to see. This just looked cool, so I don't know. Into the bits bag with it. And then just some random bits. I think I got these buttons because they were the same size as small bases for D&D. That's kind of a difficult thing to find. It's a nice little piece of just broken wood here. Just a partial log. I thought that looked cool, and you generally don't see something like that. The deep detail and stuff. Yeah, I thought this looked pretty cool. Lego wheel. Some of these really tough... I don't know what these are, but this is like tough plastic, like little nautical parts. Which I thought looked pretty decent. A little hexagon spear thing. This hard plastic longhorn steer. A little bit big for D&D, but I thought this might be cool to like modify into a stench cow or an ark or something like that. Table, roughly in scale with D&D. Nice plank table would make a good like orc table or something like that. And one of these weird dice. I love weird dice. Every time I see a weird dice like this, where it's just like the letters. Like I always think of like I'm going to base like a puzzle around something like this. I'm having a nice collection of very weird dice that I put in my big dice bag here with all the rest of my dice. And eventually I'm going to do something like that. I don't know why I grabbed this guy. Kind of a beat up little Lego farmer guy. I got some random toy heads. I thought these looked interesting. They might look good with as I was thinking they might look good as like totems outside of a barbarian village or something like that. And yeah, and then a lovely crystal heart, because who doesn't need that? Like a diamond oblong heart, which is very shiny, which I think would look neat as a little bit of terrain, or maybe even like a physical bit of, little like handout stuff for D&D. So yeah, and yeah, some goose, some little geese, and another walrus, which is good. And I don't know if I ever saw many of these. There's some nice... Maybe I showed these before. This like kind of oblong little bits of plastic stuff there. And a wheel, which is obviously like a Playmobil wheel, but this would look nice That's just part of the junk. Got some board game stuff. I found a sealed Oregon Trail card game, sealed from Target. I've seen that before. I got a Cards Against Humanity. I got a sealed pack. I don't know if this is worth any money or anything, but I thought I'd grab it just in case. And guess what? There was a Civilization 5 box missing the actual DVD, but it wasn't missing the manual, and the manual has a code on it. And I was actually able to redeem the code and get the game. So, like they always do, people at Goodwill, they steal the game discs and they leave the empty cases there, which bugs the heck out of me. I sometimes wonder, like, maybe like people just donate the empty cases, but there's so many empty cases that I think a lot of the time some people just like grab the discs only and then they leave the empty cases. Even though if they really were like selling this stuff online, if they kept the cases, then that would be like twice the money or something. I've seen so many like popular Pokemon games and stuff where it's just the empty cases, and it's just like you wonder like, oh, okay, did all of this get donated with empty case, or are people taking the games out of it and then throwing the cases back because the cases weigh a little bit more, which is like that would be bizarre. Speaking of video game stuff, I have a lovely AV adapter here for the Sony PlayStation. Now, this is the one where like I never could tell the difference between the Sony PlayStation 1 and the Sony PlayStation 2 AV stuff. Obviously, I have my Sony PlayStation component cables set up. So these little composite cables here would only be good for the PlayStation 1, and I believe this is the same setup. So even if this is technically for the PlayStation 2, I believe this would work for the PlayStation 1. I'll have to test that out, though, because I do have a PlayStation 1 that would be able to work in. So, yeah, I found this neat little man catcher toy, which is too big, but I thought maybe it'd look neat as like a lightning rod or something like that. Little cat. I thought that was a nice piece of kitsch. Oh yeah, and here they are. No, these are different. So these are actually like diamond style shapes. These aren't random shapes. But I thought these were pretty neat. So you can actually see these might make good like handouts, or even some sort of, I don't know, handouts or some sort of just like little massive crystal displays. They might be better off as handouts. I got some more little, I don't know which exactly you would call this, just like little plastic jewel things, but these come in useful for crafting stuff every once in a while. And I actually got a little bit, which has some very interesting little bits, including there's some like some little tentacle beads. Oh, okay, so they're not tentacles, they're seahorses. So yeah. So just random stuff like that. Obviously, it would look very interesting in a wall where maybe there's some seahorse frescoes built into the wall. And I know I've seen people use like these little beads before for like little accoutrements. Like these little ones would make good like sconces. And I believe there was a Black Magic Craft video where he used similar little beads to make candle sconces or just candelabras. So yeah. Ooh, and these little tiny beads here might be useful for some sort of, I don't know. They're small enough so they might be useful. So a very small King Arthur style miniature with the weird like medieval warrior haircut and sword, but this is much too small for D&D. But it could be like a statue or something like that. I don't know. I just saw this. It's so weird at the Goodwill by the pound. You'll find like just random singular stuff like that. So And finally, now, last but not least, we'll do the DVDs. These are all like in mint condition. Sherlock Holmes, Scott Pilgrim, the complete first season of Rome, Jupiter Ascending, a gloriously bad movie, Resident Evil trilogy. Never saw the fourth one. That's one of those ones I think maybe like they didn't print that many of them. At World's End, Underworld: Rise of the Lycans, Moana Blu-ray. We got John Carter. This is a movie I've been hearing about more and more online, how it was like really good, but like people didn't give it a chance or something. So yeah, it just seems I will check this out. And the Assassin's Creed movie. I kept on hearing about this. Didn't even realize it got released. So yeah. A couple of video game things. Dance Dance Revolution, mint condition. Spec Ops, Airborne Command, also mint condition. This was the old school rental cases. I think this is a rental case. This is actually an Electronics Boutique case. Oh, okay. Please excuse me. So this is how they recased stuff. So they just take all the innards out of the game and put it in a full-size DVD case. And then finally, SOCOM Navy SEALs for the PlayStation 2, which I believe this is the game which I think you could use the headset on it, network adapter. I don't know. Maybe it's not this one, but in one of the games you could use the headset adapter on it, and it was some interesting stuff. So yes, obviously, some very interesting, cool stuff that I found out and about, and yeah. Alright, today we're going to be looking at some stuff that I found at the Goodwill by the pound and the Goodwill store. I had heard people talking about these earlier. These are the How to Train Your Dragon miniatures, and the vast majority of the humanoid style ones, these are probably not going to be worth anything. However, the actual little dragon guys themselves are interesting. Some of them are a little bit more deformed than others. These ones actually look pretty good. And the two-headed ones actually kind of looked interesting a little bit. But yeah, a little bit more cartoony and whatnot. But there was the one invisible barbarian Viking guy. So, yeah. Obviously, yeah, the other Vikings are a little bit too wonky. But you could use these as armatures to make your own miniatures and whatnot. So, oh, at the Goodwill by the pound, I found this. And I was excited. This is the Resurgence of the Red Box. This is the 4E starter set that they came out after 4E was going for a while. Sadly, missing a lot of the stuff. It only has the player's book. The DM's book is not there. However, I did get a full set of the starter set dice, which is nice. So, yeah, a nice little artifact from when they tried to make 4E even more simplified. So, yeah, obviously, I'm not a big fan of 4E, but these are pretty neat. I'm very disappointed that the dungeon tiles are missing, which is a real shame. I kind of wished I was able to get the dungeon tiles, but yeah. The actual art and design on this is really cool. So, yeah. Certainly it's something where I was considering just tossing out the box. But you know what? I mean, the art on it's so classic and nice that this might be something just to be, just to have on the shelf for the rest of the starter sets. And maybe one day I'll find like a piecemeal thing and like collect it. So, I don't know. The art is really nice. That's all I can say. That's really sweet art. I found a couple of little bits and bobs. I've been trying not to pick up so much stuff. I'm still in the middle of like getting rid of a lot of my stuff, so for bits and bobs we have these little... These were from buildings, but I cut off the sides there so they make little log platforms, which I'm gonna use in a future build. I had to grab this one. This is like a Saturday Night Live Trivial Pursuit thing. Somebody had originally sent me one of these guys. It's the land shark. So I don't know. I I don't know if I'm actually going to do anything with this, but I saw it at the Goodwill by the pound, so it's just like, why not grab it? Land shark, you know, boulet, all that stuff. I found a nice big chunky D12. Big old chunky D12s. This is going to go in the dice bag with the rest of the random dice that I find. Combat knife thing. Kind of like the old school Rambo, Bowie combat knife style thing. And then a rather interesting looking softer plastic skull thing. This just looked interesting, so that's why I grabbed it, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually use this or not. I'm putting it in the video because I'm sure somebody will know exactly what toy that comes from. Skylanders. I found a bunch of these at a garage sale, and the person was just getting rid of them. So I have the other cannon now, which is nice. So I might just cut this from the base. Though I don't really need to cut it from the base. I guess I could just kind of paint over the translucent. It's kind of a pain to get these, like, going in terms of, like, rewiring them. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. In any case, the it's a very nice little bit of sculpt there. And it definitely makes a very nice arcane cannon, or in Wally DM's case, a light cannon. And I've got another Skyrim, which I might just steal the wings from. And another one, which I thought had a really interesting looking crested helmet thing and spiked shield. This is the cheap version of this miniature from Moana. It's a toy, rather. And so I painted that up to look like a dark god. And then recently, I found the more expensive version. So, these obviously came from the exact same mold. This is made out of very light, squishier plastic. Though, I will say, it took the paint really well. So, this one, though, really just does look very impressive. Like, it's got the translucent stuff, and, yeah, it just looks really nice. Look at that. You can really tell this is supposed to be like a volcano god type situation. Yeah, so that looks really neat. But I don't know, so I got two of these now. I might do something in terms of something. They both look really nice. The one I painted looks okay, but yeah, the translucent one definitely looks very cool. So again, for a very cheap miniature to pick up, happy enough to pick that up. Some underwater stuff. I thought this would make some nice, quick kelp and underwater little bits and pieces for an impromptu underwater scene. Yeah, so obviously this is supposed to represent plant formations and seaweed and kelp and all sorts of stuff like that. So that'd be nice to have for some terrain for an underwater scene. The seaweed actually has some very nice detail, so I should actually paint this up. So that's actually pretty cool. And we have some random model people, obviously from a Christmas scene. Dickensian folk out and about, probably sitting on a thing. It's funny though, because these are literally like exactly in scale with 28mm heroic. So I don't know if I need like a scene of people sitting down. This would kind of fit in. Obviously the the clothes are not quite fantasy RPG, but I mean, these are very high quality miniatures, so obviously I'm gonna do something with these. I might cut. Well, see, they're all sort of connected though, so it would have to be a scene of somebody just sitting down someplace. Here we come a wassailing. Yes, that's some cool detail. So, random stuff that you find at the Goodwill by the pound. I have absolutely no idea where those came from. And this, my friends, was a lovely find. This is a old Rubbermaid. So obviously this was meant for small parts, small tools, bits and stuff like that. I already cleaned it up a little bit, but the durability on this is amazing. So the size is really good. It's got a handle. So I think I'm going to definitely use this for a bits part. Maybe put like parts of sprue in here. I'm not quite clear. It's really nice though, so obviously I could use this. I think it's a little bit small for miniature storage, and obviously you could fit a bunch of miniatures in here. But I think this would be better off for like sprue parts or something like that. That way, because this thing is not, if there's nothing like heavy in here, it's not going to pop open. So this would be ideal for storing little bits of fiddly stuff, and then having individual labels. Like this could be like arms, swords, whatever. So yeah, this is definitely going to be used as a bit box and just indestructible Rubbermaid stuff. A very good find from the Goodwill by the pound. And yeah, let's take a look at the other thing that I found at the garage sale. A Geek Fuel mystery box filled with random stuff. Most interestingly enough, a brown Crown Royal bag. Lovely velvet bag. Usually I have to wash these thoroughly once I found them, but this one was in clean condition, so yeah, very nice. Not exactly sure what the significance of the brown Crown Royal bag. Usually these are in stunning purple, but this one's brown, so I don't know. Into the dice box with ye. We have a complete game here. We also have a game code, but let's put this back for now. Have a game of Luck Slinger, which is apparently a 2-dice game. And you have a very nice little quality bag here with some, what feels like actually like wooden, very light wooden dice. So a couple D6s, if nothing else. I'm going to have to redo all that because there's actually a code on the back. And 100% I don't want somebody stealing the code for this. So I'm going to have to redo this. This was in there. This is Luck Slinger. This is a game. Apparently has some sort of Steam component, so there's a code on the back. Dice bag. And it's got these big, oversized wooden D6s, which is really nice. So if nothing else, I have a couple really nice D6s. But I might check out the actual game. Well, you know what? I thought this was going to be a dice game. But I think the dice maybe just are promotional items for the downloadable game. I don't know. Speaking of downloadable games, I have a bunch of little games here. And I'm not going to let you guys... Man, let me tell you something. On one of these streams, I showed a game code that I had planned to use, like, literally for, like, 1 nanosecond. It would have been impossible for the regular human eye to see that code, but somebody still managed to steal that code and stuff, so... I don't know any of these games, so who knows if they're any good. There's a possibility that that looks interesting, if nothing else. Got the adorable little moth person there. Kaiju Panic. I should give that to one of my friends who likes kaiju stuff. Archibald's Adventure. I kind of remember this. I think this is maybe like a platformer. I don't know. Star Wars Rogue. I don't know. Don't know that game. Space Jacked. I might have heard that. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like an arcade game. Dwarf Run. Downloadable Steam game. Never really heard of that. Warden. Never heard of that. Steamroll? That's a puzzle adventure. And never heard of that. Death by Game Show? Certainly never heard of that either. I'm assuming these are all these are all like games that you got, and the person clearly never bothered to redeem any of them. Deponia, finally a game I've actually heard of, and this has definitely not been redeemed yet. So yeah, this is like an adventure game. I've seen this a lot, so at least one game that I know of. So yeah, and then this is what caught my eye. The potion bottle thing, and I thought this might be really cool, so I bought all the stuff in the Geek Fuel box, the Crown Royal bag, the little color changing elixir thing, and all the game codes. The guy let me have all that stuff for $5, which at the time I thought was a good deal, because I thought the little light up thing would be nicer. But boy, it's really not. He never even tried this. He never even turned it on. Like, the little thing protecting the batteries was still in place when I bought this, so. With the light as it is right now, that's what it is. You can really only see it when it's in the dark. Otherwise, if it's kind of light out and nice lighting, you can barely see it. It looks okay in the dark. This is a very cheapest of the cheap thing. I'm assuming the glass is like the uber leaded glass, so it's probably wash your hands after touching this. So it's really a little bit depressing. Like, they could have actually made something like very nice looking if they spent just a little bit more, but they did not. Surprisingly, an interesting game. This was at the Goodwill by the pound, believe it or not. A couple years ago, Star Wars Battlefront 2 on the PlayStation 2 was selling for quite a bit of money. So even finding the case with the original artwork is actually a valuable find from the Goodwill by the pound. I got the Ultra Blu-ray. A 4K Blu-ray Ultra HD of Deadpool. If somebody redeems that, then that's my problem. But and then there's also the Blu-ray of Deadpool. So somebody, I don't understand why certain stuff at the Goodwill by the pound gets picked up and other things don't. Apparently nobody wanted that. Batman Returns. Danny DeVito. This is one of those ones where, like, you pick it up and realize, like, nobody actually ever watched this because, like, the seal on the top wasn't really broken. So obviously this is in mint perfect condition. Batman Returns. Never actually saw the full movie. I've seen, like, scenes of it and stuff and partial bits of the movie back in the day. And I saw, like, some little Lego bits here that had some writing on. So yeah, nothing too exciting. But I definitely was interested in... The more I look at this miniature here, the more that I look at this toy, the more ideas that I have of what this could be used for. It is really nice looking in person, so. But you thought we were done? We're not. Because I finally found it. The Game of Thrones chair. Now, there's several versions of this. This is the holiday ornament version. So, $3. $3 at the Goodwill store near me that never has anything good. And it is the absolute perfect size. There's also a bunch of other little, very beat-up Game of Thrones stuff. This was meant to be an ornament, so it's very light. But at the same time, it's not bad at all. And it is the absolute perfect size for what I want. And you might be asking yourself, so why do you want this? What possible use could the Throne of Westeros be for me? I will tell you. Let's look at some of the lovely detail there. See, that's actually a nice a nice bit of ornamentation. You can see that there's, while the top is not very well detailed, in the center here, there's all sorts of little swords. And these are actually pretty close to 28 millimeters. Now, obviously, the Game of Thrones is on the back there, which is not the greatest, but it's in the back, so it's a little bit unobtrusive. It is the perfect size. The absolute perfect size. And now, my owlbear, Root, has his perfect little perch to survey his realm from. As Root the owlbear fits absolutely perfectly. Happy I found that for $3. This is not only a good D&D prop, but quite honestly, I do get a kick out of it that my little owlbear figure fits in perfectly in there.
You fools! It's me! It's the gingerbread man! I've usurped the throne! And now I am the king of Westeros! Aha!
You know, if I was to describe what I picked up at the Goodwill by the pound in the last couple of weeks, that description would be random junk. You know, just kind of random junk for the most part. Though I found some cool stuff. I'll be trying to front load all the miniature style stuff. But look at what I got first. Some Bob Ross made in Germany paintbrushes. These were part of the set, which of course, because it's Goodwill by the pound, the customers tore it apart and threw it everywhere. I got one of the little bits of oil paint, so I might use that later. But I was able to grab these paintbrushes, which obviously neither of them have been used. You know, not natural hair, perhaps not for, miniature painting specifically, but I can certainly see using this fan blender on some sort of dry brushing or maybe a massive wet blending. So yeah, I thought that was neat. I found me one Mage Knight miniature. And it's of a robot with a kind of magical looking bazooka. I thought that was actually a pretty cool miniature, so I wasn't too disappointed that that was the only one I could find. I found this little plastic treasure chest, which intrigued me greatly. I could see maybe like this is like some sort of like magical trap in like a storm giant lair or a cloud giant lair or something like that. Just the right size to trap miniatures. So I figured that'd be a good like puzzle where if the player characters did the wrong thing, they would get trapped in the little thing there. I keep on finding the little bits from the Final Faction dollar store stuff. If you don't recognize that, this is from a dollar store toy accessory kit. And I already made some little monsters from this, so nice little textured bits there that are helpful. I don't know what else. I found a lot of weird stuff. Oh yes, another giant D6 to add onto the collection of D6s. I got these little, I found like maybe 2 of these. These are like little rock'em sock'em robot guys from a game, and if they get hit in a certain way, they kind of fall apart. These probably weren't very useful, but I saw them and I'm like, oh, that's cool. That has medieval looking guys, so and if you get hit, boom. I thought that was interesting. Maybe I'm just punchy. Some toy little Foo Lions there. These are flat with the bases that are, you know, kind of, these are meant to be clipped onto a wall thing. But I figured these would be good for like basing for a larger project. Some mini Mr. Potato Heads, which again might come in handy. And oh yeah, this is from that one board game, which it's called Forbidden Island, and I found 2 of the little treasures from the Forbidden Island. And these would both make excellent little D&D accoutrements, especially this little globe here, which is like kind of all neat. Yeah, that just looks like some sort of like, you know, cursed object and stuff. So always fun to find little bits like that can be easily incorporated into games. I found some sort of Mecha Godzilla. If you missed my guest appearance over on MIB's channel, where I played a character who was annoying, yeah, but this is a Mecha Godzilla, and I don't see any kind of markings on him. But he is actually, strangely enough, even though this is a tiny miniature figure, he actually does have some articulation, which is wild considering how small the miniature is. And I'm not sure if this is supposed to unclip or not, but yeah, that is really cool. I'm not sure what version of the Mecha Godzilla Kaiju this is, but this is pretty sweet. I like this a lot. I find Godzilla stuff every once in a while, so sadly I think somebody had like some sort of huge Godzilla collection, and yeah, they just kind of they got rid of it somehow, either passed away or someone did the thing. So we got some random dinosaur bones. I thought these looked cool for like skeletal little bits. It's always nice to have skeletal bits like that. Perhaps I'll use them in an amalgamation monster one day. I found Lassie, which sadly is just a little bit too big for 28mm, but still might be able to fit in if it was with, like, you know, mostly, my collection is mostly board game stuff, so yeah, so fun little bits like that are always cool. I found a bunch of Lego stuff, which I don't think I'm gonna bother showing you all. I'm looking at my stuff here. I got a bunch of Legos, a bunch of video game accoutrements, and this tube, which is lovely. This is the another Safari tube. I already had the dinosaur skull one, but this is just the prehistoric mammal skull one, which is really nice. So obviously some ready-made scattered terrain there of all sorts of skulls. I love the little saber-toothed cat skull there. All sorts of interesting skulls there. And you know what? I actually did a puzzle based on the Safari skulls in the past. Deckscape Fate of London. That's a board game adjacent, I guess. I found this lovely little bit of material here. At first I thought like this might be good to like kind of toss away, but then I realized like it has like little dragons on the outside. So yeah, Could definitely use that as some sort of raised dais or dais. However you pronounce that. Oh yeah, hey, another tube thing. And I got some more bugs, which is just the insects tube. I love the giant ants that come in this, because you always need that. And of course, the giant praying mantis is always good if you want to get some bugs from the Fallout New Vegas thing. I found an iPhone. I just found a little iPhone. I don't think it's worth anything. I just thought it was funny. Oh yeah, these are the little cards from that Maze board game. I kind of regret buying this because the original board game was destroyed, but I thought these were so cool. I might be able to do something. I forget the name of the board game, but it's a Ravensburg game, and it had all these little maze pieces in it. Look. Look. I finally found the mouse. It's been years. It's been years, but I found him! Finally! My long past is over. I found the mouse. I'm gonna do videos and video games last. Oh yeah, I just wanted to show this real quick. This is just like, you know, how lame is this? The fast food toy stuff. All they do nowadays is that they just do the little dumb... They just... It's so stupid. Like, look how absolutely dumb this little chibi guy is. I like the fact that he's got, like, a little, smashing action thing. Hey, that's cool. Don't get me wrong. But this is, like, brand new, and the person who got it didn't even take it out of the thing. They just immediately just, like, you know... got their McDonald's meals, and then, like, just dropped her off at the Goodwill by the pound. But Thor, Love and Thunder. This could be, like, a really cool toy. Instead of all this chibi stuff, which I honestly think people really are not interested in the chibi stuff. Like, I see so much of it, and I see people that are supposedly collecting it, but, yeah, I don't know. This is just so much. If you're considering what I'm doing, I'm just basically looking through the piles of random crap. I got some random cows and some geese. The geese were actually decent plastic, so I kind of wanted to do a fun craft with those. Not the Goose Hydra, but perhaps something even more horrific. And, yeah. The less said about that, the better. So I need plenty of geese, so I was glad to find these. Actually, I don't know if this is... This is definitely a goose. Yeah, these are all goose of various sorts. I think this is a duck. Anyways. What have you. And then I also found a tiny little... A teeny tiny little, what is it? I don't even know. Teeny tiny little T-Rex? Baby? Infant? I don't know. I thought that was pretty nice. What else? Get the clamps! Yeah, if you're doing crafting projects, for example, it shows right here, somebody's gluing together a toy car, so they get the clamps and clamp it down together so the glue will set. So yeah, these were just some old clamps still in the package, so I figure those would be helpful. Another random board game find. These very nice dice. Look at the sharpness on these. These are high quality dice. Very shiny. Very nice. And if you'll notice, these actually aren't D6 at all. These are sneaky dice, which look like they're D6, but actually only go up to D4. So these are loaded D4 dice. So, I don't know. I like weird dice like this. I don't exactly know what I'm going to do with these, but yeah. They have 2 2s, 2 3s, and then 1 1. and 1 4. So they're missing the 5 and the 6. So yeah, I don't know. Say maybe some sort of shenanigans during a game. I could curse somebody's D6s and give them the lesser D6. Oh, yeah, there we go. Here's the crimson oil paint. Now, of course, oil washes and stuff, as Black Magic Craft has been doing lately. You know, this might be something I could use for that. This seems like it's only been used like maybe once. So, yeah, Bob Ross stuff. Maybe in the future I will check that out. Let's see here. More cows and geese. And perhaps a duck. More fowl, to be sure. There's a whole bunch of these plastic blue things here. And these are made out of, like, plastic, so they look nice. I figure, like, you know... I think maybe I thought maybe there was some sort of, like... I don't know. I forget why I picked these up. I had some idea for a puzzle that somehow would utilize these plastic blue things. They're very tough plastic, so... oh yeah, this is something I got at a garage sale. I bought this Mr. Potato Head because I do have several of these. I want to do another project. I really kind of want to do like sort of like a steampunk looking version of the Potato Head Stomper. And this is one of the few times I could find the hat. For 50 cents, I was willing to buy the whole thing. Mr. Potato Head. And this was just a piece of stuff from Rocket League. Something. And it looked cool. It's got like some little, you know, something you could easily add to the table. We got a armless, another armless Skylander miniature. Wow, it doesn't really want an armless Skylander. This stuff, I don't know what this is. This is stamping ink. Violet. So this is stamping ink dye. I don't know what... It's acrylic, so it could possibly be used for some sort of use with painting miniatures. Alright, I think that's all the... Oh, no, wait, there's one more thing I wanted to cover in this video. I got a bunch of little miniatures. These are 172 scale miniatures from various European manufacturers. These are much smaller than D&D miniatures. But I figured I would buy them because like there was literally like an wall of these. I got these at the Savers. The $3.99 was the regular price. I had a sale on these. Then there wasn't a sale. I had a coupon on these. So I ended up getting a bunch of these. That seemed like I'd be able to use them for, you know, maybe bits or something. I don't know. There seemed to be a lot of, you know. So this is the Revell company. Now I looked these up, and obviously these are not, you know, really. These are incomplete, and these really wouldn't be worth anything. But yeah. I figure for roughly about $3 a box, it'd be worth it just to get a whole bunch of little tiny bits that I could use. Even if I can't use the figures proper, there's all sorts of stuff you can do with like tiny little bits like this. So I was interested in seeing what I could do in terms of creatively using these little guys. Oh yeah, and here we go. Here's another weird ink product that I found. This is Adirondack alcohol ink. So I think this is like non-porous stuff. So I think this is the kind of stuff that you use for like glass and stuff like this. I think it specifically was talking a lot about how it's good for like transparent materials and non-porous materials. So I'm assuming this is stuff that is specifically used for dyeing translucent materials. I'll have to look this up. It's called Adirondack alcohol ink. It's acid-free. And yeah. I don't know. I'll have to see if I can use this with something. Which I don't know if I'll be able to, but that seemed very interesting, so I decided to grab it. Whoa. Careful now. This is one of the very few times when nostalgia really kind of led me to get something. And this was How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. This is a book that I borrowed from a friend back in the day once when I was trying to do my own little dumb comics that were not very good. And yeah, just a nostalgic thing, I guess. I found a brand new copy of Stephen King, The Institute. Like, never even read. It was just kind of beat up because it was thrown in with the rest of the books. Yeah, I don't even know. I've not read Stephen King books on a regular basis for a while now. And then I found the free comic book day for the Buffy comic book. Yeah, alright. Oh yeah, and the Orcs book. This is a book that I've seen in the store, like, a lot. So I don't know if Stan Nichols is, like, a good author, but I don't know. It's just a book that I've seen. I've always mistaken this for a Warhammer book, but it's not. So, I don't know. It's got decent reviews. Anyone who goes through the trouble of producing a book and then has it manufactured with a weird color on the side, I almost want to kind of give it a chance. Oh yes! And I completely forgot this lovely thing here. The electropathic vessel. Which is completely useless, but at the same time, yeah. Yes, it's one of those weird things that you see when you go in elementary school to the science museum. You do the little lightning ball thing. It's one of those, but with like a part built into the thing, which actually is not connected to the sphere. So, yeah. It's pretty cool. But, yeah. I figured... I saw this in the glass section of the Goodwill by the pound. This is not something I would normally buy, but it kind of looks cool, so I figure I would use it in a video and just have it sitting, you know... Just having kind of sitting in the background of a video one of these days. Yeah. Alright. Oh, we even have more stuff. This is a collection. I'm just going to get all this stuff out of the way. Labels. Dynamo label. I have no idea if these are still good or not. They might not be, but they might be. Arms and wings. And faces. I was going to have the arms come out of a base. It'd just be like grasping claws or something like that. And the wings. You never know when you're going to need to get some wings, I guess. I got a partial thing of the Safari mini tube of mythical creatures, which includes a griffin, which is a lovely painted griffin, and a chimera style thing, and then a Minotaur. Minotaur. So yeah, these are just from the Safari mini tubes. This is just the mythology one. Chimera's cool. I really like the Griffin. Griffin kind of looks like a small Griffin. Give me a little baby or juvenile Griffin. And I don't know how much use I'm going to get out of the Minotaur, but it's still pretty cool looking Minotaur, so fun little stuff there. Piece of wall here. That's just to put in the base of an upcoming project. I've been trying not to buy so much random stuff, which is funny considering all of this, but I really want to try to utilize everything that I find from now on. Except for this. I bought this literally just to mock how bad it was. So, yeah. And speaking of Safari, we've got some Papo stuff. Yes, for $3.99, $1 a piece, we got a bunch of the Animal Men from Papo. Which they're missing their weapons. But, yeah, I really like the Dragon guy. The Dragon guy is a pretty sweet miniature. And can you take that out? You can take that out. Can you hold that? He's got to be able to hold that, right? Maybe he's not meant to hold it. I don't know. It's weird to have him just sitting there holding nothing. I looked this up. He's supposed to be holding like a sword, but yeah. These Papo guys, some of these are very, very nice miniatures. The paint job on this guy is pretty great. I mean, obviously nothing to write home about, but still the amount of colors and the detail, pretty cool. So again, way too big for most uses of D&D stuff, but I do enjoy using weird miniatures for weird stuff. So I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to use this for something, maybe not. I got no clue. I got 4 of them. So, yeah, if nothing else, then these cool toys are going to be donated to a kid who will have fun messing around with them, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. And this guy's got 3 weapons. Okay. The Ram... Okay. The Ram guy, clearly... Somebody gave him too many weapons. One of these weapons belongs to one of these other guys. But, yeah, that's... Yeah, look at that armor and stuff. Now, I don't quite understand how something like this is $20 retail, and yet WizKids is selling a miniature that's much smaller than this. It does not have nearly the number of painting steps that this has, and yet the MSRP on that is $40. That I don't understand. A block of shiny rock. All right, finally, and I believe I have everything separated. Let us go through very quickly ye old video games and movies. We found the Titanic, the Lost Mission, Windows 95 game. I have no idea if this is gonna work or not, but you know what? I love crappy games. I love crappy PC games. A game that's not crappy is Warcraft, Orcs and Humans for MS-DOS. I'm pretty sure this would not work, but you know, I'm gonna try to make it work regardless. The GameCube, MLB Slugfest, mint condition. Well, not mint condition, obviously, but incomplete condition, and the disc is in mint condition. The case, of course, is very beat up. We have Xbox Live Arcade compilation disc. This is one of those weird ones where it's just like, oh yeah, like not everybody might have like. This is like letting people know what kind of games were on Xbox Live, I think. It's got a version of Pac-Man Championship Edition on it, which is... I want to see if this would actually still work. I think it probably would. 99 Nights. Massive battles. 1 million enemies. And of course... Game of the Year Skyrim for PlayStation 3. Da-da-da, 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 yeah. Blu-ray disc of Skyrim. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, I don't think this... I think this is the plain version of Skyrim. This isn't even like the legendary version or anything. That's just a regular version. Ugh. And something more interesting. Final Fantasy Anthology on the PlayStation 1. Do not know how this got through to the Goodwill by the pound, but obviously the one disc is in immaculate condition. The other one I'll have to see if it's going to work or not. I think it's just... yeah, I think that's just actually... I think that's basically going to be fine. But, yeah. Final Fantasy Anthology. A very nice find, I might say. And the other one where the discs are kind of in more beat up condition is the Final Fantasy Chronicles with Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. Yeah. Boy, yeah. I remember playing that on emulators in college. And playing Chrono Trigger on emulation in college. Yeah. Hopefully I can get those discs to work. I regret the fact that I'm not in a situation where I have any kind of dang old disc cleaner anymore. It's a bit of a shame. 007 Quantum of Solace, a game that I always wanted to play on the PlayStation 3. Battlefield Bad Company 2. Look at that. And this disc is immaculate as well. It's another complete PlayStation 3 game to add to my ever-growing collection of PlayStation 3 games. And then finally, for the video games, if you can believe it or not, I got Shadow Warrior for the PlayStation 4. That's right. A PlayStation 4 game in the Goodwill by the pound. So I probably paid the equivalent of roughly maybe 15, 20 cents for this. Immaculate disc. It's definitely going to work. So yeah, Shadow Warrior. That is a wild find. Out in the wild, especially because I'm not spending all day at the Goodwill by the pound anymore. So yeah. Oh, let's just do some honorable mentions of the old stuff that I found in terms of things. You know what I love? I love finding the codes like this one for one of the newer Jumanji movies. It worked. Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle. The code worked, so I got that in my digital account. Bingo, bango, bingo. Wizards. This is a Ralph Bakshi movie. And I've always been, this has always been kind of a wonky movie. Because there's certain things that I like about this movie and other things that are, kind of weird. But you know what? I'm glad I have the DVD. This is actually something I'm going to keep in my collection. A lot of these, by the way, are ones that I don't keep in my collection. A lot of these are ones that I will simply watch and then donate to the local public library. A sealed copy of Close Encounters of the Third Kind which is always one of those movies I saw as a very little kid, and I probably should watch as an adult. Alien Covenant? I don't even remember which one this one is. Who? What? Alien Covenant? What? I have no idea which one this is. I don't know if this is any good or not. I have no clue. I'll have to see. The Muppet Show. This is just a 25th anniversary collection of the best of the Muppet Show, with Alice Cooper as a guest in the Muppet Show. Sure, why not? The Abyss Special Edition, back when they would do these massive special editions for movies. Again, a movie I watched as a small child, and maybe I should watch it as an adult. True Detective. Yeah, the first season of True Detective. Yeah, and this is the DVD version of it. Yeah. Always heard good things about this show. Yeah. Yup. Willow! Apparently, a sequel to this movie is coming out. That is wild. But yeah, for a while, you couldn't find this. Back in like 2000... I want to say 2007? For some reason, the DVD of Willow is like very hard to find. Labyrinth. I believe I found a copy of this before. Yeah. Superman Returns, yet another kind of forgotten movie. I think I found a copy of that before. Definitely want to check that out. Immortals 3D. Apparently a terrible movie. But you know what? I want to check it out. And I just realized this light has turned off. So yeah, we'll have to see. Immortals 3D, apparently a terrible movie. In mint condition. I don't think the person who got this even watched it. It's got that. Man. Remember when they were doing that thing where they did the weird like digital copy that has like the actual disc for the digital copy? What a dumb idea! Like that was like after. It was also Percy Jackson and Olympians Late. I think I must have grabbed that by accident because I have no interest in watching that. What do we got here? Chappelle Show. Woo woo woo. Chappelle Show. Whoa. No comment on his current political beliefs or whatever, but Chappelle Show was an excellent skit comedy show. Which, yeah. This is the Blu-ray version of Planet Earth, and apparently I picked up the DVD version of Planet Earth and the Blu-ray version of Planet Earth. Apparently, I don't know. I guess I just wanted Planet Earth. I guess I don't understand why I picked up both of those. A movie starring Jake Gyllenhaal and Ryan Reynolds that I've never heard about before. Life. I have no idea. This is like, I don't know when the heck this was made or anything. But how bizarre is it you just find these random movies that you've never even heard of before, yet look kind of interesting? Sort of seems like a sci-fi movie, maybe? I don't know. Who knows? We're gonna check it out. We got a sealed copy of Get Out. The skit comedy show, I remember seeing some good skit comedy stuff coming out of Jordan Peele. So I don't know. And then Nicolas Cage and Mandy. I don't know anything about this movie other than this was, I think, the dawn of just the weird Nicolas Cage thing where he's just like, again, doing movies attempting to pay off his thing. So I don't understand what's going on with this. But I'm going to check this out. And then finally, we'll end on an interesting note. The Star Wars Clone Wars Volume 1 and Volume 2. One, I don't know much about these. Kept on hearing they're good. I will have to see for myself. And you know what? That is it. So that is a massive haul. A very large haul of stuff from the last couple weeks of stopping off. Oh, yeah! I can't believe I forgot it. The original 20th Century Fox release of Star Wars. I got this even though I have the DVDs that have the original release, but this looked like in such good condition that, like, you know, I think this might be the last VHS release before they released the special editions. So, yeah. I was happy enough to pick this up. It seemed interesting. I think this is the last VHS release before the release of the special editions. But, yeah. I have no interest in dealing with the special editions, so... Yeah, a bunch of stuff. I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you checked out my little guest appearance on Monster Island Buddies. Yeah, a lot of cool, absolutely random crap. Hey everybody, if you're wondering what's going on here, this is one of my Goodwill finds video. Basically, if you're new to the channel because of the voice acting, voiceover stuff, yeah, I like to go to Goodwill by the pound and see what I can find for use in D&D. I didn't find a lot of, like, crafting supplies. I found, like, a lot of really good stuff lately. This is one of my latest videos where I made this lovely mechanical Mr. Potato Head, this lovely robot guy using stuff that I found at the Goodwill by the pound. This is just random toy parts. Obviously, the Mr. Potato Head, the toy train parts, arm from Monsters University toy, I believe, educational toy bits, and the Jaws McDonald's toy, and these lovely glass eyes. I don't even know what these are, but they are amazing looking. And yeah, little bits off a model, I believe, aircraft carrier that I only found like little bits for. Like, yeah, so stuff like that I use to make interesting little projects like this. Not so much crafting stuff that I found this week, but I did find some very interesting old tactical board games. Space Empires, The Hunters, Silent Victory, and Enemy Coast Ahead. These are very specific, very tactical board game things I'm very happy to find. I will check them out. They're not exactly my thing, but I might end up just using them for eBay fodder. I don't know. I found some little granny grate stuff. This is for, I think you can use this for felting and quilting and all sorts of stuff. But these little squares here are amazing for making window panes and all sorts of stuff for D&D. I've seen people make like amazing ladders out of that stuff. We found a bunch of bits. A lovely little banner here from some sort of toy. Obviously, it doesn't look great now, but you could paint this up if you had a little bit of train. Clips are always great. I found a lot of these little statues for a board game, and I don't remember what board game it was because it was all ripped up. So these were mostly loose. Although I did find an entirely intact packet of these guys. So yeah, a lot of these are obviously, you know, kind of too small or completely out of scale. Little warrior guys might be like maybe halfling guards at that size. Something like that. Obviously, a lot of these more like mythical, like we have, obviously, this is either Poseidon here. That would look really great as a statue. We have a lovely, lovely hooded figure here. Already when I look at stuff like this, I can already see the uses for a hooded figure like this. All sorts of puzzle stuff, and if nothing else, just a little bit of dungeon dressing. I like to throw stuff down on the table, you know? So I found a bunch of those. I found this really weird. I don't know why. I shouldn't have bought this. I think I bought this just because it was so dumb. Like, they were so desperate to make toys from the first of the second Star Wars trilogy. And so they had this little, like, walking throne thing. And honestly, I think the only reason I got it was to actually tear, like, the little bits off so I could use them for a D&D machine maybe later on. Because if you look at it, the toy body itself is terrible looking, but the legs itself are actually pretty neat, and there's some great detail on there. So I could easily rip these off and put them on like a apparatus of Qualash, I believe, or some sort of techno-magical D&D thing. I did find this magical wand here, which is very beat up and dirty. Wanted to see if I could use this as a DIY texture roller and just see what this texture would look like if I just use this as a texture roller. Because I think I would be able to do this, because this is rather firm plastic. So this would really work good. If it was wet, it would definitely work good on green stuff, and maybe even on something like Sculptamold. I don't know. But yeah, I saw this and I was like, you know what? Even though this is very beat up, I might want to try using it as a texture roller. Just see how that works. That is all for the Goodwill by the pound stuff. But I did find this $3.49 bag of dragons. And I saw a cheap dragon sculpt that I had never seen before, which I thought was really cool looking. Because it kind of had kind of reminded me of like cockatrice style features. And obviously this is a wyvern and less of a dragon because it doesn't have the front legs. But yeah, I really like the cockatrice style features on this. It's a nice enough dragon for $3.25. And then we have a green proper dragon. But yeah, I like the pose on this one because he's kind of like crawling around on the ground. Not exactly... You know what, the more I look at this one, the more I actually like it. The over-exaggerated scales. It's pretty rubbery, so I don't know if I would actually try to repaint this. Because if you didn't know, the more rubbery the material, the more difficult it is to get the paint adhere, and the bigger the risk of, even if you get the paint to adhere at first, handling it and causing like stuff to move and bend. If the material is kind of cheaper like this, it'll cause the paint to flake off. Now, what they do in the factory is they heat anneal. Again, I'm not incredibly familiar with it, but basically they basically treat the material with heat. So when they paint it, the properties in the material will allow the paint to adhere much better. That's not exactly something that's easy for me to do. So considering the amount of cheap miniatures that are out there that are made for painting that will take paint way better than some of these, less rigid materials. And then this bizarre one. What is this guy? This is apparently a Toysmith dragon. And it's one of those ones with the wire in it so you can pose the wings and the tail. But yeah, what a goofy looking dragon. This is like a classic bad painted dragon here. This is something I might just leave for, one of the neighbor kids to pick up and play and just have something to play around with, because it's not very useful for tabletop. I guess I could, but again, I'd rather put my time into making stuff that's going to be much more impressive when I'm done with the project. And that's really not. Let's go through the random stuff. Found an old army flashlight again. I love these things. They store various parts and bits. I believe this is where the different... Yep. You have the different translucent things, so you can make the light a different color. I believe if you unscrew this, you'll have all the connections. And then I believe if you unscrew this, there should be an extra... Yeah, and then there's an extra bulb underneath the spring, if you can see that. So yeah, I love the army surplus lights like this. This is very good. If you'll note, this is actually the same type of flashlight you'll see in many different survival horror video games, because it has the little strap on here that you could put in your front pocket so you can have your hands free as the light kind of shines where you face it. It's got the little flash button thing and then the on-off switch of 3 different settings. I don't even remember. I think one of these settings is flash, so it'll just flash a while. So this could have a lot of uses just in regular life. You could put the red gel filter on there and then put it up as a flash, and it could be like a, not great, but somewhat okay warning light thing. All sorts of books. Black Cauldron, Golden Book, Walt Disney Golden Book. This was in actually decent condition. The Black Cauldron is just one of the earliest books that I read myself as a child, and I really liked it. And I didn't read the full novel, obviously. The Black Cauldron in itself is a young adult book, but I did read one of these little, like, tiny books like this as a kid that had, like, part of the Black Cauldron story. I think it was, like, the Berenstein Bears and then the Black Cauldron books. And, yeah, so I bought this just so I could donate it to the library book sale. We got the collector's edition of Wicked, the Son of a Witch, which is the gold leaf edition. So I just thought that looked fancy. If nothing else, I'll check it out and then maybe donate it. We just got an empty 3DS case. Or actually, no, that's just a regular DS case. Just, so I can have... I have games that don't have cases, so I like to grab that every once in a while. I also grabbed Madden 11, just because, again, it comes with the PlayStation 3 case that I can reuse. Some movies. We got some random thing here. Look at this, a triple feature of Goonies, Gremlins, and Gremlins 2. I saw so much about Gremlins recently, and I realized, like, I haven't actually watched that since, like, the 80s. That's one of these movies I might want to rewatch next Christmas, because it's a Christmas classic. Animated Son of the Batman, which is... I've never heard anything about this movie. I can't imagine it's that great if I've never heard anything about it. But, I'll check it out. Considering, like, they're selling DVDs now for, like, 30 cents a pound. So, yeah. Also, Dracula. Season 1. Never heard of this. Never heard of this at all. I have no idea what the heck is going on with this series, but you know what? I will check it out because I've never heard of it, but it seems pretty interesting. This is like an NBC show, apparently. No clue what the heck. Never-Ending Story. Yeah, I think I bought this just so I can donate it to the library, because I think the Never-Ending Story is a pretty good movie. So again, every time I see something interesting that's in like mint condition, I'll usually buy it and then just, donate it to the library book sale so people can buy it for their kids. And then finally, this is for resale only, I bought a Wii operation manual, which, yeah. These are the books that came with the original console, and I like to, when I see stuff like that, I like to resell it because, some people are looking for a manual to go with their system and stuff, so. And again, stuff like that's cheap. That's, again, with the 30 cents a pound thing. So, that's all the stuff I got from the Goodwill by the pound. Except for these two things, of course, which is these two things were $3.50, or $3.49 that I got from the Savers thrift store. But the rest of them, all of that was all Goodwill by the pound finds. And I wanted to say that I found something on eBay that was very interesting. I found this Frameworks Beholder on eBay for the princely sum of $19 shipped. Completely brand new, never opened. This is clearly from a game store. The seller was actually a game store. And I think that's very interesting that I saw so many of these Framework things being unsold on the shelves of my local game stores. Considering how cheap these are selling compared to the MSRP, I think this is a very good example of, not understanding the market. And again, I think everybody should go watch the Goobertown Hobbies video about the Frameworks, because he explains that this specific product line was priced higher than Games Workshop Warhammer lines. And it's a similar product, but boy, I just don't see that many people interested in the D&D hobby who are going to pay premium prices. Again, the MSRP on the Beholder is $50, and I bought it new for $19 shipped. I think that says something. I think that says that perhaps some of the D&D stuff is overpriced and they have not done as much market research as they probably should have before jumping into new products and whatnot. So, hey, I want to thank everybody for watching the video again. If you're interested in more voiceover stuff, I'm going to be doing more shorts and more voiceover stuff. It's a lot of fun, and I'm going to be doing more of that stuff. But I'm also going to be doing more crafting and more taking a look at random stuff from the Goodwill by the pound. If any of you have any questions about any of the finds today, or if you want to leave a comment and remind me what board game this is from, because again, look at this. Look at this. Look how awesome this is. What a great, like this, I could cut this off the base, and this actually could work for a D&D miniature, but it would be much better if I left it on the base and painted it up like a statue, right? I mean, man, look how cool that would be on the table. Is this painted up as an old statue? Like, maybe the statue could, like, come to life and attack the players, or maybe it's just part of the puzzle. I mean, the players don't know. If there's anything you want to add to the conversation, let me know in the comments below.
Wah! Channel memberships on this channel. You sign up today if you have the extra $1. It helps out a lot. Okay. Bye.
Why, hello everybody. Today is going to be a day where I go over some of the stuff I found at the Goodwill by the pound. And it's going to seem like a lot of stuff, but frankly, as you might know because you haven't seen a video in a while, this is the result of many, many months of looking for stuff. It's been, not much stuff has been happening. Most interesting, check this out. I can't believe that people go to the movies and they buy, like, this special, like, cups and stuff, and then they just drop them off at the Goodwill by the pound. It's so weird. But, yeah, I was, like, a little bit... I went to see the D&D movie. It's very good. I could tell what they were going for in terms of, like, the original script, but I think the actors, especially the one who played the Paladin, did an amazing job pulling it off. A decent movie, a really fun movie, and I'm glad it already made its money back. Hopefully they'll make enough profit to make another one or something else. Obviously, I think there's room for all sorts of D&D projects. So yeah, it was neat finding this. I will use this to hold, not brushes probably, but maybe sculpting tools or something like that. Crafting stuff first. We got a skeleton, a hard plastic skeleton, partial. I felt that this would look really neat. It's a little bit smaller scale than some of those ones that I saw before.
What is a skeleton's favorite snack?
This is something I'm going to experiment with. A very old doll mold. And obviously you can tell this is for making doll faces and doll feet. And it is the creepiest looking. This is very old. You can see the ears. I'm assuming this is some sort of elf mold. But yeah, it seems to be rubbery enough to be able to make something. So yeah, I'm going to try to utilize this in a crafting project. I thought that was just really neat. An old doll making molds for dolls. That's very interesting. Let's see here. Other bits and bobbins. A cage. Nice hard plastic. Already in scale for D&D. Always good to have. Dollar store dinosaur. I think I already had this one. I shouldn't have bought it, but you know me. An orc head. Look at that. A red orc head. That would be cool for a little like statue or something like that. Some little mirror things from the Twilight board game, I believe. We have plenty of sprue stuff. More educational sprue. For some reason, there's just so much of that here. We have the Titanic. This is, I believe, an entire Titanic model. And yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with this, but it's excellent sprue bits. So now I don't know how good these are. I just grabbed these literally today. These are Micron pigment ink. This is archival ink. These seemed really nice. And I know that people use Micron pens for some painting processes. So I did grab these because, you know, nobody else wanted them. We also have a pigment liner for calligraphy. Yeah, so I'll have to do an experiment and see if I can use these for anything. And then, of course, a Sharpie. Ultra fine point. This one actually looks pretty worn. But it still has ink in it. And then I found some Royal paint brushes. Which obviously these are not natural hair brushes. Generally speaking, I like using natural hair brushes. However, if I can find, you know, these are literally, you know, cost me pennies at the Goodwill by the pound. So, you know, it's good to have if you have like a fine brush that you need something. You don't want to ruin one of your other things. Oh, I did find one natural hair brush. This is a, or maybe not, I'm not sure. Another Royal brush. And then this one, which is an effects brush. Creative Mark. I don't know if this is for something specifically like painting miniatures, but I thought this would actually make a really good dry brush. This is an FX brush, so I'm not sure. If I could get it to be in focus, that'd be nice. Yeah, Creative Mark. Yeah, so a bunch of interesting paint brushes. Also, this excellent Made in Japan OLFA hobby knife. This, of course, is the brand of hobby knife, which I think this is one of the best box cutters you can buy. You should go to Black Magic Crafts supply website to see all the stuff that he uses. This is an amazing dang old knife. And it's honestly the best box knife I've ever used. This was recommended by Black Magic Craft. So yeah. So I'm assuming the hobby knife is going to be of equal value, I think. And of course, for the price that I paid per pound, you know, that's an amazing deal. We got some needles. You always need random needles when you're doing crafting stuff. I got some cheap folk art paint, but it's a neat color. It's Silver Anniversary. We have a rolling ruler, which is helpful for a number of different purposes. You can use it to make circles and stuff, and parallel vertical lines easily enough. And you can kind of roll the ruler up and down. Something like this is very useful. Not useful enough to the point where I would spend, you know, full price for it, but considering that it literally cost me probably, you know, maybe under 10 cents, you know, that's a pretty good deal. An old pocket knife. I bought this just because it was a curiosity, actually. Check these things out. These are actually little tea lights in these little plastic casings. Now, I'm probably just going to tear these out and use these for lights, because this is a little bit too bulky. But it's always nice to get some cheapo tea light stuff. We got some plastic spiders here, and these were actually interesting because these were actually really nicely sculpted and of hard plastic, so that's not bad. Like, I would just throw these on the table if I was doing an encounter. And obviously the correct scale for medium-sized spiders, and I got an entire bag of them. So yeah, I do have spider miniatures, but I don't have this many. This is a nice thing to have for a gaming table. If you open up a room and it's just absolutely crammed full of spiders, it's just nice to have a visual thing for that. I believe these are called pinking shears. Craft edgers. And these were just nobody wanted these. These were just sitting in the bottom of the thing. And I got a bunch of these because I figured these would look really good for making shingles. This one in particular, this is supposed to be a picket fence edge, but I think this would actually be decent to use on cardboard to make like to make to make window shingles. So we'll have a video where I try these out and try to use these. But yeah, I think these would look really cool. Like the exaggerated, obviously this is not what these are for, but yeah, little pinking shears. If I wanted to do a more subtle one, they have these ones here which look a little bit more rounded. And then the Batwing one. I'm not sure what I'm going to use the Batwing one for. And then the tiny little ones, which I actually might be good for making some tiny little shingles. But yeah, I thought that was very interesting and something I definitely want to try out. Again, I got this guy just because he's a little, obviously, he's a little Ewok guy. I don't know what this is. This is obviously something from Assassin's Creed. And you know what? I'm going to keep this in the bag. I'm going to look this up. I'm assuming this is like Assassin's Creed, like Black Flag bag or flag or something like that. I'm not going to open this up. I'm going to keep this in the package and see if this is worth any money. And then finally, this lovely metal tank toy, which is the Charblanc General Patton M42 Solido. Solido is made in France. This is a French toy. Natural specialty paper, and this is birch. This is this super heavyweight paper, and it's birch, so it's got some lovely things. I love when I go to the Goodwill by the pound, I see stuff like this. I like doing this because I like doing handouts, and if I have handouts that require like cool paper, interesting paper, I grab that. So I can use that, because again, obviously something that I would never pay full price for, but because I found it at Goodwill by the pound, I'll definitely use that for handouts during my D&D games. The little Moomin matching game. This is just a cute little Moomin game. If you don't know Moomin, just Google it. But this is something I bought specifically for the public library book sale. Oh, no. I actually bought this for the public library game room, because this is a fun little game that you can play with, like, your kids and stuff. So this is just a little matching game with the Moomin characters. So, yeah. It's very, very cute. Magical World of Moomin. So, yeah, I bought that just so I could donate it to the public library to go in their little public game room area. Labyrinth. I found the cards earlier, and now... no, it's everywhere. Look at this Ravensburg Classic. And we have all the little bits and pieces. Gonna take you back to the past to play these shitty games at Suckies. So many of these. So many cards, and they're all out of place. And look at this. What are you doing? Look at that guy. I wouldn't trust that guy if I found him in the dungeon, sitting there with his striped shirt. I don't know what the heck he is. I won't trust that guy at all. And sadly, it looks like we only have 2 of the miniatures. So yeah, I'm unfamiliar with this, but this is the game board, obviously. It's supposed to have 4 player pieces. Sadly, we're missing 2 of them. So this is not complete. But you know what? This might still be... we do have the instruction booklet. So I might actually donate this as well to the public library game room, because it seems like a pretty simple game, and it seems fun. And... yeah. How to play, objective of the game. Yeah, the playing pieces, I can just probably throw in some more. Cool sorceress. And then the goober mage guy. Look at that guy. I don't know what to do. I've only read magic out of a book before. Oh. You goober. Yeah, goober you. Yeah, well, it looks like we have most of the cards, so it's probably playable. It's what we don't have is the extra little pieces, which I can just probably provide something. Look, he's on the cover, too! I won't trust him. I don't know what's going on with that guy, but I would not trust him. I don't care, that evil smile. Avalon Hill Games. Starship Troopers. And these seem... I never know with Avalon Hill Games because they have quite a lot of stuff in them if you're not familiar. But yeah, these definitely are kind of interesting. Oh wow, look at that. The boards of these games are just like, you know, they have a feel to them that the modern games just don't have. Oh, it's hex-based. Look at that. Quadrants. Alien Control. We have the quadrant maps, and I would have to look this up to see if this is complete. But yeah, it looks like we got some land and perhaps sea. And we have some other little bits. Oh, it looks like this might have a little bit of mold. That's no good. Inside is good. It might be just discolored, frankly. Wow, look at that. Starship Troopers. I read this book when I was on a extended canoe trip for like a week. It was my only thing that I could... That was the only, like, little bit of, like, non-canoeing stuff I had to do was to read Starship Troopers. These old illustrations are the best. Yeah, that's cool. And we have the little maps. We got the little tear-off things so people can have the little squadrons. And we got some extra papers on here. And we have the Terran attack table. Starship Troopers. This is an exploding bomb. This is a 1-minute bomb. So, hilariously, like, the Starship Troopers novel, like, that was not, like, an anti-fascist thing. But if you watch the movie Starship Troopers, like, that is legitimately one of the best, like, anti-fascist movies ever. But the book wasn't. I think you could definitely read the book and then watch the movie, and you'll definitely get different things out of each. And it looks like he actually got him... The military axiom. Yeah. Very interesting. Love that. I love the art on that. It's great too. And then I also found another, and again, this is stuff that people picked through and didn't want. This is definitely going in my personal collection. But this is Outdoor Survival, a game about wilderness skills, which I always love doing stuff like this in D&D. Oh, this one has a dice. One single dice. Some little bags that have some tokens in it. Life level index chart. Survival scenarios. Person counters. Outdoor survival primers. Rules of play. Some lovely food source things, all sorts of things. And then we have some more hex maps, but this is all one. Look at this. Dang, look at that. That's amazing. Look at that. That is so cool. Unfold the whole thing. Look at that. Oh my goodness. That's impressive. Another Avalon Hill game. I have no idea if it's complete or not, but again, I think that might go on the bookshelf. 3.0 Player's Handbook, which is not in great condition, but it's complete, not missing any pages. I'm going to have a complete collection of these, maybe by next year. We got One Punch Man number 5. Moomin Rider. I don't know anything about One Punch Man other than Moomin Rider rides a regular bike and he's just like a regular guy. Ravenloft books, which I was happy to find. These I actually found at the Goodwill store, not the By the Pound. But they only cost me, like, I believe, $2 each, which is not that bad. The Enemy Within, Christy Golden, who wrote The Vampire the Mist, which was a book that I really liked. And Carnival of Fear, Ravenloft books. Very interesting. Breath of the Wild Explorer's Guide. Which, yeah. Dang, look at that artwork. I figured with the new Zelda game coming out, I might actually pick up Breath of the Wild again and complete it. Look at that. It's got all the... When I was your age, Link looked like that. Batman soundtrack. And kiss on a rose and again, down at my roses in bloom. Some Doctor Who, the complete 6 series. Doctor Who Full Circle BBC video, the Tom Baker years. Lupin the Third. Love Heist. Otherwise known as Jim Cornette. I found a Gravity Falls thing with a bunch of Gravity Falls episodes. I'll try to figure out what's going on with this. This seems cool. The artwork on the front is the only reason why I want this. The video game character come to life. We got the Mario Super Show. Mario Brothers Super Show. Which I think this is the one with the introductions to Captain Lou Albano, I think. I don't know. This just seemed so weird of a thing, I decided to pick it up. Far Cry 3, completely sealed. Now, this is sealed. I don't know if this is going to actually work, though, because I don't know what sort of DRM is on this. I just picked this up because I thought it was complete, but I realized this is new. Nobody ever opened this. I actually kind of like half started to open it, but I realized like it started tearing off the thing. So either somebody unsealed this and resealed this when it was new, which is it's obviously a distinct possibility, or this has just never been unsealed and it's new like the other Far Cry. But yeah, that's so cool. Obviously, it feels like it's complete. It probably is. But yeah, if this a sealed PC Far Cry, that's kind of cool. But perhaps not quite as interesting as Sonic, the Genesis collection for the PlayStation 3. Look at all this stuff. This is a large collection of Sega Genesis games, which, of course, I mean, you know, it's more of a convenience, obviously. But at the same time, like, the Blu-ray is in very good condition. It's just dusty with some fingerprints. There are no scratches at all. So yes, you could obviously emulate these all. And I don't even know how the emulation is on this, but again, I bought this at the Goodwill by the pound. So this I got for 30 cents a pound. And you know what? I'm happy to buy this for my collection. That's definitely something that you can spend an afternoon messing around with all the old Genesis games. This is a little wooden case thing that I found. And you can put little... This is where I think all of the pens and stuff were. And so I'm going to use this for all of my brushes and stuff. And I'm going to put this on the shelf. And that way, if I need a certain brush or a tool, I can just grab it. And I'm going to use this for the brushes and the pens. And I thought this was just a nice little set of drawers. And, you know, the woodworking obviously isn't that great. But you know what? It's getting harder and harder to find, like, decent-looking stuff. This is obviously very sturdy. It's used, but I'm going to clean it up and use that up. So, yeah. Yeah, so this was an interesting look. Again, I'm going to really focus on trying to make real content, which is different than just buying a bunch of stuff and talking about it. I definitely want to try out the 3 main things that I got. The micron pens, the little pinking shears, edging shears. I want to try making shingles with these. And then I definitely want to use the creepy doll mold and see what I can do with that. And yeah, the rest of it is what it is. It's so funny that I went to see the D&D movie, and then I found that at the Goodwill by the pound. That's hilarious. All right, then. Hello, everybody. It's time for another Goodwill by the pound. video where I just talk about what I find at the Goodwill by the pound. But let's, in no particular order, here's what I found recently, over the last month or so. A Crown Royal bag, always fun. I just like the Crown Royal stuff. A lot of people use them for crafting projects. I like to use them for dice bags. Memoir 44, the expansion pack, which is a cool expansion pack. This looks like it's actually one that's in pretty complete condition. So I think I'm actually going to sell this because somebody might get some actual use out of this here. There might be a couple tanks missing, but I will sell that as is. A lovely board game find. I found a couple of toys. I found this really nice dinosaur toy. What is this? This is a Schleich. Nice. No mold lines. Very cool looking Tyrannosaurus. Very active pose. And then a Rhino, which is actually a little bit cheaper. But I like having stuff like this around in case I want to, do crafting projects where I rip something up. That way I'm not destroying something nice. Random car parts that I just kept because they looked neat and they'd make good for, they make good random rubble sprue. Like, look at the nice detail on that if you can. That would make some great rubble for, like, a antique technology and stuff. And speaking of antique technology, I found this guy, which is a little, I don't know exactly what this is, but, yeah, it's a little droid guy, that I think if he had batteries, he'd, like, walk around and stuff. But, yeah, I figured this would be very easy to make into a sci-fi or ancient technology style thing. But I really liked the face on this dinosaur here. Obviously, plesiosaur or, Loch Ness Monster. Eldemosaur? I don't know. The sculpt on this is really nice. Obviously, there's a lot of joints and stuff, but it looks neat. Looks nice on the table. This is obviously like a tech deck ramp or something like that. I thought that would be a neat thing for a bit of D&D terrain. Skeleton stuff. This is a little bit oversized, but it was really good quality, so I did get it. The Harry Potter chess set. I've always wondered where these weird chess pieces came from. I never knew until now. This is a Harry Potter chess set. Obviously, I've never watched the movies, really, so I guess this is what they looked like. I found a bunch of these weird-looking things. This is all sealed up. But I found a bunch of these in the past that looked really cool. So, yeah. I definitely have a lot of ideas for chess-based things that I can do. For brushes... Oh, here's that skull. Top of the skull pieces there. That certainly is interesting, perhaps as a marker. I found a bunch of Craft Smart brushes. I believe these are natural hair. I think this is camel hair. But I do like the Craft Smart brushes for cheap dry brushes. And then there's this one here, which is Ledge Bay. It's this nice wooden handle. It's got a nice grip on it. And this would be good for a little dry brush. I love finding weird brushes. Oh yeah, here's one of the little tiny brushes. They used to sell these at the dollar store way back in the day. And then another Craft Smart. Another Craft Smart brush. Esoteric thing. I got this little egg guy. Look at him. Look at as he stares into your soul. Oh. He's so sad. He's an egg yolk. Gutama. Sanshiro, Japan. Gund. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh. I was happier in the shell. Oh. 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 Obviously, I couldn't leave this guy behind. Look at him. He's a little egg. He's a little egg yolk guy. I don't know what's going on. This is like a Japanese mascot character, I think. But, yeah. Interesting little guy there. We got some thread, obviously. Always good to have thread. I was actually running out. This is this big, thick thread, which is useful for a whole bunch of applications. Oh, I found a tie for Kringle, my puppet. I got some lovely damage-free hanging things. I love these things from 3M. Little crystal things. There's some flat crystals. A very destructible material. It looks cool, but this is definitely going to crumble. And this might be made out of those weird materials where it's just going to end up crumbling with age regardless. So I'm probably just going to toss that. I guess if you recognize this thing, you're way too into McDonald's. But this is this weird, like, I wonder if it says on the back. Cactus Plant Flea Market. 2022. This was like their weird, like, they were doing like weird like crossovers. So this was like a, I guess supposed to be like a super collectible limited toy. I'm definitely gonna sell this because this aesthetically just, I mean, come on, this just aesthetically looks like garbage. I don't know what the hell they were going for here, but like, you know, this is obviously just somebody just clumsily trying to put their style onto a beloved character of the Hamburglar, and I don't see the point. Yeah, I got some kitty. I got some kitty clips, little clips with a kitty on it, and then just a bunch of Lego stuff. Ooh, I did like this guy. I don't know if this is an official head, but look how evil this Lego guy is. Look at that. Look how menacing that is. I think this is an official one. It looks like the... Yeah, I mean, it looks like an official one, but yeah. Minifigs like this are... This is the sort of stuff that, if you're at the Goodwill by the pound, people who don't know anything about Lego will always grab the minifigs first. Even if they don't, like... You know, even if they're not there specifically to get Lego, because some of the minifigs are just so are worth so much money that they'll just grab any minifig at all. So that's a rare find. Yeah, we'll just go into books and stuff. I found this G.I. Joe free comic book day thing. I think it's free comic book day. No, this is just a regular G.I. Joe comic. I don't know why I grabbed that. I'm not a fan of G.I. Joe or anything, so. Video game stuff. A Wii nunchuck controller in surprisingly good condition. And we have a couple different AV cables. It says so right there. I believe just from looking at it, I think this is PlayStation 1. Though this could be, I don't know what the difference, I always forget what the difference is between PlayStation 1 and 2. And then this one here, I believe... Just kind of glancing at it, I believe this is the Dreamcast, which is, yeah, that's an interesting blast from the past. There are branded Nintendo HDMI cords. I believe, because these are gray, I believe this is the Wii U cord. And then we have a black branded HDMI cord branded with Nintendo, which I believe this would have to be a Nintendo Switch HDMI cable. So very interesting. You always find random stuff like that. Oh yeah, and I found a power supply, an incomplete power supply for PlayStation 2 Slim, I believe, off the top of my head. Yeah, so obviously the regular power cord plugs in there, and then you have the outside external power supply unit for the PlayStation 2. Miss Pac-Man, which I did not test. This is one of those, which this is actually one of the nicer. Got the micro switches in there. I don't know, this is a little bit beat up, but at the same time, these take a beating. These original ones were actually really good. This is a Jack-specific one. This has Mappy in it and a bunch of other games like Galaga. It seems the controller still seems good, so we will see. There's a chance that that's busted, but, you know. You buy that under electronics, you're only paying 30 cents. I'm sorry, 50 cents now. Oh, that's the other thing now. Electronics and CDs, DVDs, and books are now 50 cents, which is expensive as all heck. We got Nox. Nox was kind of like a Diablo-style game, which included a little bit more roleplay. It's an interesting game. I haven't seen this around in a while. Halo 4 in perfect condition. Complete. We got Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. We got Connect Star Wars, which I only bought because it's in mint condition. Let's move on to movies. We got The Hunt with Hilary Swank. We got one of the Outer Limits things. This is from the 1963 first seasons, episode 1 through 8. Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Terry Gilliam. I've heard a lot about this film. I don't think I've actually sat through and saw it. Moneyball. Blu-ray. Heard a lot about this film, too. Infamous. The old school Punisher movie with Dolph Lundgren. This is the late 80s Punisher movie, which I only saw part of it on TV. Comes at Night. I thought I knew what this movie is, but maybe it's a different one. It's got the little tomato thing, so I know it's a newer movie. It's got Joel Edgerton in it, so yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely gonna check this out. Seems like an interesting horror movie. DVD Ghostbusters Afterlife, mint condition. Boardwalk Empire with the very handsome ex-New York firefighter himself on the cover there. This is one of those ones I've seen a lot of clips from. I'm gonna tell you, I've shot a lot of people, killed a lot of people, it's very true. The audio died, so this audio is gonna sound like crap for the last little bit, but I don't really care. Ninja Turtles, Blu-ray. One of those things where, hey, you know what? I haven't watched this movie yet, and Blu-ray. So I always kind of grab the Blu-rays if I see them. And then The Revenant. Considering what we just saw with the bear scene from Baldur's Gate 3, I thought that would be a good one to grab. And then these little books here, which I'm going to donate to the public library. The little Star Wars kids books. These are so adorable. I love these things so much. These are super popular, too. Yeah, I love these. These guys are great. I thought these would be useful. See these? These are actually gun cases. And I thought they'd be great, like kind of a neat way to carry around miniatures. But the not styrofoam, just the regular foam in them has been broken down a little bit more than I thought. So they're not the greatest. I'm going to see if maybe there's some use for these, because they are padded cases. They're nice. They're hard plastic. I believe they're made in America. You can't really buy cases like this made in America anymore. They were cheap, and I thought they were cool looking. But yeah, I would have to figure out like what I would put in these, because I don't know if I would trust miniatures. I don't know if I would trust because there's not really a lot of space. The foam is set up so it secures the firearm when you put it in here, so it doesn't move around a lot. So I don't know what I could put in here that's not going to get pressed too hard by the foam. And I'm not going to replace the foam either. So that's an option. Just take the foam completely out and use this for paint storage or something maybe. But we'll see. That's it. Just a completely random haul. Again, I'm trying to not grab random stuff as much anymore. And I am trying to grab less CDs and DVDs and stuff, but I think I did a good job of only keeping the stuff that is really, was really high quality this time. I think definitely the sad egg guy. I don't know why, but I really like this guy. Aesthetically, he's just a really sad egg. Oh. And he's just I don't know. I'm not Josie from Fish Tank, so I'm not a fan of plushies or anything, but this guy right here, this is actually the more I look at this thing, this is actually a perfectly sized younger Tyrannosaurus. And the paint job is actually really nice. I'm gonna focus in on his face here. Look at that. That's just perfect. That can just go in the dinosaur drawer and I can use that for any scenario where I would need dinosaur miniatures for D&D. That was a really good find. The cords and stuff. People are always hitting me up for old video game cords, so if anybody needs an HDMI cord for a Wii U, they know where to look. I'm definitely selling this dumb McDonald's things. I don't know. I should stop. This better be worth some money. If this is worth $10, I'm 100% happy that I grabbed it. Otherwise, it is not worth my time. And this is from a Monopoly game, I think. It's a lovely little Tyrannosaurus. I like this because this could be used as like a token for a magical item that summons the big guy. That's great. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Today, I have some very interesting finds. Normally, I don't find official D&D items, but today, I found a bunch of them. I found a whole bunch of the official D&D dungeon tiles. For a brief second, I thought these might be from the Deserts of Athos set. That was the Dark Sun campaign setting set. But no, this is actually just from the Wilderness set. When the reincarnated sets were released, there were more tiles from more sets, so this definitely is one of the newer sets, but yeah, still love to see those desert tiles. I was shocked to see these at the Goodwill by the pound. Apparently nobody else knew what they were, nobody else wanted them, so getting these for basically 50 cents a pound is not a bad thing at all. Lovely little rowboat, 2 square, both in water. Obviously, excellent art. I know they did tiles before 4th edition, but I believe they started doing the cardboard tiles back then in the little boxes and stuff. And then they kind of re-released them for the 5th edition. So yeah, you can see these are mostly forest tiles. It has a lovely artwork. You can see they're kind of spaced out with these little white marks, so you can see the 1-inch space for the movement. Forest. Ooh, lovely. We've got a lovely building here, like an ancient tower. These are going to be incredibly useful to me specifically. And why is that? Well, it's because I'm going to be doing some Dungeons and Dragon events at the public library. And, you know, sometimes I don't want to, you know, take my expensive tiles to a place and I don't know exactly who's going to show up for a game. With these, I can just take them and I'm not going to be so worried about having them damaged or whatever. So these are going to come very much in heaven. Look at that. That's a nice bridge. Yeah. These are very great. I can't believe that no one else knew what these were and didn't grab them. I know for a fact that whenever people see the D&D novels now at the Goodwill by the pound, they grab them because they figured out that the old Forgotten Realms novels, anything with D&D or anything like that, is worth money. So, yeah. Ooh, lovely rock formation. That's lovely. We take a quick look there. That's very cool. We have some ruins. We have different little spaces, tents. We got some walls and entrance to a underground place there. We got some thin water and walls. So yeah, and then we have some desert ones. I've never seen the desert ones before, so that's pretty cool. Very happy I found that. I'm definitely going to use this for my next event. Ooh, look at that. A little bit of a little raft, makeshift raft. Oh, that's very nice. So yeah, perfect for when you want to throw together a D&D game and you don't have time to get out the tiles. Well, perfect for a D&D game where you don't necessarily want to use your tiles. What else do I have? I found some McDonald's toys. I was a little bit disappointed. I remember the robot guys And these apparently were a 90s one that came later. And these are apparently little dinosaur guys. So you have the old school Chicken McNuggets box. Chicken McNuggets turned into a little dinosaur style guy. Very cool, but not as cool as the robots. I think the robots were much neater. Dang, little fries. Let's pop out. I have no clue what they were going for on this one. It's weird that like the exposed screws are prominently shown off. Made. So yeah, just a curiosity. I grabbed them because they looked cool. Oh, we got some transparency film. Now, this is something that I love finding at the Goodwill by the pound because this is 50 cents a pound. You can just use this in an inkjet printer and make some clear plastic stuff. Obviously, you can see the ideas that I had with this when it comes to using it for tabletop games. There's obviously a number of uses something like this would have. Oh, and what else did I find? I found some 80s Chinasaurs. If you remember this guy, this is the guy that's... I believe this is the same model that was in the Boulay model. A very cool-looking dinosaur. And then, of course, this guy, which is a prehistoric beast. The name I don't remember. But this is a later one. I can tell because of the material and because of the weird paint job on the eyes. But, yeah, I believe... I've always suspected that this guy was the precursor to the Disenchanter Beast. Because the original description for this Disenchanter Beast said it was purple, and the original paint job for this toy was purplish. And the description seems dead on. Big nose, basically kind of a mutated looking camel body. Yeah, so I always thought this specific mold was the origin of the Disenchanter Beast, but I don't know for sure. I've never verified that. Obviously, many of the D&D monsters that we know today were originally Chinasaurs like that. Cheap toys made in Hong Kong or China. And yeah, some random video games. We got Myst Revelation, which I certainly never played. This is the WinMac PC thing, so I'll be interested to see if this actually still works. I've had pretty good luck so far, and of course, a game I know will probably work. The Dawn of War Platinum Edition. This is an amazing game. I highly suggest you check out the Spiffing Brit video where he exploits this game. But yes, Dawn of War, played the heck out of this, played every single expansion of this game. Very, very fun, very, very cool game. Lord of the Rings, Middle-earth, Battle for Middle-earth 2. We have Metalocalypse Season 1, which I've only heard references to this show, so I'm not sure how great that is or not. The Hobbit, The Desolation of Smaug. The Blu-ray version. We got some random stuff. These are actually for your consideration copies of these TV shows. So we got Blackbird, which is a... this is DVDs. And this is just like the for your consideration version of this. I don't know. I guess if they're sending this out, so people can view these. So yeah, I guess these are just so people can... if there's somebody who wants to judge these. Again, for your consideration, if anybody knows more about these, let me know in the comments below. And finally, one of the first Berenstain Bears books that I've ever read. Though this one's weird. It seems to have some sort of... they misspelled the cover on this one. I wonder if this is actually rare because they misspelled Berenstain on here. But yeah, this is one of the first books I ever read as a very small child. And yeah, this was just obviously amazing stuff. Look at this. Look at this adventure. Look at this adventure. The artwork. I almost kind of think that the more simpler Berenstain Bears stuff was actually a little bit better. I mean, look at the... man. this is classic stuff. I'm glad they're still reprinting stuff like this, because this is just a great book. So this was in okay condition. I'm definitely going to donate this for the library book sale, or maybe just put it out on the free shelf at my local public library. That is very cool. Random little bits of plastic here that were like a dragon head, kind of translucent dragon head plastic bits from a toy, which I thought would be kind of cool for like maybe a trap, maybe a magical trap. That would be cool to craft for D&D. And we got some wooden knobs, which are very handy for crafting projects, but obviously I don't want to pay full price for this. And then we have some little wooden round balls as well. Also very nice to have for crafting projects. Never want to pay full price. And here was a real oddity. I found this at the local Savers. And this is clearly some sort of D&D Funko Pop, which is really interesting because usually, see here, obviously this is some sort of drow. Oh, his head turns a little bit. I'm not sure if that's a feature or... I don't know. Oh, that's definitely not a feature. Oh, his head's not supposed to turn like that. I already broke it. Anyways, so obviously, white hair, purple eyes. This is clearly supposed to be a drow. Dressed up in leather armor. Clearly some sort of rogue. Maybe a ranger with the green thing and the twin scimitars. I think it's probably a ranger, considering the cloak, the twin scimitars, and the leather armor. I'm just gonna go ahead and call this a ranger, which is, and that's the interesting part about this. Like, usually when they do a Funko Pop like this, it's usually based on like a famous D&D character, and kind of, you know, pretty generic. Very cool to see a D&D miniature like this out in the wild. And it also is actually very interesting that they did a Funko Pop, and they just did one of just a generic drow who doesn't have a name and is not important. The scimitars are slightly different colors, perhaps denoting that one of them might be magical. Obviously, both scimitars couldn't be magical, because that would be just like, you know, that would be, you know, kind of dumb to have a character who's known for having two magical weapons. That would seem like a dumb thing. So we can safely assume that only one of the scimitars is magical. I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna resell it, because like, the Funko Pops, man, you know, the aesthetic of it is just so dumb, and you can't really use it for anything. You just sit it on the shelf. With stuff like this, you can actually, you know, use it in a game, and it's useful. It has some use. This is just something for the shelf, which is just, you know, meh. Yeah, who cares? In any case, so I'll resell it. Maybe it's considered rare, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want something so generic and nameless to be on my shelf, because somebody would say, "Oh, what's that?" And I say, "Oh, it's just a random drow ranger of no importance." It would be weird to have that on my shelf, so yeah. Anywho, that's the stuff that I found at the Goodwill by the pound, and an extra thing from Savers. And I will see you soon as I let you know what happened with the D&D games that are coming up at the public library. And I'm going to be running D&D games here on this channel. It's going to be interesting. Make sure you stick around. It's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, if you have any questions or comments, or if you found anything cool at your local thrift store, let me know in the comments below. Filler content? No, I would never do filler content. Yeah, this is filler content. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So we found some, and I thought these were actually well made enough that they'd make some interesting, like, dice containers. I could put my dice in here, because it's a well-made box. The only issue is the Middleton label here. When I bought this, I didn't think it was that hard on there. Actually, I can take the label off. I'm not a fan of Middleton whiskey, so I would just like the actual, you know. Yeah, okay, good. So, I think it looks a lot better without the whiskey label. So I'm definitely going to take this off. Because I kind of have my dice sets just sort of in a random, you know, container here. Which is fine and dandy, but, you know, is this big enough? No, it's not big enough for that. But I have a lot of other dice sets that I can just kind of store in here. And it'll look nice. And I can put it on a shelf. So yeah, this was a nice little find. Goodwill by the pound. Obviously, this is $2 a pound. Not a bad price at all. I got 2 of them, so I'm happy enough. Random bits and bobs. We got some weird insects legs here, but they look okay. The material is a little bit flexible, but not too bad, so I think that could definitely be used for perhaps a very large base or something like that. I don't know. They just looked interesting at the time, so I grabbed them. We got some spacer beads. Always good to have extra beads from the Goodwill by the pound because the beads are super cheap there. We got some Hero Clicks stuff. Look at that. A little flood guy from Halo. Look at that. What a great little miniature. So that was a fun little find. This is a flood carrier. Was there any other? Yeah, there's a little Halo guy too, though obviously not particularly useful. We have a sensor girl who's all bent up. So obviously can be fixed with warm water and whatnot. I'm not sure why I grabbed. I think I grabbed this one just because that was the only. Those were the only 3 ones I saw. We got some of these pretty nice animal toys here. We got spiders in particular look pretty good. I don't know how well they are pretty floppy, so I don't know how well they'll take paint. So I think we have a signed baseball card. I mean, I don't know anything about baseball cards. We got these squishy little frog guys. These little frog guys were actually really cool looking, but they're too squishy, unfortunately. They look really cool like fantasy frog guys, but sadly, the material is just so floppy. Even if I was to heat treat them, I don't know if I could get them to. But I don't know where these are from. These are certainly cool looking little guys, but sadly, not for use on my table. I don't know why I kept these. I don't know. Anyways, so cool little frog guys, but no. Little 80s toy here. Something like that. One of the little toys with like magnets in the feet. Missing the visor, unfortunately, but still. A cool little toy. A little modern take on a Star Wars figure. Pretty nice. Another bad guy. This is one of the action figures, I think, that used to be able to use caps, because this is like metal in the back there. You can see it's corroded metal. So I think this thing used to be able to fire caps somehow. Maybe you just fed the caps in the back. We got some Lord of the Rings! Yes, sir. This was not at the Goodwill by the pound, but it was only $2. So $2 for this, which is a very good price because I love the miniatures that come in this. The Legolas sadly looks a little bit corroded, but the Gandalf is not corroded at all. If you're wondering why I'm talking about corrosion, these pewter miniatures here, sometimes you did get some corrosion on them. Yeah, we're missing Gimli. If you want to see, I actually painted up one of the Frotos as Frodo. So I'm going to paint the rest of these up as generic halflings. But here you can see an excellent level of detail, actually. So these paint up really nicely. And yeah, I painted them up like Frodo. The rest of them I'm going to paint up like generic halflings, I think. And the rest of these guys are going to be generic NPCs and whatnot when I get to them. This is actually not the worst corrosion I've seen, but you can kind of see this is where it sort of starts, where the minerals almost seem to leach out. You can kind of see the difference here. I've never seen an Aragon model where this happens, but some of the other ones, they start to get very corroded, and they lose detail pretty badly. So these are not that bad at all. Gandalf is another one. I'm glad that I got a Gandalf that's doesn't have any corrosion on it. Yeah, look at that. That'll make a nice miniature. And they're right in scale with D&D, so happy days. I also got a copy of Dungeon. Black Magic Craft did a good review of this board game. It's a very fun board game and a very fun way to play a D&D type adventure without perhaps doing all the D&D stuff that goes along with that. But yeah, I saw this, I had to grab it, because I only have one copy, and I'll have to go through and make sure that copy that I have is actually complete. So I think that is just about it. Let's talk about other media for a second. Oh, no, wait, I found the shark thing. Look at this thing. It's like a horned shark head thing. Obviously, this would be perfect for a giant trophy. So, very strange shark head thing. So, yeah. Just as a bit of scenery. Alright, video game stuff. We found a copy of Halo for the old PC. I'm not going to show that code because I want to see if this actually will work or not. I don't think it does anymore. I'm pretty sure this is like... I'm pretty sure that would not work anymore, but I'm always shocked what video games work and what don't. Speaking of, like, weird finds, here's an IntelliVoice. A voice synthesis module for the Intellivision. Boxed. Still in the original wrap. Mint condition. I think this is worth, like, not that much. But you know what? I bought it, and it was an interesting little diversion. I don't have an Intellivision. I don't think I've ever had an Intellivision, actually. But, yeah. Just a fun little find right there. And then something more interesting. Breach 2 for the Amiga. Look at that. Look at that artwork. And this has all of the discs, all of the lovely manual stuff. Back in the day, the computers were a little bit wonky. So this actually has... I love how there's always multiple manuals, where it's like the in-universe manual and then the one that you use. So that's cool as heck. And we got a poster too. Look at all this stuff. Yeah. Breach 2. We have all the notes and floppy disks. Look at that old school customer copy thing. Dang, dude. To block that out. Customer copy. They got some printed out stuff for like more stuff. Dear gamer, Minecraft is very proud to announce the release of 2 much anticipated titles, Rules of Engagement and The Magic Candle 2. We've enclosed brochures on both games for your perusal. Man, that is some wonky and wild stuff, brother. So this is the promo for Magic Candle 2. Look at that artwork. Dang, dude. Dang, dude. I mean, look at that. That is some old school artwork. Dang. Dang. That is some very cool artwork. Magic Candle 2! And then we have all the guys' personal notes and stuff. What is this? This campaign discs and install discs. Breach 2. Looks like there's 2 versions in here, maybe. And then we have the Rules of Engagement promotional thing. So very interesting. Let's just take a look at what this poster is. Whoa! What the hell, dude? Look at that! Dude! That is a heck of a nice poster. Man, I thought this was just going to be a poster of Breach 2. I don't even know what the heck this game is, but damn, look at that artwork. Keys of Maramalm. Dang, that is some cool stuff. Holy crap. Look at that castle and the crashing water and the lightning and the damn green bat monster thing. That is that's a very cool poster. Oh, man. Dude, that is some excellent stuff there. That is cool as hell. I was gonna sell this, frankly. I might keep that poster, because that's cool. Obviously, I can't really use this because I never had an Amiga. And I could just, if I really wanted to emulate this, I could. And it's not a great idea to start collecting physical stuff, but that poster, I might keep that poster. That poster seems pretty cool. We got some more Wii stuff. I believe this might be a Switch one, or a Wii U one, and then we have a lovely little nunchuck controller. Look how sad this guy is. What the heck? Look at that. There's a literal tear running down his Lego man face there. Dang. What a sad Lego guy. Very angry Lego man. He's a very angry, evil Lego man with a goatee. He must be an evil Lego man of some description. Little bird guys from the newest Avatar movie. A very colorful bird person. I'm not sure how this guy is supposed to... You know what? This is actually a nice little paint job. This looks pretty cool. I could probably just kind of drill a hole in this little fella and then just have this be a little monster guy. Looks pretty nice. Nice little D&D-esque monster, perhaps? Maybe a play school toy? I'm not sure, but look at that. Perfect size for D&D. A vault door. Very nice. Obviously, a nice little bit of scenery. I could kind of build this into a floor tile, maybe. Make a little floor tile. That'd be cool. Yeah, we got a brand new copy of American Horror Story Season 1. We have some... I've never seen these copies before, but this is the widescreen limited edition. And these are the collector's edition that do have the original Laserdisc version with them. But they're the thin discs, which I've never really seen before. But yeah, I kind of collect these now. And I actually did a showing of the upscaled version of the original theatrical version of Star Wars, the entire trilogy. And that is interesting. It was so funny because like a lot of younger people showed up for that. I thought it'd be a bunch of older people like me. Remember seeing the theatrical version on VHS, but no. Yeah, so a very interesting collection of stuff that I got today. I hope you had fun watching that. I think Breach 2, wow. That poster, I'm keeping that poster. I'm putting that up someplace. Great times. All right then. Peace out. Horse bear. Horse bear.
Oh, hey everybody, it's me, Caleb. I actually forgot to mention the only really good find that I found, which is these really cool, like, building block things. I'm not sure what the heck they're supposed to be, but they make a really cool, like, tile structure. Then you can put lights underneath it, and it looks really cool. And I also have been trying to research those little frog guys, and apparently maybe they were based on bullywugs, and they were given out as, like, prizes in like carnivals and in like boardwalks and stuff like that. So they were cheap toys made around, I guess, the same time a lot of cheap D&D knockoffs were being made in China. So apparently they're kind of cool, so I'll probably end up keeping them actually. But yeah, I really like these little translucent things. This is going to make a cool little setup for some of my little acid pit traps and stuff like that. It's very cool. What do you mean I don't know how to end a video? You're the one who's awkward. I'm not awkward. I'm cool. Straight off the dome, Goodwill by the pounds finds for the winter months, the cold months, the months that I didn't really go to the Goodwill by the pound that much. I found a couple things, though, so even though the amount of stuff isn't that great, let's just take a quick look. Dungeons & Dragons Essentials. You've seen these before. I can't believe I found yet another set. I now have, I think, the three main sets from the Dungeon Tile Master set. The Dungeon, the City,
and the Wilderness. So that is really cool. So for D&D stuff that was just randomly in the bins, I found a bunch of the Lost Mind of the original D&D starter set, and it's really interesting. I don't know, I mean, this was just sort of in there randomly, so there's not really much I can do with it, but I decided to grab it anyways. I thought maybe this would be something to give away at a library game event. Kind of lost one, because these are kind of not a set, so I could give these away to somebody. And it would be somewhat helpful for them to like flip through. If they're just learning how to run or play D&D, that would be a fun thing. But speaking of Dungeons & Dragons, we're going to skip. For $3, I got the D&D 9-episode Dungeons & Dragons cartoon thing. I've never actually watched this. I've seen all the clips on YouTube. I know the episodes are on YouTube too, I think, for the most part. But yeah, for $3, brand new, I decided to get it just for my shelf. Maybe I'll watch it, maybe I won't, but it was interesting to see something like that. What else we gonna look through here? We got more random Legos. Some Moana stuff, which I thought was really interesting. That goes in the Lego bin to be resold. Oh, we got some Hero Quest stuff. Or Heroscape stuff. Look at that. This is a Heroscape Dragon Wing. I'd recognize that anywhere. Sadly, the dragon is not around. So I go through my bag of stuff. I think I did find some other... We got some Heroscape terrain here. You know what? We actually have a lot of bits and bobs this time around. Some Heroscape guy. Little robot guy. Another zombie guy? Like a zombie guy from a board game or something? I don't know exactly where this guy's from. These sort of loosely fit together for terrain. So I used to have a lot of this stuff, and I really wish I would have kept it. But at the time, I didn't have that many Heroscape miniatures proper, so I decided to sell it. But now I'm like, now that it's coming back, I didn't realize this, but apparently there's a resurgence, and the Heroscape stuff is going to come back. So disappointed that I found one wing, but that's kind of what happens sometimes when you go to the Goodwill bins. You'll find just random bits and pieces of stuff. Really cool robot guy. Sadly not something I would really use for my game, but pretty cool nonetheless. We have some McFarlane stuff. Always fun to find some McFarlane stuff in the old bins. I found this guy in one bin, and obviously a very detailed, very cool looking guy. Obviously this is sized for like a normal sized action figure. Missing a leg, sadly. So I actually put this guy back because I was like, you know what? Like, I don't need this guy, even though he looks really freaking awesome. And obviously with some of the older McFarlane stuff, the details are incredible. Look at all the little leather armor bits and the detailed painting on the face, and they even include like little like chains and stuff. It looks really cool. I have no idea what if this is a McFarlane original or if this is some sort of toy from a series that I'm not sure of, but I put this back because I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna. And then I went to another bin across the room, and then I found the leg. So I ended up deciding, oh, you know what? I'm gonna go back for this because it looks so cool. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll repin this or something. Maybe this is gonna be useful in some way. I mean, it could work in 28mm. It's so good. The details are so good. There's not really anything that, like, specifically makes it look, like, completely out of place. It just looks like a colossal, gigantic beast thing. So, weirdly enough, I think the tusks mean that it would probably be some sort of... Well, I don't know. Anyways... So I'll probably do something with that, but that was a fun little find. Some cheapo dragons here. I think I got these because I figured maybe I'd be able to use them for like parts for something, but yeah, these are not the brand that you find in the 25-cent or $1. I've seen the other dragons in the Gapshapon, the capsule toy things, and those actually look a little bit nicer than this. These must be some sort of dollar store thing. Big old sword. I'm assuming this is probably something from the McFarlane thing. Oh, we got the Moana clear plastic toy. I always liked this thing. I thought this would make a really cool like marker on a D&D map, or used for some sort of elemental. Really cool looking volcano goddess. The translucent effect is very subtle and nice. And yeah, I painted one of these that wasn't translucent, but these translucent ones I think look good enough on their own on the table. So yeah, fun little find there, certainly. I got a dice. Very light. This feels like one of the dollar store dice. Super cheap. We got a little water spout thing. I thought that looked pretty cool. Oh no, it doesn't stand up. Okay, so this must be like a little bit that goes on something. But yeah, I felt this was good enough for my bits box. Even though it doesn't stand up, I could put it on a base, I guess. I don't know, the little dragon guy. I like the pose on this guy a little bit better. Oh, the classic Tim Mee skeleton. Impossible to paint. Little Mega Blocks? Dragon? Drake? Something like that. Little Drake head thing. Mega Blocks, Dragon, Drake thing. Looked pretty good. Plastic, sort of like a Ponce de Leon helmet style thing. Very plasticky. I've not seen these in this very light plastic stuff. I think it's more of a modern manufacture, which is interesting. Some little bits of hard plastic. Incredibly hard plastic. Castle bits, which would be good for basing or for scatter terrain. Oh, we got the head. Just the head. Of some sort of ancient bird thing. This is all I was able to find, but I thought this would make a cool, like mounted head. Just for, like, a giant flying prehistoric monster sort of thing. Let's get into the 80s stuff. What we have here is original 1987. That's right. It's the McDonald's Big Mac Transformer guy. And he lifts up like that. And it's a McDonald's Transformer guy. I love it how, like, this is actually a pretty intricate toy. I love these things. I think because, like, I desperately wanted them as a kid, and I think I only got, like, one as a child. And it's just like, that's good because, you know. But, yeah. That color scheme, that is some 80s color scheme. That is really cool. I love that, like, these things just kind of come up on a regular basis. I've got a pretty good collection of these little guys now. But, yeah, this is one of the official fast food ones. What do we got here? Snarf! Snarf, 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 snarf! These are 1985 Thundercats. Thundercats 1985, the Snarf figure. Obviously, this guy, I think, was supposed to be some sort of pencil or pen holder, maybe? Pretty cool looking. And then this guy, I think it was just maybe supposed to be just a plastic figure to go in scale with the action figures. But yeah, amazing. Amazing! Look at that guy. Snarf. I think that's something that I would kind of keep as a shelf piece. I have a bunch of 80s toys now. Yeah. That's the first one that I was like kind of recognized as from my childhood. Oh yeah, that's from that cartoon. I've got a big Lego guy keychain. Just a super oversized. Look how big this keychain is. This is a massive Ninjago Lego man. His head does not come off. His legs does not come off. He can be posed in Lego-like fashion. But he's so big, I don't understand the point of a keychain this big unless you're supposed to use this as like a bathroom keychain or something. I don't know. I think that's most of the random stuff. I got another one of these tiny little... Yeah, I got another one of these little tiny doodads here. I'm not sure what this is from, but I really like the looks of these guys. They're nice little idols, and they're very tiny too, so it's good for D&D terrain. And then a PlayStation 3 controller. Look at this. A very good condition. I didn't wipe this off much. Buttons seem very responsive. Every time I see one of these, I buy it, and I have not found one that didn't still work. So I'll have to try to charge this up. But yeah, I guess if I ever want to do, like, I don't know how many multiplayer games there are on the PlayStation 3. I think Dragon Crown is on there. But yeah. PlayStation 3 controller. Considering I paid, like, $2 a pound for it, not bad at all. Speaking of PlayStation 3, bought Time Shift. Time Shift for $3, which is not bad considering it's all there. I'm not sure if this is, like, one of the nicer games from that genre of time manipulation games, but I remember I kind of wanted to play, maybe it was the other one I wanted to play. But yeah, I think for $3, I think that was a pretty good buy. And then we have some random books. The Legion of Regrettable Superheroes. 50 strangest supervillains in the history of comics. The Loot Crate edition. This is something I thought would be fun to flip through. King Killer. Scarlet Death. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I just thought that would be fun for the fun edition, perhaps, for the book sale coming up. The League of Regrettable Superheroes as well, which is pretty cool. Moon Girl, the Bee-Man, the Gunmaster, and Bullet Boy. Yes. Another one that I'm going to flip through and then promptly add to the book sale. And then finally we have Among Us. This was just sitting in the bins, so I did not pay very much at all for this, but I just thought this was so funny that it's literally an Among Us Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh man, the detritus of trends. I remember when Among Us was like the biggest thing, but yeah, I thought this was just guy was so cute. Sonic. So yeah, that's what I found at the Goodwill by the pound, obviously. Mostly just random stuff. I have high hopes. I have high hopes for some of the little bits and pieces. I was super happy I found this just for a shelf piece. I gotta come be creative and figure out what I'm gonna do with the HeroScape one wing here. I really wish I would have found the full dragon. That would have been nice. But, because it's Goodwill by the pound, people just grab random stuff. And they're not too concerned about having, like, the full whatever. And yeah, this guy, too, was a really fun find. And I hopefully am going to implement something in a game. He looks like he'd be, like, part of, like, just the massive beast of burdens, like a bunch of ogres or something would have. All kitted out. That was a short one, but a good one. I'm going to definitely try to do some crafting videos. And I'm working continually on the weird iceberg video for the weird miniatures that I own. I think I'm going to cut down the scope on that and split that up into a couple videos because that thing's a monster and I've been putting way too much work into it. So, all right, excellent. I will see you guys later. Peace out. Ooh. Ah! All right. I went to the Goodwill by the pound again. Let's see what we get. We got a bunch of very random stuff. This is from the last couple months. I did get some Lego stuff. I might actually end up doing the Lego dungeon, considering how much good Lego stuff I've been getting lately. Found these little things here, which is like some little Lego figure things. Oh, hey, look at this. We got some poker dice. I'm not sure. I gotta see if I have enough to actually like make like a game of some sort. Pokemon cards. So we'll have to do an opening here. See what we got. We got an energy. And it's just all energies. That's all it is. It's all energies. Oh, man. That was an unlucky draw. We got a copy of A-Force. Avengers Force. Interesting. We got some more of the Halloween buckets from McDonald's. I am probably going to end up doing some sort of program at the public library that will use these. Because I do have these. And then I have some of the ghost ones as well. So, yeah. I remember when I was a little kid, I had the original one that I used every year. Oh, another Grimace toy as well. This is from the that weird like cactus flea market thing. The cactus plant flea market thing. This, weirdly enough, feels like way cheaper than the other one. More Lego stuff. We got part of a boat and some more plates. What I believe is a complete Lego Ninjaga set, which is interesting. I don't know what's going on with this. This looks like it's been resealed. A nice clear plastic thing. I felt if I was going to do a custom miniature that needed like a big base or like a big flying base, I felt that this would work out really well. This is very tough plastic. I'm assuming this is some sort of Halloween decoration. Maybe this is like part of a... I have no idea what this is. It could be a lot of things. Anyways, this would be really good for a big base for a flying thing. Or just, you know, if I have a big custom miniature, this would make a really good base. Maybe Halo? Maybe Independence Day? Something like that? Maybe Aliens? I'm not sure. But yeah. The central bit is actually really proper, tough plastic, and this is all rubbery. So I don't know exactly what this is, but it does really remind me of, like, the aliens from Independence Day. So, I don't know. I thought, like, the one part of it would make something interesting. I got some random dinosaur-style bones. I got another gazebo. I made the gazebo monster out of this, so I felt maybe I could just leave that as the regular gazebo. This is a laser rifle from Fallout 4. This was actually a really interesting little bit of video game tat. I don't even know what this is from. It definitely seems like it's Fallout 4. I don't think this is from Fallout 3. It might be, though. Yep, Fallout 4. It's got its own little holder. That looks nice. I really like Fallout. This is... I don't know, this could be a shells piece. It kind of looks interesting. We also have a Mega Man helmet as well. Which I don't... This was just on its own. It's obviously a little bit late in the system. But I really wanted to do one of these for last holidays. I had an idea of doing an advent calendar thing where I reviewed 24 miniatures. And I thought that would be really fun to do. But I never could find a cheap advent calendar. So I think with this, I'm definitely going to be able to do the full review. Because the idea was I saw all those absolutely terrible D&D advent calendars where it was literally just like garbage put in there. And they would advertise like it being like super expensive miniatures and stuff. So I'm definitely going to use this next holiday season to do an advent calendar just to review miniatures. And I think that'll be super fun. And yeah, this way it only costs me a fraction of the price of trying to actually buy an advent calendar. So, thinking ahead. Oh, I found this really nice big base here. Enduro Sport, which I don't know what this is from, but this is such a big, huge thing. But I figured this would actually make a really nice base for a big custom miniature in the future. So, always on the lookout for stuff like that. a somewhat nicely proportioned horse. This could be a nice little bit of background stuff, perhaps. Though, now that I'm looking at it, I don't know how I'm going to get this to balance on a base or anything. It's somewhat hard plastic totem pole. I have to see if I struck it big with these. I'm almost certain I did not. A lovely Pac-Man arcade thing, which seems pretty cool. These, generally, the build quality is pretty good, so I'm assuming this still probably works. But yeah, you can definitely still feel the microcontrollers. Plug and play TV series. We'll have to see if this still works. Sojourn and Exile. And I've not... It's interesting. I don't know why they would put... Obviously, the main character... So I've never read these, but the main character is clearly the cat. So I'm not sure what this random nameless drow is doing on here. He's clearly not part of the thing. And then I got part of the Horus Heresy, Fulgrim. What a find that was. You generally see all these Warhammer things immediately picked out. But yeah, I found this. I have not read this yet, so... I don't know where I'm at in the Fulgrim... I don't know where I'm at in the Horus Heresy, but have not reached this book yet. And then, Adventure Time. This is just one of the Adventure Times books. And I just thought it'd be interesting to leaf through and then donate to the library. So, yeah, boy, not very interesting. I found Atari 2600 Action Pack 2 sealed for Windows. IBM CD-ROM. So, yeah. We have all the famous ones. Barnstorming. Oink. Stampede Plaque Attack. And then River Raid 2. Action Pack 2. I think they kind of ran out of the A+ games there, but yeah. So, that was fun. Boy, yeah, I guess... I don't know what I'm going to do to supplement this video because this is not good enough for a full video, so we'll see. But yeah, guys, so I had one more item. This little weird crab thing that has a scorpion tail and scorpion pinchers. But it's a crab body. Yeah. I don't know. So, anyways, there wasn't enough content from the Goodwill store to do a full video, but I thought I'd show off some of the miniatures that I got recently, which include some of these very nice miniatures from Next Level Miniatures. Again, if you know my last video where I talked about them, they've definitely improved greatly. So these are all ones that I got at Miniature Market. So as far as I can see, all these ones are in the new scale, which is definitely 28 millimeter. So this is super interesting. The new kobolds that they did. And then here's the newer kobold captain guy. And this guy is actually way nicer because there's no way you're going to break that. I can't really do that much with this because this is the original. The guy from the original Kickstarter was very nice and detailed and everything, but the durability is not there. But the durability definitely is. This is definitely made out of a slightly different mix. And it might be because the weapon's bigger, but yeah. This is definitely more in line of what I'm looking for when I'm looking for a 28 millimeter miniature. But yeah, a lot of these are really interesting. I like the fact that they're going with both common stuff, which there aren't a lot of miniatures of. So the rot grub swarmed corpses. There's not a lot of miniatures like this, but this is something you definitely use on your table a lot. And of course, the living armor, the iron golems / stuff, this animated armor, this protective golem thing. This is just a classic miniature. There's a lot of variations on this already, but I like this one. It's simple. It's a large miniature, but it doesn't look too oversized. And of course, the really out there ones like the brew golem thing here. That's just an erupting ooze mass coming out of a barrel. This is very cool. I like this quite a lot. I trimmed these up. These do require a bit of trimming and whatnot, but yeah, these look great. We got the rock grub guy, which is a fun sculpt, and we got the pile of skeletons here. It's very nice. The dragon, which is a much floppier material. I mean, this is much floppier, much more durable material than the other ones. So yeah, and then we have the very large carrion crawler, which is a very nice miniature, very detailed, very nice. I like this guy very much. Big undead dragon, which I clipped and put together. Very good. There's some big gaps, but it's less noticeable because this guy is supposed to be a skeletal dragon. So there are some big noticeable gaps. I don't know if I'm even going to bother filling these or not. The one near the one wing kind of bugs me. And then the one in the mouth on this side. I tried my best to fit these together as best as possible. The flight base is okay. Comes with a very simple flight base. I don't think I've ever seen one anything like this before, which is like a little cross flight base. So it just fits in there. And then miniature is balanced, since you could glue this to a large base or even a huge base, and it would fit on the table pretty well. Hey everybody, I've been very busy with a game jam, and you can learn more about that in the community tab. In any case, let's take a look what I got at the Goodwill by the pound. Hey everybody, it's another filler video where I go over some of my Goodwill finds. And yeah, this is actually an interesting thing because the prices keep on going up, which I guess is the sign of the times. So now that physical media is pretty much the same $2 as the rest of the items, the amount of money I'm spending on these bags is kind of crazy. But I did find some good stuff. So let's take a look in the old bag here, and I'll show you some cool stuff. Obviously, what a great find. A bunch of skeleton stuff. These, of course, are just toys. The sculpts on these wasn't so bad for a lot of this. If you got the really nice, you can kind of see here, for certain parts here, you can get a very nice texture on the little plates there. Hard plastic. Oh, wow. I might actually put one of these together and see what it looks like. They got the big tails and everything. Man, yeah, I'm glad I grabbed that. Yeah, so happy I grabbed these. This might actually look good enough because, I mean, when do you ever really get a good brontosaurus skeleton? You can usually find skeletons for the various dinosaurs, but a really nice brontosaurus, or even, yeah. See here, it's the type of plastic, too. That's really what I keep on coming down to. If it is this sort of type of plastic where it's very, very hard, you know that it's going to take detail well, and this is going to take primer well. So I could use this as part of basing. I could use this as just, you know, an undead dinosaur. I could use this for a bunch of different uses, and I know it's going to take primer well, so it's going to paint up well, so I'm not going to waste my time with a project, and then at the end of it, have the paint chip off. That's always disappointing when that happens. I found a couple random wings, which I felt were decently enough. I figured these would actually look good on a, like, fake wings on a flying ship or something. Because they aren't necessarily that detailed, but they would look good as maybe, like, canvas wings on some sort of flying apparatus or something like that. So, and once again, the very stiff plastic, including these little mini trees, which look really nice. This is the sort of thing where if you're doing like a little diorama or you just want to do some basing stuff, these are the super simple stuff, but man, who is paying $5 for something like this? Man, it's very expensive. So even at a clearance price in a store, this would be super expensive. I'd much rather get this at $2 a pound. I also got some little stumps here in different colors. Little stumps here. Not the greatest, but I was kind of just grabbing everything. We got some little mice guys here. Mice on a stick. This is kind of just random stuff that may or may not come in handy. Mini vegetables. Some vampire cauliflower, if I ever saw it in my life, for sure. And I guess I should have left those little mini decoration things. So I found some ocean miniatures from Safari. They are rather rubbery, but they are pre-painted, and they don't look bad. And so especially like the little turtle and the dolphin, you can see there, that would look good for stuff just as is. And the rest, the little, I don't know. I like the big cartoony like frog guys. That could come in handy for something. And I got some miniature little potion bottle things. Which, glass bottles. Obviously way too big for a normal 28mm thing. But I thought maybe that could be like a giant's potion or something like that perhaps. Another loose turtle. Little jiggly floppy guy, but he's already pre-painted. But these kind of seemed like little, almost like ceramic tiles. Definitely not like the most durable, but they're pretty durable. And we got some little steps here. So this actually looks like a Hearst Arts mold, but it's not, and it's definitely in resin. So, a little set of miniature steps. Very good for the bits box. It's at $3.99. I mean, okay, this is not like plaster or dental stone style material. It's definitely, I don't know what this is, but it's I don't know what set was worth that much. Every once in a while, you'll find one of these indestructible little nano toys from Jada. Yeah, Jada Toys. They made the D&D ones that I covered on the channel. And every once in a while, you'll find a random one. Oh, he's cool. He's die-cast metal. Safari or Papo, you tell me, but this guy kind of looks like a Safari to me, but I really can't tell the difference anymore. I don't see a maker's mark. But yeah, I dig the goofy metallic green here. I don't know. I shouldn't really get a collection of cheap dragons like this, considering I do have a bunch that I need to paint myself, but this is nice to have for like programs and stuff like that. So yeah. Very cool. Very shiny. Very angry looking face. Definitely an evil dragon. Oh, and I do see Maker's Mark. This is a forest dragon. Yes, and this is a safari dragon. This is the forest safari dragon. Very angry. Very angry, very cool, very shiny. And let's move on to media. We got some new in-package stuff. I got the movie yesterday, which I think I found before, but this was like brand new. I got the movie Pet Cemetery. The little promo things means that these were on sale, deep discount at Walmart. That's what those promo stickers are from. Oh! Now, you know what? This is interesting. I thought this was the new Pet Cemetery, but this is apparently is the 30th anniversary of the original Pet Cemetery, with the terrible child acting, which is absolutely a hallmark of most Stephen King movies. So, yeah, I guess that's cool. And then we got The Quiet Place. Kept on hearing about what a great movie this is. So I'm absolutely jazzed that I found a copy for $2 a pound. For well, actually, I'm going to talk about this first. Check this out. What is this? This is the complete Toxic Avenger. Oh, look at that. We got the director's cut of Toxic Avenger. We got the Toxic Avenger Part 2. Toxic Avenger Part 3. Citizen Toxer, which is the 4th Toxic Avenger. And then the special features guy here. Troma is a company which is I have, I think a lot of independent people who make independent media like me looked up to Troma when they were younger. And then you start to wonder why you look up to Troma that much. But they certainly did a lot of really cool stuff with a very small budget. James Gunn came out of Troma. And Citizen Toxie, The Toxic Avenger, Part 4. I believe that was the James Gunn one. Apocalypse Soon is a thing. But that's the little special feature thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. This says it's a 7 DVD set. Well, maybe Troma mistaken. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. They certainly have the weird... So who knows? Who knows if this is complete or not? It certainly looks like it is complete. There's not extra discs. Toxic Avenger is one of those ones where I can certainly see value in learning how a low-budget thing like this is made. But I don't know. I've not gone back and watched the original ones. I think the ones that I saw recently was the Toxic Avenger Part 4, which was very interesting. This is a very nice thing, and obviously a very valuable find. Well worth $2 a pound, certainly. And then I found Transformers. Ooh, look at that. It's a red box. It's a red box copy of the old Transformers Dark of the Moon. Transformers Dark of the Moon. I have no idea if this is one of the good ones or not, but it seemed like it was in good condition, so yeah. And then finally, I will show you the best thing that I got was definitely Tales from the Green Acorn. The World and Art of Everdale. And I got this because somebody had torn the dang cover completely off of it. Everdale. And obviously this is like a world book for a board game, and you can see you can see the creative use of extra cardboard that we get for manufacturing nowadays. So I might try to fix this professionally, but there was so much good art in this that I figured it would be very interesting to watch it. I don't know anything about the game. I'm assuming it's somewhat of a RPG, given how much stuff is in here, but there's a lot of really nice fluff in here, and obviously, oh, look at that. That gives me flashbacks to, like, Redwall, Martin the Warrior. Oh, it's very cool. So, yeah. Definitely gives me a lot of inspiration. There's a lot of, like, really cool RPG stuff that takes place in the cute little animal world, including Animal Adventures. Yeah. Oh, come on, look at that. What the heck? This is almost like the Forgotten Realms backstory, where they talk about that. Oh. Little Axolot guy. Yeah, the artwork in here is beautiful, and obviously there's some interesting little things. So, I felt this was a good enough book for me to grab, because I'm definitely, this is the sort of thing I'll leaf through and get some ideas. Because even though I don't run many games in this cutesy animal world, I mean, someday I might. Because we do have that, and I can't remember the name of that. That's going to bother me. Root! The role-playing game. I couldn't remember the name of it. But yeah, obviously, this sort of setting would go perfectly within Root. Yeah, I don't know. This is the sort of board game that I probably would never play. But man, the amount of merchandise that they have in here. They've made puzzles, make little, like, towns and stuff like that. That's crazy quisp. The amount of stuff The amount of meeples. I'm shocked. I tells you, shocked. Obviously some great art to look at and some great content. And you can steal ideas from everywhere. And especially because this book was actually still at 50 cents a pound, because books and printed materials are still at 50 cents a pound. So this was obviously well worth it to grab this along with this other stuff. Again, I'm trying to be a little bit more picky when it comes to stuff, you know? I don't want to grab every single little thing. I want to make sure that I'm grabbing stuff that means something, you know? Let me know what you think in the comments below if I got some good deals, and I will see you next time. Look at it. One of the best finds in the thrift store in years, possibly. Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Grenadier figure set 2006, The Specialists. Now, obviously, considering that people are trying to sell this online for $80, even if there was only one figure in here, that would be definitely a good enough price. Now, and see what we got. The fact that this still has the little information pamphlet here leads me to believe that we will have all of them. Oh boy, we got some classic stuff in here. We got the Assassin. We got the Bard. Gnome. Illusionist. The absolute classic wizard. Half-orc assassin. An amazing find. Alright everybody, another Goodwill by the Pound episode where I showcase some of the cool stuff that I got. It's a bunch of random stuff, so in no particular order. Let's first talk about these lovely Terry Brooks books that I got. Man, these are definitely from my high school. These are in perfect condition. You generally don't find really nice books like this at the Goodwill by the Pound. You can, I guess it's more common than other things, but still, to find stuff that's in almost unread condition like this is really amazing. I was very happy to find these. This, of course, I think I've said this before, but I painted this Dragon Rider guy with the death on top of the this is supposed to be one of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse style end boss creatures, and yeah, this was the artist depiction, and yeah, I created a copy of this and I painted it during, I believe, my freshman class, art class. But yeah, really good condition books. Obviously, these are absolutely going into my personal collection. I believe that I don't own books in this good of a condition, so... we got a Stephen King book. I've fallen off Stephen King. I've read all of his old stuff. This was always summer reading. Again, very rare to find a book in a good condition like this. The Outsider. Stephen King, fast food literature. Certainly, I think it's good summer reading weather if you just want to chill out with a book for a couple hours. Can't go wrong with that. Speaking of fast food literature, look at this. Warhammer 40K. It's really cool to see something like this at the Goodwill by the Pound. This is the sort of stuff that gets snapped up pretty quickly. So I was super happy to find that. Pokemon cards. I don't know that much about Pokemon. Let's see if we get anything good here. We got some little cards here. We got Turtwig, Snivy, Chespig, Rowlet. He's very round. He's an owl. Give these to somebody who likes Pokemon cards, probably. And the reason I grabbed this originally was because of this little thing here, which I believe is a McDonald's Pokemon card thing, which has the little lovely sticker pack. Ooh, look at that. Very colorful. We have... I'm not exactly sure what this is, but again, lovely. Maybe like a background to take a picture of your card. And then we have the pack itself. We'll do the math. And we got Piplup. Look at that. Channel Piplup guy. It's pretty cool. And we got a Charmander. And we got a Cyndaquil. So once again, don't know anything about Pokemon cards. Gotta give these to somebody who will appreciate them. I was super excited to see this. Now, obviously, I think a lot of people will be like, well, what's the deal? Obviously, you only have instructions in boxes, But I believe I have the games for every single one of these. So now I can have the boxes to go with these. And look at these old boxes, man. These are great. Look at the colors and the artwork. 70s, early 80s artwork there. Yeah, this is from 1980. This says additional versions for young children. Do you know what that means? That's easy mode. Easy mode used to just be young children mode. That's what that was. Of course, reminds me of Jack Black's better days. We have Pitfall Harry with Pitfall. Lovely game. Frogger. Got all the rule book here so you understand. So you got the detailed instructions for what's going on in Frogger. And of course, Combat. This is absolutely one of the games that I use when I do the video game tournaments and video game days at the local public library. I get my nice old Atari 2600, and all the little kids love messing around with Combat a little bit. It's a fun little game. And of course, Space Invaders, Conan O'Brien's favorite game from the Atari. God, look at that shade of blue. Dang. 1978. Dang. So I have the box and the manual for this one, and I have the cart. So this is very good. So again, somebody clearly grabbed these and put these back. I hope they weren't dumb enough to grab these and then take the cartridges and then throw the boxes back in. That might have happened. I don't know. Defender from 1982, so this is a much more modern game. But look at that. Look at that artwork. Look at that crazy artwork. Unfortunately, we have some water damage here. Some Disney stuff. We have a sealed Winnie the Pooh Disney 100 bobblehead, which I believe... I think I could sell this online. I'm not a fan. I'm not like a super fan or anything, so I don't think anybody could use this for anything in terms of the people that I know. So I'll probably try to sell this because I also have a sealed Disney 100 mystery capsule thing that has all the little guys. Oh, look at that. You can get Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. Clearly something in there. Clearly sealed. I'm pretty sure that's not been opened. So, yeah. Obviously, if I put these two together, I could possibly get something decent from it. Love little bits like this. I believe this is maybe play school stuff. Little bits like this work great for D&D terrain. I've been trying to grab the best of the best stuff when it comes to D&D terrain stuff. I always like to grab the little Lego pieces and stuff. I might donate these to the library or something else. Oh, we got some interesting dice here. I don't know what these are. They were in the Lego. Maybe this is Pokemon dice. I don't know. It says Pokemon Company. So look at that. This says Pokemon Company International. So, I don't know. Here's a good one. If anybody knows who this is. A duck with a submachine gun of some sort. I have no clue. I know he looks very 80s. He's got a, if you can see on the back there. Look at that. If you can see in the back, he has a revolver with a scope on it. So, little Lego skull guy. Little dog from Minecraft. Very cool. Again, whenever I see the Minecraft stuff at the Goodwill by the pound, I grab it. I probably shouldn't. I don't really care about Minecraft. Oh, we got a Ray-Band. Microfiber cloth. Always lovely to get microfiber cloths for practically pennies. And then we have The Minecraft Ender Dragon. Look at that. Yeah, I think this guy had like a cool, like, flying stand. Sadly, I think this guy had a cool flying stand that I did not find. But yeah, certainly looks really cool. He's not really postable. His wings are postable. The rest of him is not. You can kind of curl up his tail a little bit. But, yeah. More toy stuff. We got some Pokemon guys here. I thought these were, like, maybe knockoffs or really beat up, but apparently this is just how the original paint looks. Pikachu's got that weird white spot on his face. Apparently that's just common to how these are made. I might sell these in a 90s toy thing on eBay or something like that. But yeah. Surfing Pikachu. Da, 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 da. We got some pewter Star Wars tokens from, I believe, this is from the Monopoly game? One of those. Either Monopoly or something like that. But yeah. Definitely 15mm size pewter guys. We got some mini shot glasses, which I use for stirring up mold making material. We got this lovely little carriage here. Disney's Frozen, but yeah, this definitely could accommodate 28mm people. So that just looks good. I mean, that's... For something there, if you need just a bunch of, like, carriages and a scene for a tabletop game, like, that's pretty much good to go right there. This is the just, you know... It's heavier weight, parchment-style paper that you can use in a regular printer. And dang it all, man, like, I love this stuff because this is way too expensive to purchase for a D&D prop. But if you can get it at the Goodwill by the pound, and you get it for 50 cents a pound, then that's a pretty good deal. I got the wonky dragon here. This is indeed a Popo dragon. Stomped. Look at that expression and stuff. Just a wonky dragon. Yes, and of course, more crocodiles. More safari crocodiles. These are actually slightly less detailed than the sort of crocodiles I've seen in the past, but they're still very nice. So I grabbed both of them. Safari elephant. These older ones, I believe this was from like 1996. These are just really nice. And this is obviously going to be super big for 28mm, but it's close enough in scale that I was happy enough to grab it. Ha! Found another weird Grimace McDonald's toy. I was able to sell one of those for like 12 bucks. Oh, another little 80s guy. This is from an 80s toy line. I have another one of these guys. So when I sell a bunch of 80s toys on eBay, I'll be able to include that in there. We got some weird eye guys from a board game. I think this is Bakugan guys from the board game. Speaking of random stuff, I got some of these miniatures from Jurassic Park board game. Some lovely dinosaurs that have pretty decent looking scale and stuff. They're partially transparent. They just looked really nice, and the Pterodons or pterodactyls have the little flying base, which I thought was pretty great. Yeah, look at that. Partially translucent. They look really cool. I don't know if this guy is a Transformer. He doesn't seem like a GoBot to me. He seems like a newer Transformer. He's not... He's got markings, but nothing that I recognize off the top of my head. He looks pretty cool in his transform thing there. So, oh, another... This is the T-Rex that was from that Jurassic Park. And yes, these guys. These are all in pieces. And somebody, like... I never understand when you see something like this. So I'm not sure what the deal is with these. But they're obviously Bandai. They're a little horse guy and his little steed. These are obviously, like, Gundam style. Chibi Gundam style.
These were scattered all in the boxes, so I spent a couple minutes looking around. I believe this is the lightning port, or whatever the Apple thing is, to just regular VH. I bought this for the library, because I figured we could use this as a switch for the library. If anybody brought in like an old Apple and wanted to do a presentation with an old Apple, we'd have the little thing there, the little unicorn guy from there. So that's all there is from that. Let me start out with something that I generally don't buy, but was so interesting that I decided to get. Look at this. Feast your eyes upon this. You say, look, a Wii Fit? Why would you buy a Wii Fit? It's so heavy, it's going to cost you $5, regardless of how cheap they give it to you. Even if they give it to you for the 50 cents a pound for electronics, which they were nice enough to, that's still $5. So why would you buy this? Because like then you're just gambling it to see if the Wii Fit works or not. However, I noticed in the store that it looked like it was sealed. And that's very rare. Generally you find these things, this box is beat up, but I unsealed it at the Goodwill by the pound and I took a look, and this is brand new. So take a gander. Take a gander. Clearly never opened. Look at that. Brand new Y-Fold software. The batteries, still brand new. Panasonic, still in a little case. And the Wii board itself, the Wii Fit board itself, obviously brand new. Never taken out of the package. Dang. So I'm going to definitely check this out and hook it up and mess around with it. For $5, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there can... Maybe we can use this at the library for like a video game event. If any of the little kids want to remember what it was like gaming in the 2010s or whatever. But yeah, the Wii Fit board for $5 brand new. I mean, come on. Even if I'm just going to mess around with it for, you know, a little bit and maybe have it at a library event, like I think that's worth it for $5. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm wasting my money too much. I should have saved that $5 for something else. I don't know. In any case. Oh, speaking of wasting my money, I did buy the Hannah Montana movie, the game, complete with manual. Oh man, that was probably a waste of money. Harry Potter 3D Deadly Hallows Part 2. Sealed. That's not bad. Willow. This used to be super hard to find. Like, you used to be able to have to, like, pay, like, a ridiculous amount of money. Because I believe it was this edition of Willow was actually super hard to find, and they stopped making it. And then they started making it again, and they made the Disney show that was not that good. But special edition of Willow. Happy enough to buy that. I got a copy of Cabela's Legendary Adventures, which has no game, but I had a Wii game that was loose. That's why I bought this. Pacific Rim with a Blu-ray and DVD, and oh wow. Every time I find like the free little digital movie things, I always see if I can use them, and surprisingly, like nobody ever uses those little free movie things, so I've got quite a collection of digital movies nowadays. This is just a regular Goodwill find. Goodwill Gray, $3. And I found Dwarven Dig, which I know nothing about, but the reason why I bought it is because it comes with some Dwarven miniatures, which are some cool looking Dwarven miniatures, which are, I believe these are like steel? These definitely aren't pewter. I believe these are die-cast. I believe these are die-cast miniatures. But yeah, take a look. Pretty well detailed. So 4 sculpts, 16 miniatures for $3. I think that's a pretty good deal. Like I said, definitely I think die-cast of some sort. But these will paint up really well because they have quite a bit of... They've got quite a bit of... what would you call it? Detail. And they are smaller. These are definitely closer to 25. But the thing is that I do have quite a bit of older dwarven miniatures, these will fit into there pretty well. Obviously, I like to mix and match scales, so maybe this is a dwarven clan that's just really small. But I really like it when you can find like clearly like NPC. I like it when you can find NPC miniatures like this. And who knows, this might be a really fun board game too. So it's gonna look really good on my shelf. So again, I don't even know when this came out. 2003. So yeah, look at that artwork. Very nice. So yeah, this is definitely gonna go on my board game shelf. And yeah. And last but not least, a very rare Goodwill by the Pound find. Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. Now apparently people are saying like, oh, the 5 screws are more rare. But just finding an old game cart like this, man, I have not found anything like this in years and years at the Goodwill by the Pound. So it's very nice to find something like this. I haven't had a chance to put it in the old NES yet, but yeah, this is definitely going to be one of the games that is going to be available on my old CRT TV during the library retro video game day thing. What a nice series of finds. So yeah, if you recognized any of this stuff or have any comments or questions, let me know in the comments below. As always, I'm just lucky, and I also spend quite a bit of time going to the Goodwill by the Pound, and that's why I find such stuff. This is a collection of stuff that I found all through the month of July and most of August. So yeah, I mean, I got a very good deal on a lot of this stuff, but I do waste a lot of time doing it. But I have a lot of fun finding random stuff that I can use for my tabletop games and my video game tournaments and all sorts of stuff like that. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Hey everybody, I got a lot of interesting stuff today. If you're interested in the video games, that's going to be at the end of the video. I'll give you a timestamp if you saw the thumbnail and are just interested in the video games. You can skip to that. But hey, we got tabletop stuff, and all of this stuff was from the Goodwill by the Pound. I love it. And of course, the first thing that I found, yes, that's right, I found another Warhammer paint set. Unfortunately, this one was incomplete. I did find a couple little bits, and more importantly, I found some paint, which is not opened yet. So yet again, this is one of those paint sets that somehow somebody bought and then just never used. Yeah. So the only thing that did get used, looks like, is the Earthshade, which of course, so this was probably somebody's collection, and maybe they painted these, maybe they didn't, but they didn't start on with this and they donated this stuff. So I got a couple bolters. Always nice to have anything at this price, and obviously, considering the cost of paints, it's always amazing to find these paints. So yeah, I got this, which is a little greenhouses and flower beds, HO scale stuff. This is obviously, let's just take a look at some of the bits. Features, oh, lovely stuff. We got the little flock here. And we got the teeny tiny little buildings. Most of my stuff is in larger scale, so obviously there's some cool stuff in here, but I think it's probably a little bit, it's probably more worthwhile for somebody who is looking for modern stuff. Because again, as much as I like miniatures, if I can't think of a use for it, then I'll definitely give it away to somebody who is going to find some use for it. So some of these lights are still functioning. I think I grabbed these because I assumed all of these are. Now, obviously, you can use these for various purposes. If you're doing like a quick build or something like that, these little tea lights are actually very helpful. Now, if anybody knows what this is, let me know. It looks really cool, obviously, but it's like a tentacle sword thing. And of course, always love the skulls. Look at that. Lovely. Somebody did some painting on this to make it all crying. Always love these oversized skulls. Very useful for various things. 4 books. I found this lovely 5 Decades of the X-Men. It just looked in very good condition, and I decided to check it out. So this is like I think this is just a collection of stories. So, interesting little find there, for sure. And we're going to talk about media real quick. We got some lovely VHS tapes. Check out the artwork on these old Jedi. I got these. Nobody else wanted them. I love the Star Wars VHS tapes. I probably won't keep these for my collection, but they just look so neat that I decided to grab them all. And then we got the box set. You wonder if these are still working, but yeah. If you didn't know, the VHSs were actually some of the last ways that you could watch the Star Wars original trilogy as it was seen in the theater. Or you can have the Laserdisc version that was put on a DVD for one of the DVD releases, which I have those. And I also have the Blu-ray version, which fans actually created. So probably going to donate these for the library book sale, because I know somebody's going to definitely want these. Also random stuff, The Godfather DVD collection. I've never actually sat down and watched The Godfather. I grabbed this. Why did I grab this? I think I grabbed this just in case this is something that might be worth money. I don't think it is. I don't know why. Anyways, more Star Wars stuff. This time on audio cassettes, which again, I'm sure this is probably not worth money, and I'm going to donate it to the book sale. Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter. I grabbed this because I thought this might be worth money, but it really isn't. A Disneyland Resort disc for the 50th anniversary. I grabbed this because I bought a bunch of the other 50th anniversary stuff earlier, and I just wanted to add that to the set. In DVDs, we got Keanu, a funny movie by the guys from Key and Peele. We got Only God Forgives, which is a movie I kept on hearing about. Animated Batman, The Killing Joke. Teen Titans, The Judas Contract. Adventure Time, Stakes. This is all about Marceline. Whatever, the gray vampire lady from that show. What else did I grab? And the Muppets movie. And then Transformers The Last Night. I don't know why I grabbed this. These Transformers movies aren't very good, but I had a moment of weakness. All those I'm going to watch like once, and then I'm just going to donate them to the library book sale. That's what I generally do. Because I don't have any room. And then we have computer games. Got a copy of Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3D. I have no idea if this is something I can get to work, but thought that was interesting. Neverwinter Nights Platinum Edition. We got the Sonic CD. Again, I have no clue if this will actually work on a modern computer or not. Oh man, I just realized something. I don't even have a CD player for my new computer. I'll have to use my older computer if I want to see if I can get this to work. Oh man, what was I thinking? Thief? The Dark Project. I own this digitally. Why did I buy this? Westworld 2000? I think I just grabbed all these. I didn't even pay attention to this. What is this? It's clearly a game. And then Mall Tycoon. Westworld 2000. I have no idea what this is. Obviously based on Westworld. And Mall Tycoon. Fun stuff. A lovely piece of Dreamcast Mad Catz controller. Man, this is in bad condition, but this is the first Dreamcast thing that I've seen in years. And it was at the Goodwill by the pound. Nobody else wanted it. Seems to be in decent enough condition. Speaking of Sega stuff, we got a Sega Genesis RF switch, which is just basically it was just an RF connector for the earlier model of Well, technically, I believe this could be for the Master System, or it could be for the Genesis. I don't know. Also, Goodwill by the pound. You never know what you can find. We got a lovely Skyrim map. I believe this is from one of the later PlayStation 4 editions. So we got a nice map of Skyrim. A very cool thing. I believe this is like the Legendary Edition map, I believe. Boy, it's depressing. This is a very nice looking map, but the paper is just like very low quality. You remember we used to get like cloth maps and stuff with video games? Oh, back in the day. Look at this though. This is a very nice looking map, so you can see Whiterun and all the little Riverwood. PlayStation VR disc, but I bought it just for the case because I believe I had a couple PlayStation games that I wanted to get going. So, I think everything you've seen so far is normal Goodwill by the pound stuff. If you get lucky, you can find some of this stuff. This next coming stuff, this is stuff you rarely see. And I am shocked that I was able to find a lot of this stuff. And this is not typical at all. And this is one of the rare times that I was just grabbing everything that I could because I was seeing stuff that was worth money and stuff that you never see anymore. And what you never see is pretty much any video game from the... You just never see any video games, usually, ever. Like, I've run across, like, a couple PC games. You find those a lot, but finding console games, generally you don't find those. And the first one that I saw was Donkey Konga. And I can't believe somebody just grabbed... This is absolutely complete. It's in mint condition. I believe you do... Actually, it's been so long, I don't know if you need the Konga controller to play this or not. I think maybe you do. But this is just one of those GameCube games that I never got. So, yeah. Very interesting. We got a Wii game, Zelda: The Twilight Princess. This is obviously not like a super rare game or anything, but it is definitely a game that I never got to play. And you generally don't find complete Wii games at the Goodwill by the pound. You just don't. Soul Calibur Legends, not complete, but another Wii game. Baroque! I remember when this was on the PlayStation 2. And I still don't know what the heck kind of game this is. Maybe I'll fire it up and check it out. Dragon Quest! This does not come with the little... You can see the telltale signs that this used to come with a bonus disc for Final Fantasy. And it no longer comes with that. But however, the disc itself is in pretty decent condition. I still own my original copy of this because I always intended to go back and finish this game. Very cool. Look at that artwork. Evocative. Ooh, bright. Adventure. Love Dragon Quest. Lots of cool stuff there. Naruto Ultimate Ninja in very terrible condition. Obviously, this was some dude's entire collection that somehow ended up at the Goodwill by the pound. We have Makai Kingdom, Chronicles of the Sacred Tome. I don't know anything about this game. It's one of those weird... I think this is one of those tactical games. Kind of like Disgaea. Never had a chance to own it until now. Oh, here's one that was familiar. Not because I owned it on the Wii, but I actually owned this game on the PlayStation. Chocobo's Dungeon. I don't know if this is a remake or a... I don't know if this is the same version that was on the PlayStation stuff. Maybe remade a little bit, but complete Chocobo's Dungeon. Samurai Warriors Katana. Katana means sword in Japanese.
What does katana mean?
It means Japanese sword.
The classic. You put the label back on wrong for some reason. Don't know what's going on with that. We got Ping Pals. Ping Pals. I have no idea what this is, but it is complete. Conception 2. Conception 2, Children of the Seven Stars. Also complete. 3DS, what the heck? To find a complete 3DS game in the frickin' Goodwill by the pound bins. That's crazy. We got Nintendogs, which is not complete, but is in decent enough condition. It's one of those weird games. Why is the puppy so sad? Why'd they have to get such a sad puppy for the thing? I was briefly excited because I assumed this was Final Fantasy III. And it's not. It wasn't. I grabbed it anyways. I'm so glad I did, and I'll show you why in a second. Final Fantasy Echoes of Time. The Crystal Chronicles. Crystal Chronicles, not a series of Final Fantasy games that I was super interested in. So I don't know if this is worth any money. It's got some damage. But yeah. Don't know. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles on the GameCube was not my favorite. I did not enjoy that game at all. I'm assuming I wouldn't enjoy this, but I'm glad I bought it because doubled up. Why? What do we got there? Final Fantasy IV. One of my favorite Final Fantasy games for the Advance. Oh, certainly an excellent game. You can't really see. Just take my word. It's in very good condition. This is what a lot of people did. Again, I don't remember why they made the cartridges like this, but the manual sadly is not here. But Final Fantasy IV, to think that I found this at the Goodwill by the pound, again, it's very grateful. Again, I'm giving away a lot of this stuff, and I'm donating a lot of this stuff. The stuff that I'm definitely going to keep is the paint, the copy of Final Fantasy IV on the Final Fantasy IV Advance. I'm going to keep probably some of the Wii stuff I'm going to keep. I am going to keep Twilight Princess on the Wii just because that's one of the games that I never really had a chance to play. I hope you all enjoyed taking a look at this haul. If there's anything that you found at your local thrift stores, let me know in the comments below. Back with another random assortment of stuff from Goodwill by the pound. Then I'm going to go into media and then video games at the end. Obviously, the sad egg guy. Again, I probably should have left this sad egg guy. A little pouch. Look at it. Look at this whale shark. The lovely speckled green color. The really weird expression. Just perfect for a random guy to have. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figure. This is a random resin mailed gauntlet. This, of course, was broken off from a statue. I thought it looked okay. Maybe I could use it for a little bit of a bit. Sharpie Pro. This is a permanent marker. Sharpie Pro. Very high quality stuff. Yeah, I love the chisel stuff. These always come in handy when it comes to selling stuff on eBay. I did get some Legos. I did get some Legos. One of the interesting bits was this lovely squid / octopus. Very cool looking. Always good to have the adapters here. Whenever I see these, I grab these for the public library because sometimes people have Apple stuff, and this is sometimes an okay way to attach like an Apple to an older monitor. I found a bunch of G.I. Joe bits, which are very cool. I think these are mostly from like, I don't know what generation G.I. Joe stuff, but these are from like the mid-90s. The little football grenade backpack. I figure I would just sell these on eBay because there's always people looking for bits of G.I. Joe stuff. Oh, I picked up this little figure here. I don't know what this is. Very cool. It almost looks like a Power Rangers kind of guy. Michael Jordan. Upper Deck. I don't know if this is worth any money or not, but it was shiny and I grabbed it. A 2004 kind of bashful looking Neopet guy. Oh, his mouth is just on the one side. That's a cool little design choice. Another Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figure. Very cool looking guy. I found an unopened, seemingly unopened pack of Pokemon Sword and Shield. It's like it's completely unopened. I mean, it's got the little thing on there, so... I think this is unopened? I don't know. Let me know in the comments if it would be better for me to keep this sealed or open it up or do something with it. Oh, yeah! So we have some Dragonology dragons. And they're okay looking. One of them actually looks pretty good. Dragonology, don't know much about it. But, yeah, we got a bunch of those little dragons here. We got another lovely rhino. Another rhino from Schleich. Look at that. Very good detail on that. Yeah, and we'll go into it. Check it out. I found the miniatures from the first Magic the Gathering board game back in 2017, 2018. This was at the Five Below store. And these miniatures had pretty good texture, especially for some of the ones in the second Instred set. But they're pretty cool looking, as you can see. Like this big mutant guy here. A very, very cool find. So I got him. I got three of the little guys here. And then I believe I found the rest of them too. I got the ones that are translucent here with the little phoenixes and the hell dogs. These are similar in detail to the first Reaper Bones. And then the little goblin guys, which are pretty interesting texture-wise. So, yeah. I'm not going to turn down this. The Clockworked Wings one, which I have seen a bunch of people paint this guy up. And I always like this miniature. A very cool thing. That would look really cool painted up. And I got a bunch of the bases from that. And I got a bunch of the standees, which I figured I would use. Yep. And then you have little bits of terrain and whatnot. One of the little bits from the Dragonology board game. Post-it notes. Always need post-it notes. There's the blue translucent miniatures from the Magic the Gathering thing. Very nice. Very nice. Another Dragonology dragon that would make a good little guard drake. This one looked pretty interesting for a sculpt. And this is the one that I saw that was like, oh, I definitely gotta grab this one. This could be an amethyst dragon. Wormling or something like that. Very small in scale, but very nicely detailed. Pattern stamp. I actually like these for texture stuff. Obviously made for rubber stamp stuff, but these can also be used for stamping texture for bases and stuff like that. So I always like grabbing these for that. Dragonology guy. Decent little cheap brush. Little Transformer guy here. And Lego bits and pieces randomly. Alright, so that is it for the random bits and pieces. But I also have media. Found Doctor Who, the complete second series. The Venture Brothers, Season 1. I think I accidentally grabbed the book here. I mean, the game was in pieces and it was incomplete. But the Dragonology handbook, and then the Dragonology board game map, which we got Troy Denning, Titan of Twilight, and then Thomas M. Reed, Fractured Sky. Some D&D Forgotten Realms novels. We got a sealed copy of Coup, which is... I've only played like one of these games at once during a board game thing. During a board game convention, I played one of these games once. So this seems interesting, but I think since it's sealed, I will see if maybe somebody on eBay would like to own this. Dungeons and Dragons Mad Libs. Society. What a weird thing. I got a little Frogger game to see if that works. We got some Wii games. We got NBA 2K11. We got Cabela's Dangerous Hunts 2011. We got Wii Play. And we got a sealed copy of NHL 2K11, which is sealed with the Y seal. Finally, we got some Game Boy games. We got Play Action Football. We got Battleship. And finally, we have an Acclaim game that I've never heard of before. Quirk. That's pretty cool. Always fun to see these old video games. I think those were leftovers from the collection that we had encountered before. Oh! And I found this lovely brush here, which seems like it would be a decent dry brush. This will definitely do the job when it comes to dry brushing large terrain. Let me know in the comments below if you've found anything interesting at your local Goodwill by the Pound.